Chapter 40:11. Since Bijian was here, there was no need to think about the background of the people gathered here. They were definitely from the Thunder Light sect. A few months ago, in Crouching Dragon Mountain, Bijian had led the Thunder Light sect's group to collect a lot of dragon blood flowers. However, they were intimidated by the might of Yang Kai's Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon. So they had no choice but to leave behind all their gains and retreat. At that time, Bijian did not have many subordinates he could use. Dealing with the Scarlet Flood Dragon was already a difficult task, and with the addition of an Earth Dragon, he could only grit his teeth and admit defeat. Every time he thought about it over the past few months, he would be filled with hatred and secretly vowed to take revenge when he saw Yang Kai again. However, the great cosmological realm was not small, and he did not know where Yang Kai was, so there was naturally no way to take revenge. He did not expect to meet him in Origin Magnet Mountain today. Naturally, when enemies met, their eyes would turn red. After recognizing Yang Kai, Bijian sneered, "Brat, to think you would have such a day. I told you long ago to leave some leeway when doing things. I wanted to see you again in the future, but you insisted on killing me. Let's see if you died today." That day in Crouching Dragon Mountain, Bijian admitted that his strength was inferior and had proposed to leave half of the dragon blood flowers behind, but Yang Kai did not agree. In the end, Bijian had no choice but to leave everything behind in order to escape unscathed. Now that he met Yang Kai in Origin Magnet Mountain, he naturally wanted to vent the hatred in his heart and repay the humiliation of that day. Yang Kai chuckled. "Whether I die or not depends on whether you have the ability. You know him?" An elderly man beside Bijian asked. He could also see that there should be some grudges between Bijian and Yang Kai. Bijian sneered, "Brother Zhu, do you remember Crouching Dragon Mountain I told you about before?" Old man Zhu raised his eyebrows. "It's him. It's him." Bijian gritted his teeth. At that time he controlled two powerful exotic beasts, so this king had no choice but to temporarily avoid them. "I have been searching for him for the past few months, but unfortunately, I did not find him. I did not expect to meet him here." Old man Zhu nodded slightly. Since that is the case, there is no need to be polite. Raising his eyes to look at Yang Kai, he said, "Little brat, I heard that you obtained a lot of dragon blood flowers from Crouching Dragon Mountain. Obediently hand over those dragon blood flowers and the grade 5 divine stone you just obtained. Perhaps you can still live. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Dragon blood flowers to be, which heaven-opening heaven realm cultivator would not to covet them. Once one's strength reached the heaven-opening realm, besides slowly increasing one's grade, heaven-opening realm experts would focus on cultivating their physical body. The dragon blood flower was a treasure needed to cultivate one's physical body. If he could obtain those dragon blood flowers, Old Man Zhu was confident he could raise the quality of his physical body by several levels. At that time, even if his grade didn't increase, his strength would greatly increase. As for the 5th rank divine stone, he naturally couldn't let it go either. A 5th rank divine stone was worth at least 1,500,000 heaven-opening pills. "Master Zhu, Lord Yang is my Crimson Star's 6th manager. For you to be so aggressive, do you want to declare war on my Crimson Star?" Guozian took a step forward and said firmly. Bijian and the old man surnamed Zhu were both taken aback by these words. Old man Zhu sized up Guozian and suddenly asked, "You are from Crimson Star?" Whether it was Thunder Light Sect or Crimson Star, both had dominated Star City for hundreds or thousands of years and had many dealings with each other. As Crimson Star's great commander, Guozian was naturally not a nobody. Old man Zhu had seen him a few times before, but he had not paid much attention to him. Hearing him say this, Old man Zhu came to a realization. Guozian quickly said, "Yes." Bijian was even more stunned. "Isn't Crimson Star's 6th manager the Poison Matriarch? When did it become this boy?" Guozian said, "The Poison Matriarch has fallen. This is my Crimson Star's new 6th manager." Bijian and Old Man Zhu looked at each other in dismay when they heard this, unable to believe that the Poison Matriarch had actually died. That woman was a poison master, and even the two of them did not dare provoke her lightly. They did not know how the Poison Matriarch had died and who killed her. However, Guozian was a great commander of Crimson Star. Since he had said so, it was definitely not wrong. Bijian snorted and said, "Your Crimson Star is really getting worse and worse. You actually appointed someone from the Emperor realm as your sixth manager? Is there no one else in Crimson Star that you can use? Old man Zhu also snorted. So what if it is Crimson Star? It's not like my Thunder Light sect has never fought with your Crimson Star before. Who is afraid of who? Guizian's face sank. Are you two not going to give me face? Old man Zhu shouted angrily. What face do you have? Enough nonsense. If you don't want to die, hurry up and hand over that thing. Bijian raised his hand and said calmly, Guizian, I'll show you the way. Do you want to listen or not? Guizian frowned and said, Master Bijian, if you have something to say, just say it. Bijian grinned at Yang Kai and pointed at him, saying, He's dead for sure today. No one can save him. If you don't want to die, surrender obediently and join my Thunder Light sect. You may live. Yang Kai only had 30 people around him, but Thunder Light sect had dispatched 300 people this time. With a tenfold difference in numbers, it was almost a crushing situation in the great cosmological realm. Even if Yang Kai had the ability to reach the heavens, he could forget about escaping safely. However, it was not bad to admire his despair before killing him. Bijian was not worried about the choice of Crimson Star and the others. If they surrendered, they would naturally follow their wishes. If they were stubborn, he would just kill them all. At the moment of life and death, there would always be someone who would make a wise choice. I will only count to 3. Those who do not come forward after 3 breaths will be killed without mercy. Bijian raised his hand high and looked at Yang Kai triumphantly. Dragging out his last word, he shouted 1. With this shout, the 30 people behind Yang Kai suddenly became restless, all of them panicking and wearing ugly expressions. 2. Bijian shouted again, and his raised fingers became 2. The 300 people of Thunder Light sect secretly urged their strength, as if they were ready to kill the enemy at any time. The silent pressure made most of Crimson Star's people pale. In just a short moment, there were people who could not bear the threat of death and quickly jumped out from behind Yang Kai, shouting, I surrender, don't kill me. With one person, 2 more followed, and in an instant 7 or 8 people rushed out. Guizian's eyes were filled with anger as he cursed, A bunch of idiots, my Crimson Star and Thunder Light sect have been fighting for many years, and the blood feud between us is irreconcilable. Even if you surrender, what kind of good days will you have in the future? It is better to follow the 2 masters and open a bloody path. Even if you die here, don't bring shame to my Crimson Star's name. As soon as these words came out, the people who were still a little restless immediately extinguished their thoughts. What Guizian said was right. Crimson Star and Thunder Light sect had been fighting for many years, and the hatred between them was irreconcilable. At this time, even if they could keep their lives, they would suffer a fate worse than death in the future, so they might as well give it a try. However, not everyone thought so. After the 7 or 8 people left, nearly 10 people rushed to Thunder Light sect's side. Yang Kai did not have many people under his command, and now that nearly 20 people had run away, only a dozen or so people remained behind him, forming a sharp contrast with the hundreds of people from Thunder Light sect. Guizian's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the defectors, wishing he could rush up and tear them to pieces, but now that he could not even protect himself, how could he spare the energy to kill these traitors? Bijian laughed loudly and proudly declared, Crimson Star, you're nothing but trash. This king casually threatened you and you all turned into a mass of scattered sand. How could you accomplish anything? The people from Thunder Light sect also burst into laughter. Bijian's expression suddenly became cold as he snorted. This king hates defectors the most. They have no sense of responsibility at all. What use is there in keeping such people? Cut them all down. As soon as these words fell, the faces of the dozen or so cultivator who had rushed to Thunder Light sect's side changed greatly, but before they could beg for mercy, they were enveloped by an overwhelming number of artifacts and secret techniques. Not even a scream could be heard as the dozen or so people died on the spot. The smell of blood soared into the sky as more than a dozen mutilated corpses were strewn across the mountain, the aftermath of the energy slowly spreading out. The dozen or so people standing behind Yang Kai watched in horror, secretly rejoicing that they had not rushed over just now, otherwise, the ones lying on the ground would have been their own corpses. But now their lives were still in the hands of others, and facing an enemy dozens of times their number, their chances of survival were slim. Guizian glared at him and said, You went back on your word. Bijian chuckled. So what if I did? Guizian ground his teeth. Although he hated those defectors and wished he could personally kill them to vent his anger, seeing them being killed by Thunder Light sect like this, he could not help feeling sad and angry. Secretly regretting it, if he had known this would happen, he would have sent a message to the other masters and asked them to bring more people over. Now that he only had a dozen or so people on his side, surrounded by hundreds of enemy forces, he was afraid that today would be a disaster. Thinking of this, Guizian approached Yang Kai and said in a low voice, "Two masters, when the battle starts, leave immediately. This humble one will be responsible for bringing up the rear. I only hope that if there is a chance in the future, you will avenge my brothers." Yang Kai turned to look at him and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "When it comes to taking revenge, I have never liked to delay it." Guizian was stunned. "Sixth master." Yang Kai smiled at him. "You are very good." Regardless of the reason why Guizian hadn't defected, just based on the words he had just said and his promise to bring up the rear for Yang Kai would definitely ensure his safety. Previously, he only thought that Guizian was a taciturn person, but now he knew that his character was not bad. It seemed that Qi Xing had assigned him a very good commander. Yuhi pursed her lips and chuckled. "You have not seen our sixth master's ability. Today is a good opportunity to broaden your horizons." Guizian was confused and looked at the two masters in a daze. They were clearly surrounded by hundreds of people and their lives were hanging by a thread, but they were still able to talk and laugh like this, full of confidence. Although he did not know where their confidence came from, Guizian's heroic spirit was aroused and he quickly said, "Two masters, please give the order. Even if it is a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, this humble one will go." *Pa. Bijian clapped his hands and chuckled. "What a good show of filial piety, truly touching." His face suddenly sank and he said in a cold voice, "But this is meaningless. Today you will all die here." Chapter 40:12. Who will die and who will live has yet to be determined. Don't boast so early. Yang Kai grinned sinisterly as he shook the Six Directions Rui pouch. With a boom, a colossal creature appeared. The crimson flood dragon's roar shook the heavens as a scorching aura lingered around its 30-meter-long body. The crimson scales that covered its body were incomparably sturdy. It raised its house-sized head and looked down at the world. Feeling the might of this vicious creature, everyone from Thunder Light sect turned pale with fright, especially those who had followed Bijian and fought with the crimson flood dragon in Crouching Dragon Mountain. Their faces turned pale. Last time, they had quite a number of people, and had fought a great battle with the Crimson Flood Dragon under Bijian's lead. However, in the end they were all covered in dust and grime. If it weren't for Bijian's prompt decision to retreat quickly, many people would have died that day. Learning from their mistakes, how could they not be afraid when they saw the Crimson Flood Dragon again? "It's this damn thing again." Bijian's face darkened. He never would have thought that the Crimson Flood Dragon would actually follow by Yang Kai's side. He hadn't seen the Crimson Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon before and thought that the two mutated beasts had abandoned Yang Kai. Now, he knew that Yang Kai could summon them at will. Old Man Zhu's eyes lit up as he stared at the Six Directions Rui pouch in Yang Kai's hand and greedily said, "Good treasure." He could tell at a glance that this pouch was a space artifact that could hold living things. Otherwise, how could the Crimson Flood Dragon be summoned so easily? Yang Kai stared deeply at him and grinned. He waved his hand and said, "Kill them all." A dragon's roar shook the heavens as the Crimson Flood Dragon rushed out like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. It opened its huge mouth and spat out raging flames that attacked the people from Thunder Light sect. The flames that were scorching hot enough to burn all things instantly swept through the entire area. There were too many people from Thunder Light sect, more than 300 of them. There were people everywhere. So the Crimson Flood Dragon didn't need to choose anything to attack. It only needed to spit out flames. When the Crimson Flood Dragon moved, Thunder Light sect was shocked. Bijian sternly shouted, "Spread out. Be careful of this beast." Even though his shout wasn't too late, there were still people who couldn't avoid it in time. The main reason was that the appearance of the Scarlet Flood Dragon was too sudden, and no one was prepared for it. The scorching flames instantly enveloped 7 or 8 people. Pain screams rang out, and those people turned into 7 or 8 balls of fire. This was not the end. While the Crimson Flood Dragon spat out fire, Its enormous body coiled and coiled. With a rumbling sound, it instantly broke apart the Thunder Light's formation, separating several hundred people. A strong and powerful tail swept out, bringing with it a terrifying and irresistible force, sweeping towards the Thunder Light sect's members. Those who stood in its way died upon contact, or were injured upon contact. When the Scarlet Flood Dragon attacked, everyone from Thunder Light was flustered. However, after merely 3 breaths of time, there were attacks that covered the sky and covered the earth that flew towards the Scarlet Jiao. Having a large body had its disadvantages, and the attacks it received were also many. Those destructive attacks landed on the Scarlet Flood Dragon's body, causing sparks to fly and scales to fall off. In an instant, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was riddled with wounds. The Scarlet Flood Dragon cried out in pain. Not only did the pain of being attacked not cause it to retreat, but it instead stimulated its vicious beast's brutality. Forcibly enduring the various attacks, it rushed in front of a group of Thunder Light sect's disciples and spat out flames. Pained screams rang out again, and the dozen or so Thunder Light sect's disciples in front all turned into balls of fire, rolling on the ground. In the midst of this chaos, Yang Kai also brazenly attacked. Under the urging of space principles, the space within a radius of 1,000 feet became as viscous as a swamp, making it difficult for all the enemies here to move or circulate the energy in their bodies. With a raise of his hand, pitch-black moonblades cut through the void and shot out in all directions. Those who stood in his way were all cut in half at the waist. The smell of blood filled the air, and severed limbs and flesh flew everywhere. The small mountain top suddenly became like purgatory. Guozian was stunned, and so were the dozen or so people from Qixing. Only Yuhi seemed to have expected this, her eyes fixed on Yang Kai's movements, but there was also a strange light in her beautiful eyes. For Qixing and the other dozen or so people, what they saw today was really hard to believe. Although they had long heard from different sources that this new 6th manager had killed Poison Lady and gone home by himself and taken the position of 6th manager, after all, they had not seen the battle with their own eyes. What's more, on that day, Qixing and the other managers were suppressed by Yang Kai to the point of being unable to breathe. Therefore, except for a few people, no one knew just how terrifying Yang Kai was. Until now, Guozian had watched the cultivator belonging to Lei Guang fall like straw in front of Yang Kai. No one was able to block the dark crescent moon-like attack. Even if some people were able to stimulate their protective strength, they would still be easily broken through and die. Only now did Guozian realize just how terrifying this new 6th manager was. This crescent moon-like attack contained extremely mysterious power fluctuations that were unfathomable, and definitely not something an ordinary person could comprehend. In just 10 breaths of time, more than 30 people had fallen at the hands of Yang Kai, all of them dying extremely miserable deaths. This kind of battle record was even more ferocious than Qi Jiao's. It turns out, this new 6th manager is so powerful. Guozian stared at this scene in a daze, the blood in his chest surging up, causing his mouth to go dry. Raising his hand, he summoned out a long stick-shaped artifact and rushed forward in quick steps. Yuhi grabbed him back and stared at him. "What are you doing?" "Helping," Guozian replied without hesitation. Yuhi sneered, "What can you do to help? If you really rush over, he will have to take care of you. Don't cause trouble and just obediently stay behind me." Saying so, she grabbed Guozian's collar and threw him back. Guozian was speechless, but thinking about it, he knew that the 7th manager was right. Although he was strong, this was the great cosmological boundary after all. He couldn't display the strength of a heaven-opening realm master. So in this chaotic situation, he really couldn't help much. If he really rushed over, he would only cause more trouble. Although he was unwilling, he could only endure. Yuhi chuckled, "If someone really needs to help, it should be me. It's not your turn yet, just watch quietly." In fact, she didn't know to what extent Yang Kai could reach, but she knew that Yang Kai possessed the space principles and could always run away if he couldn't win, so she wasn't too worried about Yang Kai's safety. As the two spoke, nearly 30 people fell to the ground, either killed by scarlet flood dragons or cut down by moonblades. None of them were injured, all of them dying on the spot. Since the start of the battle, only a few dozen breaths had passed, yet more than 50 to 60 people from Thunder Light Sect had fallen. Even though Thunder Light Sect had a large number of people, they couldn't withstand such a terrifying consumption. Old Man Zhu's eyes widened in anger while Bijian's heart burned with anxiety. Neither of them had expected Yang Kai to be so fierce. They had thought that they could rely on their absolute advantage in numbers to defeat him, but who knew that they would be slaughtered like falling flowers? Was this still the Emperor realm? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. But the truth was right in front of them. One man and one scarlet flood dragon had actually caused Thunder Light Sect's several hundred people to panic. What are you all afraid of? He's only one person, fight back, you idiots. Bijian shouted angrily. Old Manju also began to shout. Under the organization of the two, Thunder Light Sect's people finally managed to stabilize the situation. Previously, they had been caught off guard by the Scarlet Flood Dragon's shocking appearance, and then they had been slaughtered by Yang Kai, causing rivers of blood to flow. Thunder Light Sect's people were truly frightened, but now that they heard Bijian and Old Manju's shouts, they finally reacted. Their opponent was only one person, so no matter how strong he was, could 2 fists be a match for 4 hands? After paying the painful price of over 100 casualties, Thunder Light Sect's people managed to stabilize the situation. The small teams quickly gathered together and worked together. Rumbling sounds rang out, and on the small mountain top, the yuan qi of heaven and earth became chaotic. The violent energy caused the void to shatter, and the universe to turn upside down. Countless attacks landed on the Scarlet Flood Dragon's body, causing it to continuously roar in anger. Its huge body tumbled, its scales falling off, and its entire body was covered in blood. Not only was the Scarlet Flood Dragon besieged, but Yang Kai was also unable to dodge. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came from all directions. Yang Kai simply could not dodge. He also did not have any thoughts of dodging. His body shook, and when the Tao seal in his body blossomed with light, a thick and solid earth elemental power erupted. Around him, transparent rhombus-shaped shields enveloped him, leaving not the slightest gap. The rhombus-shaped shields were filled with the majesty of a giant dragon, and they were constantly rotating, changing unpredictably. Dragon Shield. When he absorbed the Earth Dragon's Dragon Pearl and Crouching Dragon Mountain, and condensed the Earth elemental power, he comprehended the secret technique from the Dragon Pearl. This technique should be the Earth Dragon's innate dragon technique, and it was hidden in the Dragon Pearl. If it were anyone else, even if they obtained the Dragon Pearl, they might not necessarily be able to comprehend the Dragon Shield secret technique. At most, they would be able to condense the Earth elemental power. However, Yang Kai had blood flowing in his body, which came from the same source as the Earth Dragon, so it was natural that he would be able to comprehend the Dragon Shield secret technique. This was the first time Yang Kai used this technique against an enemy. He didn't know what kind of effect it would have, so he secretly activated his space principles, preparing to exile himself at any moment. An instant after the Dragon Shield secret technique was used, there was a series of rumbling sounds as a barrage of attacks enveloped Yang Kai. In an instant, there was a brilliant flash of light, and Yang Kai's figure disappeared from everyone's field of vision. Bijian sinisterly laughed. Let's see if you can still survive this time. His heart was filled with joy. Yang Kai's previous performance had been too shocking. He had never seen such a savage person from the Emperor realm before. If such a person was allowed to mature, who in this world could be his opponent? At that time, the first person he would kill would probably be Bijian. However, no matter how talented a genius was, they still needed time and space to grow. If they died midway, it wouldn't be a big deal. With over 100 attacks landing on his body, Bijian didn't believe that Yang Kai would be able to survive. Even a heaven-opening realm cultivator would have to avoid such an attack, let alone Yang Kai from the Emperor realm. Sixth Mistress. Guizian cried out in alarm. Yuhi's expression was extremely gloomy. Although she forced herself to remain calm, her tightly clenched fists revealed the nervousness in her heart. Chapter 40:13. How could he not be nervous? There were too many people from Thunder Light Sect, so the number of attacks they sent out was just as great. The power of the secret techniques and artifacts they sent out was something no one could face head-on. Yang Kai's figure was completely submerged. The aftermath gradually subsided, and under everyone's watchful eyes, a heroic figure stood in place, completely unscathed, not even a wrinkle on his clothes. Bijian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets while Old Manju cried out in alarm. Impossible. Yuhi breathed a sigh of relief as she clutched her towering chest. Just now she had been so nervous that her heart had almost jumped out of her chest. The people from Thunder Light Sect who attacked were also dumbfounded. They all thought that Yongkai would die without a doubt under such an attack, but who knew that not only was he not dead, there wasn't even the slightest injury on his body. How did he do it? Yongkai grinned and smiled silently. The Dragon Shield technique really lived up to his expectations and was incomparably sturdy. Although it couldn't block all the attacks, the effect was beyond his expectations. After all, this was the Earth Dragon's natal secret technique, and it was stimulated by the Earth attribute condensed from the Dragon Bead, so it was truly extraordinary. Of the hundreds of attacks, at least half were blocked before the Dragon Shield around him shattered. The moment the Dragon Shield shattered, Yongkai immediately banished himself into the void to avoid the remaining attacks. If not for this, how could he have remained unscathed? The chaotic power and dazzling light concealed his movements, causing everyone to mistakenly think that this was all the work of the Dragon Shield. Even Yuhi thought so. Many people from Thunder Light Sect showed looks of despair. If the Dragon Shield's secret technique was so powerful, who could have hurt Yongkai? Bijian's eyelids twitched violently as he ground his teeth so hard they almost shattered. Looking up, he happened to meet Yongkai's playful eyes. Instinctively, his heart skipped a beat as a feeling of extreme danger enveloped his body. Without even thinking about it, Bijian hurriedly retreated. "Where do you think you're going?" Yongkai shouted as he raised his hand and summoned the blue dragon spear, thrusting it forward bravely. A dragon's roar resounded as the spear swept through the air, stirring up a rain of blood. Anyone who blocked the spear's path was killed on the spot. Along the way, more than a dozen Thunder Light Sect disciples could not dodge in time and exploded into smithereens. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was infinitely shortened. The black dragon spear rapidly enlarged in Bijian's vision, wrapped in the aura of death. Bijian was scared out of his wits. He felt a chill from head to toe. He shouted, "Brother Zhu, save me!" At the same time, the long sword in his hand danced, turning into a sky full of sword light that enveloped Yongkai. At this critical moment of life and death, Bijian also erupted with his full strength. As the long sword in his hand danced, he raised his hand and summoned out a flag-like artifact. This artifact exploded in the air and turned into a white light that enveloped him. This flag-like artifact was a one-time consumable defensive artifact, and its value was definitely not cheap. Old Man Zhu heard Bijian's shout and turned his head to see Yongkai stabbing with his spear, forcing Bijian to continuously retreat. Old Man Zhu couldn't help but shout, "Impudent Junior!" As he finished speaking, he threw a punch at Yongkai's back. As the fist flew out, the wind and clouds surged, and the huge fist shadow struck Kai Yang's back. Yongkai was suddenly struck and staggered, but he didn't stop moving forward. Under the force of his attack, Bijian's sword light was shattered. The black dragon spear continued forward without slowing down, directly piercing the white light covering Bijian's body. The all-encompassing black dragon spear was actually unable to break through this lustrous white barrier. That layer of barrier looked incomparably weak, but it was extremely resilient. After being struck by the black dragon spear, it fiercely caved in, but at the critical moment, it blocked this killing blow. Bijian's eyes were filled with fear as he broke out in a cold sweat. At this critical moment of life and death, the ferocious nature hidden deep in his heart was aroused. Instead of retreating, he thrust his sword towards Yongkai's eyes, the tip of his sword pulsing with sword light. Obviously, it contained a great deal of killing power. Yongkai coldly snorted and shouted, "Break!" The Dao seal in Yongkai's body released a brilliant light, and a violent fire attribute energy poured into the black dragon spear. The originally simple and unadorned black dragon spear instantly became incomparably red, like a piece of burning iron. With a loud bang, the white light covering Bijian suddenly broke apart, and the black dragon spear pierced into his shoulder. At the same time, Bijian's sword slashed across Yongkai's brow. Golden dragon blood splashed out and Yongkai's vision instantly blurred. Bijian staggered backwards, his face filled with resentment. If it weren't for Yongkai's spear exploding with power, causing his movements to deviate slightly, this sword strike wouldn't have just injured Yongkai's brow, it would have directly pierced his eyes. However, such an opportunity couldn't be missed, and it would be difficult to obtain another one. In this momentary confrontation, both of them were injured and the scene could only be described as tragic. Not giving Kai Yang a chance to catch his breath, the old man surnamed Zhu had already charged in from behind. Who knows when, but the old man had raised 2 axes in his hands. Brandishing them, he chopped down towards Kai Yang. Yang Kai turned around and thrust his spear towards the axes, causing an irresistible force to erupt. Old man Zhu's eyes bulged as his axes flew out of his hands, and he couldn't stop himself from retreating. Old man Zhu was shocked. This young man is so strong. Old man Zhu had a 4th-order heaven-opening cultivation, so he was able to retreat unscathed from Yang Kai's attack, but the Thunder Light sect members who followed him weren't so lucky. The Azure Dragon Spear thrust out again and again. No matter what Emperor Realm Master they were, or what kind of power they condensed, the spear swept through and killed more than a dozen people on the spot. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk Another round of attacks flew towards Yang Kai from all directions, but this time, before the attacks could reach him, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he disappeared from where he stood. All of the attacks hit nothing but air. Teleporting, Yang Kai appeared in front of Bijian and, under Bijian's horrified gaze, thrust his spear straight at him. Bijian's face was ashen. Just now, he had been able to block Yang Kai's spear completely by relying on the power of his artifact. How could he use it now? Hastily, Bijian madly pushed his strength to resist. But as soon as he did, he immediately discovered an abnormality in his body. He didn't know when it had started, but a violent heat had appeared in his body, one that seemed capable of burning everything in the world. This heat flowed through his meridians and into his physique, wantonly incinerating everything. In that instant, Bijian realized that there was something strange about the spear that Yang Kai had used to injure him. But what was the use of figuring it out now? The heat that was enough to make his blood boil swept through his entire body, making it impossible for him to circulate his strength with all his heart. With a flash of the spear, the Azure Dragon Spear pierced through Bijian's head, entering from the forehead and coming out from the back of his head. Bijian's eyes instantly widened as his body froze on the spot. Even now, he still couldn't believe that he, a 4th-grade heaven splitter, would die at the hands of someone from the Emperor realm. His heart was filled with unwillingness, but he was powerless to reverse the situation, leaving only deep regret. If you can still reincarnate, remember to open your eyes and see clearly who you can provoke and who you can't. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. With a shake of the Azure Dragon Spear in his hand, Bijian's head immediately exploded. The headless corpse swayed for a moment before crashing to the ground. Bijian's master had been killed. Died at the hands of someone from the Emperor realm. All the Thunder Light sect disciples who saw this scene were horrified. They were all stunned on the spot, not daring to act rashly. They had all seen Yang Kai's madness when he killed people just now, so how could they dare to make any moves at this time? In an instant, with Yang Kai as the center, the area within a radius of 300 meters was completely silent. 300 meters away, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's 90-meter-long body moved back and forth, roaring incessantly as it tangled with another group of Thunder Light sect disciples. Although the Scarlet Flood Dragon was a great Void Realm fierce beast with extraordinary strength and had killed many people in the battle, it was still a strange beast after all. At this moment, it was already showing signs of decline. Its entire body was dripping with blood, and countless pieces of its scarlet scales had fallen off. The most terrifying wound was that it had almost been cut in half at the waist. It was surrounded by hundreds of people at all times. Attacks after attacks were continuously thrown at it, constantly wearing down its strength. The Scarlet Flood Dragon was in danger. It roared incessantly. Yang Kai looked up and snorted coldly. In a flash, he stood on top of the Scarlet Flood Dragon's head that was as large as a house. Using the Black Dragon Spear to his side, his hands rapidly formed seals. As the seals changed, a mysterious force lingered around Yang Kai's body. A low chant slowly came out, flowing time great emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream. When the palm came down, time seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone's thoughts paused for a moment. Even He and the others who were watching from afar were a little confused at this moment. By the time they came back to their senses, that palm had already come crashing down. Yang Kai's palm was aimed at the densest part of the crowd. The flowing time great emperor's shuttle-like seal enveloped nearly 20 people. Under the erosion of the principles of time, those 20 people's hair instantly turned white and fell off. Their flesh and blood dried up, and their vitality declined. The scarlet flood dragon took advantage of the situation and swept out with its divine dragon tail. More than 20 people who didn't understand what was going on exploded into a bloody mist, not even their bones remaining. Seeing this scene, Old Man Ju's eyelids twitched wildly as he howled in grief in his heart. One man and one flood dragon, how could they be so fierce? Thunder Light Sect's 300 people were killed without any strength to fight back. If he hadn't personally experienced it, he wouldn't have believed it. Undefeatable, undefeatable. Thunder Light Sect had come aggressively this time. But not only had they lost over 100 people, even a master like Bijian had died on the spot. It could be said that their losses were extremely heavy. Gritting his teeth, Old Man Ju turned to look at Yu He and the others who had been watching the battle not far away. He raised his arm and shouted, "Follow me." They couldn't beat Yang Kai and that beast, but could they not do anything to Qi Xing and the others? As long as they could take down these people, Thunder Light Sect wouldn't lose too badly this time. At that time they would be able to negotiate terms with Yang Kai. At the very least, the remaining people would be able to escape unscathed. With a single order, several dozen people gathered around Old Man Ju. With Old Man Ju in the lead, they rushed towards Yu He and the others. Qi Xing's dozen people were still immersed in the shock of what they had seen today, unable to recover for a long time. All of them had thought that they would definitely die today, but who would have thought that the sixth young master would be so powerful? Chapter 40:14. Seeing this, Qi Xing's dozen or so Qi Xing disciples were pleasantly surprised and excited, each of their faces filled with pride as they rejoiced that they had not defected before, otherwise, they would not have been able to witness such a great battle. When they turned their heads, they saw Old Man Ju leading several dozen people to attack them. They immediately tensed up. For the sixth elder to be able to kill hundreds of people, that was because of his ability, but it did not mean that Lei Guang was a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. They had fought with Lei Guang countless times and both sides had suffered losses, so they naturally knew how difficult and powerful the other side was. Now that several dozen people had rushed over, including a master like Old Man Ju, how could they be their opponent? All eyes turned towards Yu He and Guizian, waiting for them to give orders. Guizian gripped the long staff artifact in his hand. His blood boiling as an eager look appeared on his face. After witnessing the might of the sixth young master with his own eyes, he could not wait to charge forward and disregard his own life and death. Yu He's expression was extremely solemn as she stepped forward and shouted, "Don't act rashly." Saying so, she summoned her small flower umbrella artifact and gently twisted its handle, causing it to begin rotating. As this small flower umbrella spun, its surface suddenly expanded, instantly enveloping the dozen or so people on her side. At the same time, a silk-like object hung down from the edge of the umbrella, transforming into an invisible barrier. Old Man Ju, who was at the front, gritted his teeth and roared as he swung the axe in his hand downwards. The several dozen people behind him also did not hesitate to use their respective artifacts and secret techniques to attack. In an instant, the protective barrier around Qi Xing's group began to ripple, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. The ripples spread out and turned into layers of ripples. Yu He quickly formed a seal with her hands and poured her strength into the small flower umbrella. But even with her fifth order splitting the heaven's foundation, she could not maintain this barrier for long. In just 10 breaths, the small flower umbrella began to flicker wildly, its color dimming, and the barrier around Qi Xing's group was also on the verge of collapse. It would not be long before this layer of protection was completely broken. At that time, apart from Yu He and Guizian, who might be able to escape with their lives, the remaining dozen or so Scarlet Star disciples would definitely die without a complete corpse. After struggling to hold on for another 3 breaths, Yu He could no longer hold on and shouted, "Eldest young master, if you don't come to help, I'll die." "He's here." Yang Kai stepped out from Qi Jiao's head and arrived above Old Man Ju's head, his space principles surging as he swung the azure dragon spear downwards. At the tip of the spear, a fist-sized black sphere that contained an aura of absolute annihilation. Feeling the destructive power to kill Old Man Ju's face changed greatly, raising his hands to meet the spear's attack. With a loud bang, the black ball on the tip of the azure dragon spear suddenly expanded and instantly covered an area of a few hundred feet. Then it disappeared in a flash. In this instant, everything within the range of a few hundred feet, including the void, disappeared. leaving only a black hole that transmitted the aura of primal chaos. The black hole wriggled and slowly repaired itself under the effect of the world principles. As for the dozen or so Thunder Light sect disciples within a radius of several tens of zhang, they actually disappeared without a trace, without even letting out a miserable shriek. 1,000 feet away, Old Man Zhu's eyelids twitched wildly as he stared at the black hole in horror. Just now, he had escaped quickly when he saw the situation turn bad, otherwise, he would have been seriously injured or killed by Yang Kai's attack. Lowering his head, he saw that his two broad axes had been beaten until their brilliance had dimmed, and their vitality had been greatly damaged. After the first spear attack, Yang Kai fired 2 more spears, killing a dozen or so Thunder Light sect disciples. The remaining people immediately scattered like birds and beasts, saving Yu He and the others from danger. Turning his head to look over, the Scarlet Flood Dragon had also stabilized the situation. He had helped it over there for a while just now and had reduced a lot of pressure for it. At this moment it was filled with rage, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it chased after the Thunder Light sect disciples around it, completely ignoring its own terrible injuries. After all, it was a vicious beast, so it had almost lost what little rationality it had. Yang Kai gripped his spear and looked up at Old Man Zhu, pointing his spear forward and grinning at him. "Old dog, die." Old Man Zhu was terrified. At their peak, the two of them had led hundreds of disciples, but they had still been defeated by Yang Kai and Qi Jiao. Now that half of them had been killed or injured, how could they have the courage to fight again? In his heart he cursed Bijian. He didn't know where he had offended this death god, but he was actually so terrifying. With this person overseeing Crimson Star, what could Thunder Light Sect use to compete? His thoughts changed, but his figure did not stop. A bloody mist burst from his body as he turned into a bloody light and fled into the distance. Seeing that the situation was not good, he directly fled, not even caring about the 100 or so remaining subordinates. With Old Man Zhu fleeing, how could his subordinates still have the heart to fight? They all abandoned their opponents and scattered like birds and beasts. Staring at the fleeing blood-red light, Yang Kai grinned and muttered, "Running away? Do you think you can escape?" Turning his spear, he activated his space principles and chased after him. However, at that moment a sudden change occurred. A sorrowful cry suddenly came from the depths of the earth, followed by a series of tremors as a ray of light suddenly shot up from a nearby mountain. This light was twisted and unpredictable as it soared into the sky, piercing a hole in the heavens, allowing everyone within 1,000 kilometers to see it clearly. Following this ray of light was a huge body about 300 meters long. Surprisingly, it was the Earth Dragon Yang Kai had released before. The Earth Dragon had been searching for Divine Essence Magnet Stones at the foot of the mountain next door, and had not been summoned by Yang Kai during this battle, but now it had rushed out on its own. However, the Earth Dragon seemed to have encountered something and was now covered in wounds. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed out with the ray of light, spraying blood into the sky as it let out a sorrowful cry. Yang Kai's eyes shrank and he couldn't help turning his head to look. He no longer had the energy to look for trouble with Old Man Zhu. Suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds rang out as artifacts flew out from the ground, as if an invisible hand was grabbing them and throwing them into the ray of light. These artifacts belonged to the people from Thunder Light Sect who had been killed by Yang Kai and Qi Jiao before. After these people died, their artifacts were naturally scattered on the ground, untouched by anyone. Not only were these ownerless artifacts affected, but even the artifacts in the hands of those who were still alive were also being pulled into the ray of light by an invisible force. Yang Kai could clearly see that many of the fleeing Thunder Light Sect cultivators had their artifacts sucked away in a moment of carelessness. They could only watch helplessly as their artifacts were sucked away. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to recall their artifacts. On Qi Xing's side, the long staff in Guizian's hand also shook violently, scaring Guizian so much that he hurriedly put it away, an inexplicable look on his face. All the artifacts that were sucked into the ray of light dimmed in just a few breaths and lost their spirituality, turning into scrap iron. Divine essence fused light. Yuhi cried out as her beautiful eyes stared at the ray of light soaring into the sky. In a moment of carelessness, her little flower umbrella, which had been damaged by Yuan Qi, was restored to its original form and shot towards the divine essence fused light. Yuhi was shocked and cried out in grief, "My umbrella!" Reaching out to grab it, Yuhi quickly tried to recall it with her divine sense, but her little flower umbrella was no longer under her control, so it was too late for her to chase after it. Seeing her little flower umbrella about to be sucked away by the divine essence-fused light just like those artifacts, Yuhi's eyes turned red. This little flower umbrella was of extraordinary significance to her. It was given to her by a very important person in her life, and she had always regarded it as a precious treasure. Today she had used it and damaged it, but now that she was in danger of losing it, her beautiful face suddenly paled. A figure flashed in her field of vision and a big hand grabbed her little flower umbrella, preventing it from being sucked away by the divine essence-fused light. Yuhi was pleasantly surprised as she stared at this figure with her beautiful eyes, her heartfelt gratitude overflowing from her heart. Midair, Yongkai clenched his little flower umbrella and frowned slightly. Although he had teleported to stop this artifact at the critical moment, he could clearly feel an incredible suction force coming from the divine essence-fused light, trying to suck away the little flower umbrella in his hand. This divine essence-fused light was really strange. His figure flickered as he arrived beside Yuhi, and handed her little flower umbrella. Yuhi received it with a smile and curtsied, "Many thanks, young master." Not daring to examine it carefully, she quickly put away her little flower umbrella. Guozian stared blankly at the blue dragon spear in Yongkai's hand and asked, "Sixth young master, why is your artifact unharmed?" Even Yuhi's little flower umbrella had almost been sucked away. Yet the blue dragon spear in Yongkai's hand was completely unaffected. How can a pile of scrap metal compare to this king's artifact? Yongkai snorted. Although he said so, after Guozian's reminder, he discovered that his blue dragon spear was indeed not affected by the divine essence-fused light. It seemed that although the divine essence-fused light was amazing, it wasn't omnipotent. At the very least, an artifact on the level of the blue dragon spear could ignore the power of the divine essence-fused light. Guozian, Qixing, and the others heard this and were surprised to find that this sixth young master really didn't give them any face, but thinking about his majestic appearance just now, he did indeed have the qualifications to do so. Everyone from Thunder Light Sect had fled, leaving only more than 100 incomplete corpses on the mountain. The rich smell of blood in the ground was filled with minced meat and broken limbs, demonstrating the fierce cruelty of the previous battle. Yongkai ordered, "Clean up the battlefield." Guozian cupped his fists and said, "Yes." This time he sincerely obeyed. When he had been assigned to work under Yongkai before, Guozian had only been following orders and didn't have much of an opinion of this sixth young master. After all, the other party was just from the Emperor realm while Guozian was already a second-order heaven-splitting master, so how could he be inferior to Yongkai in the outside world? However, with orders from above, Guozian had no choice but to obey. No matter how he acted on the surface, Guozian was still a little unconvinced by Yongkai. Chapter 40:15. But in today's battle, after witnessing Yongkai's display of power, killing Bijian as if he were slaughtering pigs and dogs, and even forcing old man Zhu to retreat with a single strike, he couldn't help but sigh. How lucky was he to be able to follow such a powerful master? Not only him, but the dozen or so surviving disciples of Qixing also felt the same way. All of them stared at Yongkai with eyes full of reverence. The Scarlet Flood Dragon had chased after the Thunder Light Sect and disappeared. Yongkai couldn't summon it back, but he wasn't worried about its safety. Although it was seriously injured, it was still a monster beast after all, so its ability to recover was incredibly strong. As long as it could vent its anger, it should return. The dozen or so people began to clean up the battlefield, collecting the space rings of the Thunder Light Sect's disciples. Yongkai, on the other hand, stared at the divine essence-fused light soaring into the sky. The artifacts that had been taken away by this divine essence-fused light had all been reduced to dust at this moment, demonstrating just how terrifying this divine essence-fused light was. Using his divine sense, Yongkai found that this divine essence-fused light was identical to the power transmitted from the divine essence-fused stones, but it was much denser and more condensed. The earth dragon swayed its huge body and flew towards Yongkai, landing in front of him, its huge mandibles wriggling about. Its entire body was covered with bloody wounds, as if it had been slashed thousands of times. There was not a single place that was unscathed, and several places had almost been cut in half, exposing the squirming internal organs inside. Even the scarlet flood dragon wouldn't have been able to withstand such injuries. Compared to the injuries inflicted by the Thunder Light sect's disciples, its injuries were much more serious, but as an earth dragon, its vitality was extremely tenacious. Even an ordinary earth dragon might be able to survive after being cut in half, let alone such a fierce beast. Therefore, although its injuries were more serious than the scarlet flood dragon's, its life was not in danger. However, the divine sense fluctuations it transmitted were full of grievance, like a child who had been beaten outside and had come back to complain. Yongkai was both angry and amused, knowing that this guy had been drilling a hole in a nearby mountain, and had drilled deep enough to draw out the divine essence-fused light. In a moment of carelessness, it had been injured by the divine essence-fused light, otherwise, it wouldn't have suffered such a fate. He casually threw a few healing pills and 2 dragon blood pills into its wriggling mouth. Only then did the earth dragon shut up. This origin magnet mountain actually has such abundant origin magnet divine light. Young master, there must be high-quality origin magnet divine stones underground. Yuhi said from the side. Yongkai frowned and looked at her with disgust. Can you be more normal? The way she kept calling him young master made him feel very uncomfortable. He completely did not know what was wrong with Yuhi. A dignified 5th-stage sky splitter was willing to lower himself. Yuhi faintly glanced at him and said with her beautiful eyes, once a young master, forever a young master. Yongkai was speechless, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He pondered for a moment and said, what grade do you think this divine essence-fused light is? Yuhi answered without even thinking, 6th grade. Yongkai gently nodded, feeling the same as he did. He sighed inwardly. If the grade of this divine essence-fused light was a bit higher, he could have activated his Dao seal to absorb it, taking the opportunity to condense metal attribute strength. After condensing earth attribute strength, it just happened to be metal attribute strength's turn. Unfortunately, this divine essence-fused light was still lacking, causing Yongkai to sigh. But then again, precious treasures above the 7th grade were extremely rare. Being able to obtain the immortal tree, golden crow true fire, and dragon bead was already a stroke of good fortune, so how could it be so easy to find treasures above the 7th grade? All of this required opportunity and time. Young master, aren't you going to condense it? Yuhi asked. You know my ambition, so why ask when you already know the answer? Yongkai lightly snorted. Yuhi sighed in her heart. She couldn't wait for Yongkai to condense this 6th grade divine essence-fused light. This way, Yongkai's foundation would be completely established and he would only be able to break through to the 6th stage splitting heaven in the future. Looking at the divine essence-fused light soaring into the sky, Yongkai's eyes flashed. Although this thing couldn't help him condense metal attribute strength, if he had a suitable cultivation method, he could use it to cultivate a divine technique. Yongkai had also witnessed the terrifying power of this divine essence-fused light with his own eyes. Even a great beast like the earth dragon couldn't withstand its destructive power, and many of its artifacts had been directly taken away. If he could really use this divine essence-fused light to cultivate a divine technique, its power would be extraordinary. Unfortunately for him, even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Without cultivating the corresponding cultivation art, he couldn't use the divine essence-fused light to cultivate. Can you use this thing? Yongkai asked. Yuhi shook her head. I can't. Obviously, she knew what Yongkai was asking, so she quickly said, but you can find a way to collect it first and make plans later. Yongkai nodded lightly. That's all I can do. Saying so, Yongkai's figure flickered and he rushed over, arriving at the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. The hole dug by the earth dragon wasn't small, but the divine essence-fused light rushing out from the ground showed no signs of stopping, showing just how abundant this divine essence-fused light was. Yongkai shook the good fortune bag, causing it to immediately expand and cover the hole tightly. The divine essence-fused light soaring into the sky disappeared in an instant and continued to pour into the good fortune bag. After observing for a while, Yongkai relaxed and stood in place, waiting silently. He didn't know if the good fortune bag could withstand the power of the divine essence-fused light. What he did just now was just a test, but now it seemed that it would work. The good fortune bag could be big or small, and its internal space was extremely mysterious. Even the earth dragon could be stored inside, so collecting some divine essence-fused light was naturally not a problem. Guizian flew over, handed over a large pile of space rings and said, "Sixth young master, this is everything we have." Yang Kai nodded lightly, collected all the space rings, and threw them into the small sealed world. He didn't have time to check them, so he would have to wait until he returned to Star City. Guizian glanced at the good fortune bag covering the hole and whispered, "Sixth master, do you want to send a message back?" "Why should we send a message back?" Yang Kai glanced at him. Guizian said, "The changes here will definitely attract a lot of people to investigate. Although Sixth Master's strength is unparalleled, there are too many people gathered in this divine essence-fused mountain. I'm afraid. You're afraid that 2 fists won't be enough to fight 4 hands." Guizian said, "That's just one reason. In addition, since there is divine essence-fused light here, there must be a lot of high-quality divine essence-fused stones at the foot of the mountain. We have too few people, so I'm afraid we will be at a disadvantage if we compete with others." Yang Kai said, "This place is tens of thousands of kilometers away from Star City. It will be too late by the time you send a message back." Guizian thought about it and agreed. By the time he sent a message back and Qi Xing sent reinforcements, the matter here would have already been settled. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste the effort. Cupping his fists, he said, "Sixth Master, if something really happens, you don't have to worry about us. This humble one will take good care of his subordinates." Yang Kai nodded. While the two were talking, many people were quickly approaching from afar. Obviously, they were alarmed by the divine essence-fused light and came to investigate. The first to arrive here was a group of more than a dozen people, led by a burly bald man with a fierce face and a fiendish appearance. Landing on the ground, he glanced at Yang Kai and Guizian. His eyes lingering on Yu He's beautiful figure for a moment before a greedy light flashed across his eyes. He wiped his mouth and said, "Boy, did you see the divine essence-fused light here?" Yang Kai calmly said, "I didn't see it." The burly man shouted angrily, "Nonsense, the divine essence-fused light is so obvious. How could you not see it? Are you blind?" Guizian led Qi Xing's group of more than a dozen people to stand behind Yang Kai, looking at the burly bald man with pity. If this guy knew that this sixth master had just killed hundreds of Thunder Light Sex people, he probably wouldn't be so aggressive. A cultivator suddenly approached the burly bald man and whispered something to him before turning his eyes towards the 6 Unity Wish pouch. The burly bald man turned his head and stared at the 6 Unity Wish pouch before raising his finger and saying, "Boy, is this yours? Take it away, this father wants to check it." "You think I'll take it away just because you said so? Who do you think you are?" Yang Kai sneered. The burly bald man's expression became fierce when he heard this. "Boy, while this father is still talking to you, you better cooperate obediently, otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and raised his hand, summoning the Earth Dragon, who was healing on the other mountain peak, to crawl over at an incredible speed, arriving in front of them in the blink of an eye. The short period of healing did not make its injuries much better, and it still looked very miserable. However, the Earth Dragon's fierce aura was still rushing towards them, and its squirming mouth was dripping with mucus. Its 300-meter-long body gave off a huge deterrent force. The burly bald man was instantly silenced, gulping as he stared at the Earth Dragon in a daze, his body involuntarily retreating, and the dozen people around him also looked terrified. "Scram or die." Yang Kai glared at them coldly. The burly bald man's face suddenly showed a look of humiliation, but he did not dare act up due to the Earth Dragon's aura, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Fortunately, at this moment, groups of cultivators flew over from all directions and landed nearby. In the blink of an eye, a dozen groups of several hundred people had gathered on this small mountain peak, and as time passed, even more cultivators were rushing over. The newcomers frowned. Although they knew that the divine essence-fused light would attract people nearby to investigate, there were too many people here, and from time to time, some of them were secretly communicating with each other. The burly bald man suddenly shouted, "There is divine essence-fused light under that bag. What are you waiting for?" While speaking, he hurriedly retreated, wanting to hide in the crowd. But how could Yang Kai give him this opportunity? Staring at him, he sneered, "Kill him." The Earth Dragon behind him shot out like an arrow, its huge mouth aimed at the burly bald man. The burly bald man cried out in alarm, and then his vision went dark. When the earth dragon straightened up again, the burly bald man was nowhere to be seen. Not only him, but the dozen people around him also disappeared in an instant, leaving only a miserable scream coming from the earth dragon's chest and abdomen. Chapter 40:16. Everyone around was terrified when they saw this, and some even quietly retreated a few steps, trying to get as far away from the earth dragon as possible. In the great cosmological realm, heaven-opening realm cultivators could not exert too much power. This kind of ferocious beast was really difficult to deal with, and no one was willing to face it head-on. An old man looked at Yang Kai and frowned slightly. That person only said one sentence, and little friend is so ruthless. Isn't it too much? The old man's aura was steady and condensed, and his expression was dignified. He was obviously a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and there were many people behind him, about 30 of them. Someone recognized the old man and whispered, "It's the leader of the Orchid Flower Association, Hui." Hundreds of thousands of people were swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss, and entered the great cosmological realm. Other than the Thunder Light sect, the Crimson Star sect, and the Sword Pavilion sect, the scattered cultivators also knew the principle of huddling together for warmth. Thus various large and small organizations were born. For example, Ding Yi raised his arms at the right time and established Di Tian. Another example was the Orchid Association, which was also established in the great cosmological realm. Most of the forces did not have a heaven-opening realm cultivator. After all, heaven-opening realm cultivators were not cabbages that could be seen everywhere. Only a few forces had heaven-opening realm cultivators. Although there were not many people in the Orchid Flower Association, Hui himself was a third-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. His strength was not ordinary, and he could naturally convince everyone. Elder Hu is right. This kid treats human lives like grass. He doesn't look like a good person, another young man said, looking at Yang Kai with an unfriendly gaze. The leader of the mysterious Cloud Association, Liaoyi Bai. Someone revealed the identity of the young man. Liaoyi and Bai Wei held their heads high with pride on their faces. "Young man, I advise you to take this bag away. Otherwise it won't be easy to deal with if you offend everyone," another leader of a force said. With these three people speaking, the rest of the people were immediately filled with righteous indignation. Everyone had rushed over to check the situation after seeing the divine metamagnet light. But when they arrived, they did not see the divine metamagnet light. Originally, they were a little puzzled, but the shout of the bald man before his death reminded everyone. Although they didn't know what was so mysterious about the pouch, it was the most suspicious item in the entire mountain. It must have blocked the divine essence-fused light. How could they be willing to accept this? For a moment the crowd of heroes was enraged. Even though the Earth Dragon killed more than a dozen of the bald man's men, they still hurled insults at Yang Kai. Liaoyi Bai stared at the Six Directions Rui pouch greedily. A pouch that could block the origin magnet divine light was definitely extraordinary. Furthermore, this pouch could actually store the origin magnet divine light. If he could snatch this pouch, then this trip to the origin magnet mountain would not be in vain. With this thought in mind, Liaoyi Bai shouted angrily, "Brat, are you going to take this bag or not?" The noisy voices lingered in his ears, but Yang Kai remained calm. The threats were like a breeze in his ears. Hearing this, he turned his head and glanced at Liaoyi Bai. "So what if I take it, and so what if I don't?" Liaoyi Bai snorted coldly and said, "If you take it away, then everything will be fine. If you don't, then you will have to bear the consequences." Yang Kai grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "I'll wait and see." Liaoyi Bai was displeased. He turned to look at Hui and said, "Old Hu, what do you say?" Hui said solemnly, "Since this brat is so stubborn, then let's see what happens to him when he offends everyone." Liaoyi Bai laughed loudly. "That's exactly what I wanted. Amir the Emperor Realm dares to spout nonsense here. He really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants by relying on a beast? We might as well join forces to take down this beast first, then carefully teach him how to behave." "Agreed." Hui nodded. Liaoyi Bai shook his hand and summoned a long spear. He pointed it at the Earth Dragon and shouted, "Kill!" After saying this, he was the first to rush out and thrust his spear at the Earth Dragon. Although this spear was not as powerful as Yang Kai's black dragon spear, it was still extremely extraordinary. Following closely behind him, the members of the mysterious Cloud Society also rushed forward. As soon as he made his move, he immediately attracted the attacks of the 100 cultivators present, which rumbled as they attacked the Earth Dragon. In particular, the attacks of the Heaven-Opening Realm cultivators were the most ferocious. However, not everyone was attacking. Most of the cultivators present still maintained a wait-and-see attitude. After all, they had no enmity with Yang Kai before, so they were not willing to offend him so easily. The Earth Dragon was already injured by the Divine Essence-fused light, and was in a miserable state. Now that it was hit by countless attacks, blood immediately splattered everywhere. Due to the pain, it spat out blood in all directions. Many cultivators were caught off guard and were affected by the mucus. They immediately let out miserable cries and hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. The mucus had an extremely strong corrosive power, and it instantly melted their flesh, revealing their white bones. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen people had died. Hu Yi, Liao Bai, and the other Heaven-Opening Realm cultivators were all shocked. They had originally thought that the Earth Dragon was a pushover when they saw that it was riddled with wounds, but who would have thought that it would be so slippery? Many of the attacks that landed on its body did not hurt it at all. On the contrary, it was their own side that had suffered quite a few casualties. They really did not know how it had come to be so heavily injured. However, since they had already made their move, there was naturally no way for them to show mercy. The deaths of over a dozen people did not make the others retreat. Instead, it attracted even more attacks. Seeing this, Yuhi could not bear to watch and was about to make her move. Guizian and the others were also filled with righteous indignation. They all secretly circulated their strength, waiting for Yang Kai to give the order to charge forward. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop them, saying softly, "This guy won't die so easily." With that, the Earth Dragon shook its head and swung its tail, plunging into the ground. It directly drilled a large hole in the ground and disappeared without a trace. If it was at its peak, it would still be able to hold on for a while against the attacks of over 100 people, but now that it was heavily injured, how could it be a match for them? However, if it could not win, it would naturally flee. The Earth Dragon's instinct was to drill holes, and this caused everyone's attacks to miss, causing over a dozen people to die for nothing. Looking at the large hole in the ground, no one dared to chase after it, and they could not help but be stunned. A figure flickered in the crowd, and it turned out to be Liao Bai, pouncing towards the Six Harmonies wish pouch. He grabbed the spear in one hand and the wish pouch in the other, an excited expression on his face. Seeing that the wish pouch was constantly vibrating, it was clear that it had already collected quite a bit of divine origin magnetism light. Liao Bai secretly made up his mind to steal this pouch and immediately flee. He could not be bothered with the rest. This pouch was a treasure, and so was the divine origin magnetism light he had collected. Although his actions were quick, they could not escape the observation of the Heaven-Opening Realm cultivators. Seeing this, they all cursed at this guy for being so quick to act. They all used their secret techniques and movement skills to follow behind Liao Bai. In front of the wish pouch, the void trembled as a figure appeared like a ghost. Liao Bai, who was at the very front, looked up and saw that it was that stubborn brat from the Emperor Realm. He immediately roared, "Those who block me will die." As soon as he said this, he raised his spear and stabbed out with peerless might. If it really was just an ordinary cultivator from the Emperor Realm, facing such a spear, they would have no choice but to dodge, but Yang Kai clearly had no intention of dodging. "You use a spear? We're on the same side." Yang Kai smiled at Liao Bai and reached out with his hand, grabbing the black dragon spear. He casually flicked the spear and also stabbed out. This attack was extremely simple, without any fancy moves. Seeing this, Liao Bai was furious. A mere cultivator from the Emperor Realm dared to overestimate himself. From another point of view, this guy did not put him in his eyes at all. Otherwise, how could he so boldly stab out with his spear? In his fury, Liao Bai's strength surged and poured into his spear, wanting to kill Yang Kai on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the two spears collided and a violent force swept out. Liao Bai, who was originally full of confidence, widened his eyes and his pupils were instantly filled with shock. With a series of cracking sounds under everyone's gaze, The spear in Liao Yibai's hand shattered inch by inch, sending fragments flying everywhere. Immediately after, Liao Yibai's charging figure suddenly froze in midair as he felt a stabbing pain in his chest. Looking down, Liao Yibai saw a spear piercing through his chest all the way to his back. Every beat of his heart made him feel like he was convulsing. Unable to help gulping, Liao Yibai looked up at Yang Kai. His eyes filled with disbelief. "You're not good enough." Yang Kai's nostrils flared as he looked at him with an arrogant expression. Liao Yibai opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but how could Yang Kai give him a chance? With a shake of the black dragon spear, a powerful force swept out and with a bang, Liao Yibai's body exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Yang Kai raised his hand and took Liao Yibai's space ring into his hand, putting it away without even looking at it. Everyone was silent. Everyone stared dumbstruck at Yang Kai, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Those heaven-opening masters who had followed behind Liao Yibai and were preparing to snatch the Rui bag felt a chill run down their spines as they froze in place. How could they dare step forward? None of them dared to believe what they had just seen. A heaven-opening master had been blown apart by the Emperor Realm's spear? Even his artifact had not been preserved. Was this young man really from the Emperor Realm? He couldn't be a high-grade heaven-opening in disguise, right? But under the perception of his divine sense, Yang Kai truly did not have the aura of a heaven-opening master. Instead, the traces of the Emperor Realm were extremely obvious. Guizian sneered inwardly. A group of motley crew wanting to become enemies with the sixth manager? They were truly overestimating themselves. Previously, several hundred people from Thunder Light Sect had joined forces and still been scared witless. Even Bijian, a fourth-grade heaven-opening master, had died on the spot, let alone these pieces of trash. It was undeniable that before today, he had never imagined that someone from the Emperor Realm could possess such terrifying combat strength. Everything he had seen today had completely overturned his understanding, but the hot-bloodedness in his heart told him that compared to Yang Kai and Poison Lady, he was more willing to serve under Yang Kai. Being able to follow such a leader was not an opportunity that just anyone could have. Hu Yi's eyes twitched as he stared at Yang Kai and then at the black dragon spear in his hand, asking in a hoarse voice, "What did you do?" In that instant of confrontation just now, none of them had been able to clearly see what had happened. They had only seen Liao Yibai, who had been charging at the front, suddenly stop and then explode. Everything had happened too quickly. Chapter 40:17. I just killed a piece of trash. Yang Kai grabbed the spear with one hand, giving off the aura of a single man holding back 10,000 enemies, coldly sweeping his eyes forward. Who wants to die? No one dared to move. With Liao Yibai's example, he had been killed in a single exchange, so who among the remaining heaven-opening cultivators dared to act rashly? At the very least, no one dared to casually provoke this spear-wielding youth before figuring out his true strength. They all felt very sullen in their hearts. This despicable great cosmological realm, this despicable great cosmological fog. If not for this, how could a mere the Emperor Realm be placed in their eyes? They would still be able to casually crush it. The members of the Orchid Association were both angry and sorrowful. Their leader had been killed in front of them and called trash, but they did not even have the strength to take revenge. There were hundreds of people on the mountain, but at this moment it was completely silent. Only the sound of the Rui Six Directions pouch could be heard. Yang Kai could sense that the divine origin magnet light pouring out of the ground was pouring into the Rui pouch, filling up the space inside. At this moment it was almost half full. Yang Kai did not know if it could fill up the Rui pouch, but he was looking forward to it. In this strange silence, with a loud bang, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground. The earth dragon that had drilled into the ground before suddenly stuck its head out, its mouth wriggling as it swallowed a few unaware cultivators into its belly before retracting back in like lightning. This guy had been beaten up miserably by this group of people and had hidden underground, but now it had come out to stir up trouble. It was clearly holding a grudge. Everyone was shocked and used their movement techniques to rush into the sky. The few heaven-splitting cultivators looked at each other in dismay, their divine senses shuttling back and forth. Even though they knew that there was divine origin magnet light under the pouch, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch helplessly, feeling depressed. Yang Kai suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the distant sky. There was a dense sword light coming from the west. The leading sword lights were imposing as they pierced through the heavens and earth. Hundreds of li away, the sword intent had already swept through the universe. Sensing this awe-inspiring sword intent, everyone couldn't help but look over. After seeing the situation, the eyes of Hu Yi and the other heaven-opening experts all lit up. Sword Pavilion's people are here. Guozian's expression changed as he hurriedly whispered to Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and nodded slightly. Originally, there were 3 major forces in the Star City. One was the Thunder Light Sect, the second was the Crimson Star Sect, and the third was the Sword Pavilion. In terms of numbers, Zhang'e had the least number of people, while Lei Guang and Qi Xing were almost the same. However, in terms of strength, Zhang'e, who had the least number of people, was the strongest. Previously, in the Star Market, Zhang'e controlled almost half of the shops, and the remaining half was divided between Qi Xing and Lei Guang. This showed the strength of Zhang'e. The 3 major forces of Star City had been fighting with each other all year round. Thus, Guozian immediately recognized the identities of those people when he saw the sword lights that covered the sky. The people of Zhang'e all cultivated the sword, and their killing intent was strong. Their battle techniques were unparalleled, and they were famous in the Star Market. Unless they had no other choice, no one was willing to clash with the people of Zhang'e. Yang Kai had forced his way into Qi Xing and had fought with the people of Lei Guang before, but he had never had any conflicts or interactions with the people of Zhang'e. However, news of Yuanxi Mountain had spread far and wide, so it was natural that the people of Zhang'e would come to investigate. After all, people from Qi Xing and Lei Guang had come. Hu Yi and the other heaven-opening experts discussed something, and all of them went to greet the people of Zhang'e. As the sword lights flashed, a number of figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Leading them was a big man with red hair and beard. He was bare-chested and had a dignified expression. Behind him was a woman in palace robes and a young man. The 3 of them all had the aura of the heaven-opening realm, and they were clearly heaven-opening experts. Their sword intent soared to the heavens, and the red-haired man in the lead was the most obvious. Just by standing there, he seemed like a peerless divine sword that had been born. The woman in palace robes was nothing special, but she was extremely beautiful. Her chest was high, her skin was white, her eyes were bright, and her teeth were white. Her hair was casually tied into a woman's bun. On the other hand, the young man's eyes shone like fire and he carried a blue sword on his back. His robes fluttered in the wind, making him look very handsome. Guozian was afraid that Yang Kai didn't know how powerful these 3 people were and hurriedly said, "Sixth head, those 3 are the leaders of Zhang'e. The red-haired man is Zhongfan, a 5th-stage heaven-opening cultivator. The woman is Lu Shui, a 4th-stage heaven-opening cultivator, and the young man is Luo Qingyun, also a 4th-stage heaven-opening cultivator." Yang Kai nodded slightly, indicating that he had heard, but he was a little surprised in his heart. Zhongfan was actually a 5th-stage heaven-opening cultivator, so wouldn't he be on par with Qi Xing's 1st head? Yang Kai didn't know what rank Zhongfan was in Zhang'e. A 5th-stage heaven-opening cultivator was already considered a tyrant in the 3,000 worlds. It was enough to occupy a part of the spirit province and establish a sect. Even in the blessed enclave, such a person would have a seat. Hu Yi and the others greeted them and said something to Zhongfan. From time to time, Zhongfan would look towards Yang Kai with fiery eyes full of aggression. After a while, Zhongfan nodded slightly and flew towards the mountain top, followed by the people of Zhang'e. There weren't many people from Zhang'e this time, only a few dozen, but when these people gathered together, they gave off a silent pressure. The sword intent lingering around them made everyone on the mountain top involuntarily stay away from them, lest they be injured by the sword intent. Is there really divine essence-fused light under this bag? Zhongfan glanced at Yang Kai and didn't take it seriously, turning his head to look at the wish pouch. Hui stepped forward and said, "No one saw it, but the divine essence-fused light did appear here, so this bag is the most suspicious. Since you think it's suspicious, why don't you take it away and investigate?" Zhongfan's question embarrassed Hu Yi and the others, who didn't want to take it away to investigate. However, Liao Yibai, the leader of the mysterious Cloud Association, had died tragically on the spot, so who would want to follow in his footsteps? If it weren't for Zhang'e's sword lights, they wouldn't know what to do now. Seeing that no one answered, Zhong Fan knew that they had suffered a loss. After all, the bloodstains and dismembered corpses on the ground had explained everything, so he couldn't help but snort lightly. Qian Qingyun looked at the wish pouch with shining eyes and chuckled. This pouch is a treasure. He turned to look at Yang Kai and said with a warm expression, "Friend, your pouch?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes. This pouch is good. Are you willing to part with it?" Qian Qingyun asked. "Not for sale." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Don't refuse so quickly, listen to the price before deciding. No matter what price you offer, this pouch is not for sale." Qian Qingyun shrugged and said, "Since that's the case, then forget it. I hope you won't regret it later." Just as he finished speaking, Qian Qingyun turned into a sword light and pounced at the wish pouch like a bolt of lightning. Courting death. Yang Kai was furious. Under the urging of the space principles, the space within a radius of 300 meters around him instantly became incomparably viscous. Qian Qingyun's surprised voice came from the sword light. Obviously, he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so amazing. The change in space actually made it difficult for him to move. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already thrust his spear straight at the sword light. With a sword cry, the sword on Qian Qingyun's back was unsheathed. In an instant, sword chi filled the air and sword intent soared into the sky. No one was able to clearly see what had happened. All they heard was a series of ding ding dang 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 sounds as sparks flew in all directions. Qian Qingyun was sent flying back while Yang Kai held his spear in front of the scepter bag. His face filled with anger. This exchange was so quick that it was dazzling, and no one knew who won or lost. However, judging from the expressions of Yang Kai and Luo Qingyun should have suffered a small loss. At this moment, he lowered his head and stared at his sword, and a trace of pain flashed in the depths of his eyes. The sword's brilliance was dim, and it was obviously damaged in the exchange just now. Zhong Fan's pupils constricted, Lu Shui was indescribably surprised, and Hu Yi and the others were ashen. Even Qian Qingyun, who was at the fourth stage of the split the heavens, was unable to do anything to Yang Kai and even suffered a small loss. Liao Yibai, who was at the third stage of the split the heavens, didn't die in vain. "Kid, you dared to damage the spirit of my sword." Qian Qingyun suddenly raised his head and revealed a savage expression. That short exchange had actually caused the spirit of his sword to suffer damage. Even though it wasn't too serious, it was sufficient to make his heart ache, and it would at least take a few months of recuperation before it could recover. "You dare to be arrogant with trash? I'll kill you if you dare come over again." Yang Kai placed the black dragon spear forward and spoke with a ghastly voice. Earlier, this fellow had a dignified appearance, yet he truly never expected that this fellow would launch a surprise attack and almost seize the wish pouch. Even though the wish pouch was refined by him and wasn't impossible to seize back, if it really happened, then it would definitely spoil his grand plan of obtaining the origin disruption divine light. "Junior, you have some ability. No wonder you're so arrogant." Zhong Fan's expression darkened as he took a step forward, releasing an imposing aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas as he said in a cold voice, "But by doing this, are you trying to make an enemy of my sword pavilion?" Yang Kai acted as if he hadn't heard a single word and simply turned a deaf ear to him as he said coldly, "This king is Qi Xing's sixth manager, and you are just a leader of Sword Pavilion. In terms of status, we are on equal footing, so don't call me a junior. Moreover, even if I become an enemy of your Sword Pavilion, so what?" As soon as these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Hu Yi and the others stared at Yang Kai with dumbfounded expressions, all of them thinking that this person had gone mad. A mere Emperor Realm Master dared to act so arrogantly in front of Zhong Fan? Did he not know how to write the word, death? Zhong Fan was a fifth-stage heaven splitter, and was even more proficient in the sword Dao. The number of people he had killed in his life was probably more than what this kid had ever seen, yet he still had the guts to provoke him like this. Qian Qingyun couldn't be bothered to get angry anymore, and turned to look at Lu Shui. "Is this boy stupid?" Lu Shui's expression was cold, but her voice was very gentle. "Or he has something to rely on." "Good." Zhong Fan shouted, "It's been a long time since I've seen such a courageous boy. In that case, this king will teach you the consequences of becoming an enemy of my sword pavilion." Chapter 40:18. As soon as Zhong Fan finished speaking, a blazing flame suddenly engulfed his entire body. It was unknown what kind of cultivation technique he was cultivating, but it was actually so blazing and violent. With a raise of his hand, a wide longsword appeared in his hand. At first glance, this longsword looked somewhat similar to the myriad sword that Yang Kai had once used. They were both heavy swords that had no sharp edges, and were extremely crafty. However, the grade of this sword was clearly much higher than the myriad sword. As soon as the sword was drawn, Zhong Fan's entire aura suddenly changed. The blazing flames coiled around the sword like a spirit snake, causing the temperature of the entire mountain to rise sharply. Hu Yi and the others looked excited, and they were secretly delighted. Previously, they were frightened by Yang Kai's aura, and now that they saw Zhong Fan make a move, they were naturally looking forward to it. However, at this moment, a series of shouts suddenly came from afar. "Dingyan, your might is boundless." Following the orderly shouts, an overwhelming number of rays of light flew over from afar. As they flew, they shouted, as if they were afraid that no one would know that they were here. Everyone looked in that direction with strange expressions, and the tense atmosphere suddenly froze. However, after seeing the number of people, many people's expressions changed slightly. Even the 3 leaders of the Sword Pavilion couldn't help but shiver. There was no other reason. There were simply too many people coming down, covering the sky and covering the earth. At first glance, there were at least 700 to 800 people, or even over 1,000 people. There were only 1,000 people gathered on the mountain top, and the number of people coming down was almost the sum of all the people here. The leader was a young man with an arrogant expression. He carried a large blade with a ghost head on his shoulder, and his nose was pointed at the sky. Before he arrived, his voice had already come from afar. "Ditian is handling a matter. All unrelated people should retreat." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, and his expression was slightly strange. Ding Yi was truly a vengeful ghost that refused to disperse. He could be seen everywhere. It could be seen that this guy had been living quite well recently, and had gathered a lot of people under him. His confidence had once again exploded. Ding Yi's words were a little too big, so naturally, they were not pleasing to the eyes. Many people had unpleasant expressions, and Zhong Fan even snorted coldly. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 people from Ditian sect had already arrived. Ding Yi stopped in his tracks, and the 1,000 people from Ditian sect also stopped behind him. They neatly arranged themselves into several square formations, and at first glance, they seemed to be well trained. The 1,000 people behind them made Ding Yi stand out like a crane among chickens, giving off an extraordinary aura. However, there were no heaven-opening realm cultivators in their group. After all, Ditian was established with Dizun as the heavens, so they naturally wouldn't take in heaven-opening realm cultivators. Ding Yi took out his saber and poked it in the air in front of him. He looked down and said casually, "I heard that a heaven-opening realm cultivator is bullying the Emperor realm? If this were the outside world, how would he dare to spout such nonsense in front of a heaven-opening realm master? He would most likely have bowed his head and groveled. It was only in the special environment of the great cosmological realm that he could spout such arrogant words. He also enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, and the illusion of being in control of everything made him extremely infatuated. "Brothers, what do you think we should do?" Ding Yi shouted with his saber. "Dingyan, your might is boundless." Ditian's people shouted in unison. Ding Yi grinned. "That's right. Which friend down there is being bullied? Don't be afraid, since I'm here, I'll ensure your safety." Zhong Fan turned his head and said, "Who's this guy?" The woman in palace attire, Lu Shui, stepped forward and whispered a few words to Zhong Fan. Zhong Fan nodded slightly. Only then did he know that this Ditian had been in the limelight recently. He wandered around with the name of Dizun as the heavens, and attracted many people to join him. It was said that at its peak there were 5,000 people. It was unknown why only 1,000 people had come this time. As Zhong Fan spoke, Ding Yi also saw Yang Kai. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. "It's you. We meet again." Yang Kai grinned at him. Ding Yi's expression was strange as he hesitated. After killing his way out of the beast tide, Ding Yi had led his people to a mountain valley and happened to run into Yang Kai and the others who were resting there. They had some unpleasant experiences, and he had almost been killed by Yang Kai. After surviving with great difficulty, he had passed down an order that if they met Yang Kai in the future, they were not to clash with him. He had never expected to see this guy again today. Thinking of Yang Kai's burning palms and the miserable state of the people he had killed, even though it had been several months, Dingy couldn't help but feel apprehensive. However, he had led 1,000 people here today, so if he wanted to take revenge, it wasn't impossible. After pondering for a moment, Dingy seemed to have made up his mind and gritted his teeth. Since there is a heaven-opening realm master here today, this Ding won't bicker with you about the enmity of that day. Come here quickly. Since this Ding said he would ensure your safety, he won't let you suffer any harm. In front of this Ding, a heaven-opening realm cultivator won't be able to bully an emperor. It was unknown what he had encountered in the past for him to treat a heaven-opening realm cultivator with such hatred, not even wanting to pursue the enmity he had with Yang Kai, and instead wanting to protect him. Yang Kai's eyes flashed when he heard this, finding this fellow's foolishness to be somewhat cute. He smiled faintly and said, "No need, I'll stand here and see who dares to touch me." Dingy was stunned, but he immediately gave him a thumbs up. "You've got guts. This Ding admires people with guts like you the most. I'm definitely going to befriend you." Holding his blade in front of him, he glared at Zhongfan and the other heaven-opening realm cultivators. "Scram, or I'll kill without mercy." These words were not small, but it was unknown whether these 1,000 people had the ability to do so. However, even though they were facing an enemy several dozen times their size, the several dozen people from Sword Pavilion did not show the slightest fear, instead looking coldly at Di Tian's group. Zhongfan sneered at Ding Yi. "A frog in a well dares to boast shamelessly? Who gave you the courage to act so arrogantly in front of us heaven-opening realm cultivators?" "So what if you're a heaven-opening realm cultivator?" Ding Yi did not put him in his eyes at all. "It's not like I haven't killed a heaven-opening realm cultivator recently. Even if my head is smashed, I'll still die." Zhongfan's face sank. "Junior, are you determined to get involved in this mess? Since that's the case, I'll kill you first." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly shouted, "Sword formation." With a series of shangjing sounds, the sound of swords being unsheathed rang out. The several dozen people from Sword Pavilion, with the 3 heaven-opening realm cultivators at the lead, suddenly linked their auras together. In an instant the wind and clouds surged, and the sword intent was dense. Chi-chi-chi sounds rang out incessantly, and even the space around them became unstable. "Junior, die!" Zhongfan roared angrily, his entire body transforming into a ray of sword light as he rushed forward. Following closely behind him, the several dozen people from Sword Pavilion also used their secret techniques. In an instant, the several dozen people from Sword Pavilion set up a sword array, which transformed into a shocking sword that slashed towards Ding Yi. Ding Yi was shocked, and as he retreated, he waved his blade and shouted, "Kill!" The thousands of people behind him no longer hesitated, and they all used their secret techniques and secret treasures to attack the people from Sword Pavilion. With a series of rumbling sounds, the sky changed color, the earth shook, and the Yuan Qi was in chaos. The shocking sword flashed wildly, but its momentum did not decrease as it slashed into Di Tian's group. Miserable screams instantly rang out, and with just a single strike, more than 10 people from Di Tian were killed or injured, and they fell from the sky like dumplings. The sword danced, and there was no harm in it being held by a formless hand. It killed in and out of Di Tian's group, and no one could stop it. Ding Yi roared incessantly, but Di Tian's group was originally from the Emperor realm, and their strength was not too high. With the help of the array, how could they be a match for Di Tian's group even though they had the advantage in numbers? People were constantly being killed on the spot, and blood splattered everywhere. Ding Yi's eyes turned red as he watched. He was not careless and he took the lead, not fearing death. However, the difference in strength was not something that could be made up for by numbers. It was impossible to defeat Sword Pavilion's sword array without sacrificing a few hundred people. And Di Tian's group did not know if they could hold on until then. "Aren't you going to help? He has provoked such a strong enemy for you." He moved closer to Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai looked at the battle in the sky, then looked at Hu Yi and the others, who were ready to make a move, and said, "I can't leave. If he left, he would not be able to keep the wish pouch." He curled her lips and said, "What a heartless man. Yang Kai sneered. Dingyi has his own plans. Did he really think that he was just standing up for me? If he could defeat Sword Pavilion's group, Ditian's name would definitely spread far and wide. When that time came, would he be afraid that no one would want to join him? However, even so, Dingyi had indeed helped him a little this time. Otherwise, he would definitely have to go against Sword Pavilion's group. Looking at the power of the sword array, it would take some effort for him to take it down. Hence, Yang Kai did not intend to watch from the sidelines. It was just that the time was not right. The battle continued. When everyone saw how powerful Sword Pavilion's group was, they could not help but be dazed. With such a powerful sword array, who could be a match for Sword Pavilion? In just half a cup of tea's time, Ditian had already suffered more than 100 casualties. On the other hand, Sword Pavilion's group was completely unscathed. The shocking sword array was still powerful, and it swept through Ditian's group. Those from the Emperor realm who came into contact with it were either injured or killed. Dingyi ran around and shouted, and finally stabilized the situation, reducing Ditian's losses. The battle began. No matter what the reason was, both sides were in a killing frenzy. Only when one side was completely defeated would it end. After another incense-stick's worth of time, Dingyi grunted and retreated explosively. A 1-foot-long wound appeared on his chest, and he was almost killed on the spot. He hurriedly circulated his Emperor Qi to suppress his injury, but sword intent permeated the wound, causing him great pain. At this moment, Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Tell your people to put away the secret treasure. Dingyi was stunned. He turned his head to look at Yang Kai and saw him staring at him from afar. Although he did not know what Yang Kai meant by this, Dingyi only pondered for a moment before he shouted, put away the secret treasure. After saying this, he took the lead and put away his ghost head saber. Although the leader had spoken, Ditian's group still acted differently. From this, it could be seen how lax their discipline was. If Zhongfan had said the same thing, Sword Pavilion's group would have immediately obeyed. However, Yang Kai did not care so much. He could sense that the space in the wish pouch was already filled with divine essence-fused light, and it would soon reach its limit. Chapter 40:19. After sending a message to Dingyi, Yang Kai raised his hand and laughed maniacally. Here's a gift for all of you. Saying so, Yang Kai put away the good wish bag. An unpredictable light soared into the sky as the divine essence-fused light reappeared. The distorted light tore a hole in the sky, allowing everyone within 1,000 kilometers to see it clearly. A cry of alarm suddenly rang out from the crowd. Ah, my sword! With a xiao sound, a sword flew straight towards the divine essence-fused light while a shocked cultivator in the rear stared blankly, unable to understand how his artifact sword had suddenly flown out of his hand. What happened? Who is it? A series of chaotic cries rang out from the crowd as the faces of all the cultivator who had summoned their metal-related artifacts paled. A powerful suction force suddenly appeared from somewhere in the void, and the artifacts in their hands were all sucked away. The rest of the crowd also stared dumbfounded at the sky, watching as one artifact after another flew towards the divine essence-fused light at an incredible speed. After a brief moment of hesitation, the cultivator who had lost their artifacts hurriedly formed hand seals and sent out their divine senses in an attempt to recall their artifacts. How could they possibly recall them? The suction force of the divine essence-fused light was simply too powerful, and since they had already been sucked away, it was no different from throwing a meat bun at a dog. The cultivator who had first seen his sword fly into the divine essence-fused light did not have time to grieve as his face suddenly paled and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression suddenly becoming sluggish. The sword was connected to his divine sense, so after being washed away by the divine essence-fused light, it had lost a great deal of its spirituality and even his divine sense had been damaged. It would take him at least a year or so to recover. Poo pew pew. Countless people coughed up blood as those who had tempered their artifacts with their divine sense were all injured at this moment. Only those cultivator who had not tempered their divine essence-fused light were unharmed, only losing their artifacts, but even so, their expressions were pained. It's the divine essence-fused light. Someone exclaimed. The divine essence-fused light has the power to absorb artifacts. Everyone be careful. Not everyone's artifacts had been taken away. Hu Yi and the other heaven-opening realm masters were still desperately trying to resist the fluctuations of their artifacts. But when they heard this, their expressions became solemn and they hurriedly put away their artifacts to avoid the misfortune of having their artifacts taken away. In a short time, all the artifacts that had been taken away dimmed and turned into piles of scrap metal, their spirituality completely gone. The divine essence-fused light can actually absorb secret treasures. Isn't Sword Pavilion in danger? Someone murmured. Hearing his words, everyone seemed to realize something and hurriedly turned their attention from the divine essence-fused light to the battlefield. At first glance he was dumbfounded. The sword formation that had been rampaging through Detion's group had been destroyed at some unknown point in time, and rays of sword light were flying towards the divine essence-fused light from Sword Pavilion's direction. No matter how the Sword Pavilion masters activated their divine essence-fused light, they were unable to take it back. Every member of Sword Pavilion cultivated the sword, and they even used secret techniques to temper their artifacts and swords. It could be said that the swords were closely linked to the lives of Sword Pavilion's disciples, and the majority of the abilities of Sword Pavilion's members rested on their swords. At this moment, with their swords taken away, the members of Sword Pavilion were like tigers that had their fangs pulled out. Moreover, they had even lost their swords that were linked to their lives, so there was naturally no way for them to use the sword formation. What's going on? Luo Qingyun was horrified. The sword in his hand had not been taken away. After all, he was a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and his foundation was not something that the Emperor realm could compare to. The moment he sensed that something was wrong, he had already tightened his grip on his sword, but at this moment, the sword in his hand was shaking uncontrollably, wanting to fly in a certain direction. He was completely focused on tangling with his sword, so how could he have the mind to kill his enemies? It's that divine essence-fused light. Lu Shui shouted, and her beautiful face was gloomy. What a vicious brat! Zhong Fan lowered his head and glared at Yang Kai, who was grinning wildly. Previously, Yang Kai had crazily shouted that he would give them a big gift, but no one had expected that gift to be a killing trap for Sword Pavilion. Just this move alone was enough to bury dozens of Sword Pavilion's elites here. In a flash, there was no time to think. Zhong Fan roared, "Follow me." He was the first to put away his artifact, and a dense sword intent erupted from his body as he charged towards the weakest part of the group. However, they had relied on the might of the sword formation to kill their way in and out of the thousands of people in Detion's group. Now that the sword formation had been destroyed, how could it be so easy for them to leave? Asterisk poo-poo-poo. Asterisk a series of muffled sounds could be heard as the Sword Pavilion's disciples spat out mouthfuls of blood. They looked extremely dispirited. When it rains it pours. Unlike some people in the Emperor realm, it didn't matter if their artifacts were destroyed. They would only lose one artifact. The Sword Pavilion's disciples had refined their swords with a secret technique, and they were closely linked to their lives. Once their swords were destroyed, it would be a devastating blow to them. As the swords were sucked into the divine essence-fused light, their radiance dimmed, and the dozens of Sword Pavilion's disciples were greatly shaken. They were severely injured. Dingyi was dumbfounded. Previously, when the Sword Pavilion's disciples had set up the sword formation, it was so majestic that thousands of people in Detion's group couldn't even fight back. The anger and grievance in Dingyi's heart were indescribable. He had already thought of retreating, wondering if it was worth it to provoke these lunatics from Sword Pavilion. However, after Yang Kai transmitted a message to him, the situation suddenly changed. After sword lights flew out from the Sword Pavilion's disciples' hands, the invincible sword formation was destroyed by itself. Following that, the Sword Pavilion's disciples spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale, and it was obvious that they were severely injured. There was no need to hesitate. Dingyi pointed forward and grinned. "Kill him while he's down. Kill him." After saying that, he took the lead and rushed out. His entire body was shrouded in golden light, and the boundless sharpness was terrifying. It was obvious that he had activated the metal elemental energy in his Dao seal to increase his offensive power. Strictly speaking, although Dingyi's cultivation wasn't very high, his strength was still considered decent in the Emperor realm. Just from the metal elemental energy alone, it could be seen that ordinary people in the Emperor realm weren't his match. Furthermore, he should have condensed the heaven-splitting force that was above the 4th grade or even the 5th grade. He probably had his own fortuitous encounters after spending a few months in the Great Void Realm. With a single punch, the weather changed. Since their leader had already set an example, how could Dition and the others be careless? With a loud crash, secret techniques blasted toward the Sword Pavilion's disciples from all directions. Having lost their swords, the Sword Pavilion's disciples were already greatly weakened. Now that their minds were severely injured, how could they resist such a dense attack? If the sword formation was still there, they wouldn't be afraid. However, the sword formation had long been broken along with their swords. Despair filled their eyes, but they couldn't dodge. They could only desperately activate their own strength to form a defense. At the same time, they took out their defensive artifacts. In an instant, layers of earthy yellow light lit up on the Sword Pavilion's disciples. Obviously, they had all activated the earth elemental energy. Some of them even performed the divine technique of the earth elemental energy. In particular, Zhongfan, who was the leader, held a huge shield in his hand. The huge shield was purely condensed from the earth elemental energy and looked extremely solid. However, in the face of the endless attacks, all of this was meaningless. Under the flashes of light, the defensive artifacts of the Sword Pavilion's disciples shattered one after another. Then, the earth elemental energy protecting them was also broken. Even Zhongfan's huge shield wasn't spared. As the attacks struck their bodies, the Sword Pavilion's disciples let out continuous shrill cries. Their lives exploded into a bloody mist in midair, and not even their corpses remained. In an instant, more than half of the Sword Pavilion's disciples were dead or injured. Even Zhongfan, Luo Qingyun, and Lu Shui were injured and dripping with blood. Dition and the others were extremely excited. Earlier, they'd been crushed by the Sword Pavilion's sword formation, and they'd been suppressing their anger for a long time. Now that they saw hope for revenge, they naturally didn't hold back. After the first round of attacks, the second round of attacks arrived. The Sword Pavilion's disciples are finished. Hui watched helplessly as this thought flashed through his mind, and his face was extremely pale. Since he'd advanced to the heaven-opening realm, he'd never taken the Emperor realm seriously. The Emperor realm was his territory. But until today, when he saw the Sword Pavilion's disciples fleeing for their lives and saw Zhongfan, a 5th-stage heaven-opening expert, like a stray dog, he finally understood that the saying "enough ants can kill an elephant" wasn't empty talk. After all, this was the great cosmological realm. And the main culprit was the indifferent young man who was watching with his hands behind his back. Although Dition was the killer, in the end, the death of the Sword Pavilion's disciples was still blamed on the young man. If he hadn't released the divine origin magnet light, how could the Sword Pavilion's disciples have been defeated so easily? Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, Hui felt a chill run down his spine. This kid had killed heaven-opening realm cultivators like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Now that he had obtained the divine origin magnet light, who in the great cosmological realm would be his match in the future? Miserable screams rang out again. Dition's second round of attacks had wiped out the remaining Sword Pavilion disciples, leaving no one alive. Only the 3 heaven-opening realm leaders were still breaking out of the encirclement. From this, it could be seen that the foundation of the heaven-opening realm was different from that of the Emperor realm. Under the divine origin magnet light, they could timely control their swords and prevent them from being taken away. They also had the ability to protect themselves in the storm of attacks. Want to leave? Ding Yi's aura locked onto the fleeing Zhongfan, and he shouted angrily, "Leave your life behind." As he spoke, he threw another punch at Zhongfan. The fist energy swept through the heavens and earth, and with the support of the metal element, its might was terrifying. Zhongfan hurriedly turned around, gritted his teeth and pointed a finger. On the tip of his finger, a stream of sword chi met the saber light. With a boom, the energy rampaged and the fist energy shattered. Zhongfan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure retreated explosively. He had already been injured by Dition's 2 rounds of attacks, and now that he had forcefully used his strength, he was almost no match for Ding Yi. Luo Qingyun hurriedly supported him and exchanged a glance with Lu Shui. The 2 of them turned around, transforming into 2 streaks of sword light that enveloped the 3 of them. They instantly broke through the encirclement of Dition's group and fled into the distance, not even looking back. Chapter 40-20. Dozens of people from Sword Pavilion came aggressively under the leadership of 3 heaven-opening realm leaders. But in less than half an hour, they all fled with their faces covered in dirt. There were dozens of them when they came, but only 3 were left when they left. Even Zhongfan, who was a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, was severely injured and almost died on the spot. On the Origin Magnet Mountain, everyone was silent. Only Tian and the others were left shouting slogans, shaking the world. Dingy even looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, looking insufferably arrogant. His arrogant appearance made many people unhappy, but it was undeniable that after this battle, Tian's reputation had indeed spread, and there would definitely be a place for him in the great cosmological realm. Among the thousands of people present, many were already looking at Tian with shining eyes, considering whether to join in. After laughing wildly, Dingy came back to his senses and wanted to thank Yang Kai, but when he looked down there was no trace of Yang Kai. Even the dozen people standing beside him had disappeared. "Where is Brother Yang?" Dingy asked the people around him. No one knew. Everyone was busy chasing after the people from Sword Pavilion, so who would pay attention to others' movements? However, one of the leaders of the Emperor realm below pointed and said, "They entered the Origin Magnet Divine Light." He had clearly seen that while Zhongfan and the others were fleeing, Yang Kai had already led the dozen or so people around him into the underground cave, silently and without a sound. Ding Yi turned his head and saw that the Origin Magnet Divine Light was still spewing out of the hole created by the Earth Dragon. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes, secretly admiring Yang Kai's courage. He had seen the power of the Origin Magnet Divine Light just now. Not only could it absorb secret treasures, but under the scouring of this divine light, those secret treasures would lose their spirituality in a very short time. How could they have a good ending if they jumped in directly? But soon, an unwillingness to admit defeat welled up in his heart. If Yang Kai dared to jump down, why wouldn't he dare? Moreover, this hole spewed out such dense Origin Magnet Divine Light, so there must be high-quality Origin Magnet Divine Stones below. This was a rare treasure. Without much hesitation, he waved his hand and called out, "Follow me." He took the lead and rushed into the cave. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before the cave. Only when they got close did they realize how terrifying the divine essence-fused light was. When they sent their divine sense into it to investigate, it was immediately ground to dust, causing them to feel a slight headache. Dingy couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He wondered if he should wait and see what would happen. It wouldn't be worth it if he didn't get to eat the mutton and got himself into trouble. A cultivator beside him also came in with a nervous look and said, "Boss, I'm afraid it's a little dangerous to jump in. Why don't we wait a little longer?" If he hadn't said that, Dingy would have really waited. But he had to persuade him. Dingy's neck stiffened. "What are we waiting for? There must be treasures down there. Didn't you see that Brother Yang has already jumped down? He must be looting. I'll go first." You all jumped down. A bitter expression appeared on that person's face. After Dingy finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and leaped forward, plunging headfirst into the hole. In order to avoid any accidents, he deliberately activated his own earth element power to protect himself. It could be said that he was well prepared. However, as soon as he jumped down, he suddenly screamed and shot out of the hole like an arrow released from a bow. Under everyone's gaze, Dingy appeared 1,000 feet away. But when they saw his current state, they were all shocked. At this moment, Dingy's earth elemental energy had been broken. Not only that, his clothes were in tatters, and there were countless tiny wounds all over his body. Blood had practically dyed his entire body red. As he stood in the air, Dingy's eyes were filled with shock, and there was lingering fear on his face. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they knew that the divine essence-fused light couldn't be trespassed at will, after all, those secret treasures had been washed away and turned into scrap metal, they didn't expect the power of the divine essence-fused light to be so terrifying. Dingy couldn't even hold on for a breath. If he had stayed in there for a while longer, wouldn't he have died without a complete corpse? If he was already like this, what about the young man surnamed Yang and the dozen or so people around him? "I'm afraid that boy is doomed." A heaven-opening realm cultivator came up to Hu Yi and whispered. It had been half a cup of tea's time since Yang Kai jumped into the cave with the dozen or so people. There had been no movement for such a long time, so how could they have a good ending? Hu Yi's stiff face finally showed a smile. It's good that he died. Seeing Yang Kai kill Liao Yibai with one move, Hu Yi was really afraid of Yang Kai. If this person was a heaven-opening realm cultivator, it would be fine, but he was just a sovereign. This kind of existence that transcended the norm was a blow to him, so he was naturally happy to see him die. Master, are you all right? A disciple of Di Tian rushed up to Ding Yi and asked. Ding Yi raised his hand and said, I'm fine. Although he said so, there was still a lingering fear on his face. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly just now. Otherwise, something really might have happened. Thinking about how Yang Kai had already been in there for so long, he immediately came to the same conclusion as Hu Yi and the others, that Yang Kai probably didn't have a good ending. Thinking of this, Ding Yi's expression brightened. He waved his hand and said, surround this cave. Kill anyone who dares to trespass. If Yang Kai died, then no one would care about the treasures below. The divine essence-fused light couldn't be endless. There had to be a moment when it stopped. When that time came, he would lead Di Tian and the others down to plunder, then most of the treasures would belong to him. Di Tian and the others received the order and gathered around the cave. In the blink of an eye, the cave was completely surrounded. This action naturally angered everyone, but Di Tian and the others had the might of the slaying sword pavilion, so they were not afraid. Even if the surrounding cultivators glared at them, they were still calm. At the same time, under the divine essence-fused light, a group of more than 10 people was surrounded by Yang Kai's earth elemental power and kept going deeper into the cave. Contrary to what Hu Yi and Ding Yi thought, not only was Yang Kai not dead, he didn't even show any signs of injury. Not only him, but the Crimson Star disciples were also unharmed. Under the earth elemental power's protection, the divine essence-fused light couldn't penetrate them at all. Yang Kai had now condensed the power of wood, fire and earth. However, he still didn't know what grade these three powers were. He couldn't ask anyone about this, so he could only figure it out himself. If the wood elemental power condensed from the immortal tree's essence was classified as a 9th grade power, then the Golden Crow primordial fire and Earth Dragon's Dragon Pearl might be an 8th grade power. In other words, he had now condensed at least one 9th grade power and two 8th grade powers. However, this divine essence-fused light was only a 6th grade power. So how could it hurt Yang Kai and the others under the protection of an 8th grade earth elemental power? That being said, Yang Kai's consumption of qi was not small, so he had no choice but to constantly activate the earth elemental power in his Dao seal. Otherwise, even if he was fine, the others would be in danger of dying. Even Yuhi was no exception. After all, her strength was only at the 5th grade, so she couldn't resist the scouring of this divine essence-fused light. Divine essence-fused stone. A disciple exclaimed as he descended, apparently having seen the treasures around the cave walls. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai had already reached out and retrieved the divine essence-fused stone. At first glance, it was only a 4th grade divine essence-fused stone, so he didn't take it to heart and casually tossed it into his space ring. Yang Kai didn't know how deep this hole dug by the Earth Dragon was to draw out the divine essence-fused light from underground. As he continued to descend, he would occasionally find some divine essence-fused stones around the cave walls. Yang Kai easily collected more than a dozen divine essence-fused stones along the way, but the highest was only a 4th grade while the rest were basically 2nd grade and 2nd grade divine essence-fused stones, so they weren't very valuable. After descending for about 3,000 meters, the space below suddenly opened up and everyone seemed to have fallen into a sea of divine essence-fused light. However, in just 2 breaths of time, the group rushed out of the sea of divine essence-fused light. In their field of vision, a brilliant and beautiful world suddenly appeared. This was a huge cave, and everywhere in the cave, there were flashing lights, each of which represented a divine essence-fused stone. Looking up again above the cave, a vast expanse of divine essence-fused light was continuously pouring out of the cave. Obviously, this was the source of the divine essence-fused light. Yang Kai had collected an entire bag of divine essence-fused light using his good wish bag before, so he hadn't expected there to be such a large amount stored underground. This situation made everyone's heart ache. If there was another artifact like the good wish bag, they might be able to collect more. Yang Kai had thought about using his sealed world bead to collect these divine essence-fused stones before, but after trying it out while falling, he had no choice but to give up. After the 6th grade divine essence-fused light entered his sealed world bead, it actually put some pressure on it. It didn't matter if he collected a small amount, but if he collected too much, his sealed world bead would be in danger of collapsing. According to the current storage capacity of this divine essence-fused light sea, it would run out in at most a stick of incense worth of time. At that time, the people above would definitely come down to search for treasures. In other words, Yang Kai and the others only had a stick of incense worth of time left. 6th young master, we've struck gold. Guozian looked around and muttered to himself. There were already more than a dozen divine essence-fused stones in his field of vision. Although he didn't know what grade they were, the quantity alone was enough to make everyone excited. Not to mention, this underground cave covered an unknown area. As long as they continued to collect, they would definitely find more. Let's do it, Yang Kai said lightly. The reason why he brought Qi Xing and the others down was firstly to consider their safety. He had offended many people before, so it was definitely not safe for them to stay here. Secondly, he needed manpower to collect these divine essence-fused stones. Since he had already expected there to be treasures below, how could he not make some plans? As soon as he gave the order, the dozen Qi Xing disciples rushed out excitedly and began to collect the divine essence-fused stones. Yuhi also didn't say a word and walked towards the brightest divine essence-fused stone, putting it into her space ring after a short while. Chapter 40-21. While he had the others collect them, Yang Kai himself did not remain idle. Under the perception of his divine sense, the pieces of divine essence magnet stone could not hide from him. Everyone from Qi Xing was also very self-aware. Every time they found a divine essence magnet stone, they would deliver it to Yang Kai before turning around to look for others. The divine essence magnet stones in the depths of the earth were indeed different from those outside. They were of extremely high quality, with the lowest being 4th grade and the majority being 5th grade. 6th manager, over here! Guozian suddenly shouted from 1,000 meters away, seemingly having discovered something. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and arrived beside him in a flash. 6th grade, 6th manager, this is definitely 6th grade. Guozian's face lit up with fanaticism as he pointed to a piece of divine essence magnet stone, embedded in the cave wall. The divine essence magnet stone was almost tangible, almost the same as the divine essence magnet light that had rushed out of the cave. Yang Kai reached out to touch it, felt it for a moment, and nodded. It is indeed 6th grade. Guozian's breathing was heavy and he almost wanted to cry. When had he ever seen such a high-quality rare treasure in his life? Although the divine essence magnet light from before was also 6th grade, and if one had the ability they could have used it to condense metal attribute force, but that kind of pure divine essence magnet light was extremely dangerous. The divine essence magnet stone in front of them was different. It contained 6th grade origin magnet force, making it much safer to condense metal attribute force. Although he was excited, he was also a little dejected. Recalling that he had no background to rely on and his aptitude was only SOSO, he had no choice but to condense 2nd grade materials and reach 2nd grade, splitting the heavens. In this lifetime he would only reach 4th grade at most. If he could go back in time, he would never have made such a hasty choice and would have waited for his own opportunity. Many people from the Emperor realm like Qi Xing had not even condensed their Dao seals, or had just condensed their own Dao seals. There were many opportunities in the great cosmological realm. The rare treasures here were much more abundant than the outside world. And there were also many opportunities. As long as they could leave the great cosmological realm alive, it would not be a problem for them to advance to 3rd grade or 4th grade, splitting the heavens. Compared to his initial 2nd grade splitting the heavens, their future achievements would naturally be higher. Dig it out, Yang Kai ordered. Guozian nodded. And then he sorted out his chaotic feelings before rushing over to get busy. In a short moment, he held a millstone-sized divine origin magnet with both hands. 6th head. This amount is enough for one person to condense metal elemental energy, or even more, Guozian said excitedly. Although this 6th grade treasure didn't have much to do with him, he had taken it out personally after all, so he was naturally excited. Grade 6 materials were worth at least 15 million heaven-opening pills. If he had so many heaven-opening pills, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation for the rest of his life. Not bad, Yang Kai said lightly and put it away. There was not much time left for Yang Kai and the others. Once the sea of divine essence-fused light was completely emptied, the several thousand cultivators gathered on the divine essence-fused mountain would definitely descend to search and plunder the treasures. As such, everyone increased their speed. Everyone had a huge harvest, collecting divine essence-fused stones one after another. There was no lack of 6th-grade divine essence-fused stones, and this underground cave was extremely large. It was unknown how large it was. It was impossible for Qi Xing and the others to completely search this place, but since they had taken the initiative, their harvest was naturally not small. After agreeing to meet up here, Yuhi led Qi Xing and the others to search in one direction while Yang Kai headed in another direction alone. Along the way, Yang Kai released his divine sense and ignored all divine essence-fused stones below grade 3, only collecting those above grade 3. The underground cave was indeed extremely large. Yang Kai had been running for an entire day, but he still hadn't reached the end, and from time to time, there would be some forks in the road making him dizzy. After such a long time, the people on the divine essence-fused mountain should have already descended, but such a large underground space was enough for them to search. After another day, they finally reached the end. In these 2 days, Yang Kai's harvest could be said to be envious. He had collected more than 100 pieces of divine essence-fused stones of 4th grade, more than 30 pieces of 5th grade, and 4 pieces of 6th grade. In terms of value, the divine essence-fused stones he found in these 2 days were worth about 100 million opening heaven pills, and this was only his own harvest. Even if Yuhi and the other Qi Xing disciples' harvests were not as good as his, it would definitely not be too little. The only fly in the ointment was that they did not find any divine essence-fused stones of 7th grade or above. Yang Kai thought that there would definitely be materials of 7th grade or above under this divine essence-fused mountain, but he didn't know if there really wasn't any, or if he was just unlucky and had searched in the wrong direction. At this moment it was too late to change the direction of the search. With more than 2,000 people on the divine essence-fused mountain pouring in, no matter how many treasures there were underground, it would not be enough to keep them. He didn't know if others had found divine essence-fused stones of 7th grade or above. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai seemed to have thought of something and grinned silently. With his hands behind his back, he calmly returned the way he came. Halfway back, a group of more than a dozen people came in front of him. When they saw someone in front of them, they could not help but be surprised. The leader of the group even shouted, "Who is it?" With this shout, these more than a dozen cultivators secretly urged their strength, ready to attack. Yang Kai walked over unhurriedly, not stopping for even a moment. However, he didn't show any excessive hostility, making these people somewhat unsure of what this guy's intentions were. When he got closer and saw Yang Kai's face, the leader of the cultivators said in surprise, "It's you didn't die?" Previously on the divine essence-fused mountain, everyone thought that Yang Kai and Qi Xing's group were dead for sure. After all, they had gone down for so long without any movement, so how could they be safe? Only now did they know that Yang Kai was actually alive and well. "Why would I die?" Yang Kai chuckled. The cultivator who spoke mumbled for a while, then forced a smile and cupped his fists. "Lord Yang's divine skills are unparalleled. I admire you." Although they were all in the Emperor realm, this person did not dare to be arrogant in front of Yang Kai. Previously, he had seen the leader of the mysterious Cloud Society, Liao Yibai, die under Yang Kai's spear with his own eyes. For a moment he felt a little uneasy. Meeting this god of death in such a place, would he be tempted by the wealth? If a conflict really broke out with his strength, the dozen or so people on his side would not be able to resist. But they didn't think that Kai Yang would just let out a grunt and walk past them. The dozen or so people secretly sighed and looked at each other, feeling a little absurd as if they had just survived a disaster. "That's right." Yang Kai suddenly turned around and looked at them. "Lord Yang, what orders do you have?" The leading cultivator quickly asked respectfully. "Don't go forward. There's nothing good in front. Let's change direction." Yang Kai dropped a sentence and quickly disappeared. Only when Yang Kai's footsteps disappeared did they confirm that Yang Kai had really left. Someone asked, "What did he mean?" "Idiot, he came from that side, so he must have taken the good things first." The person who asked suddenly realized, no wonder we only found divine essence-fused stones under the 3rd grade along the way, so it was he who slipped through the gaps between his fingers. Fortunately, Yongkai was in a hurry and did not care about those materials under the 3rd grade, otherwise, they would not have been able to find anything along the way. Let's change direction. How could the leading cultivator hesitate? He quickly led his people to the nearest fork in the road and turned into another passage. Yongkai returned along the original path and encountered many cultivators. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, some were in groups of 10, but at most there were 30 to 50 of them. They were all very surprised that Yongkai had survived. Some of the smarter ones saw Yongkai coming from the front and immediately changed the direction of their search without needing him to remind them. Yongkai spent more than a day to return to the entrance. Looking up, the sea of divine essence-fused light that had gathered at the top of the cave had indeed disappeared. If not, how could those people on the divine essence-fused mountain be safe? Yueha and the others were still nowhere to be seen, so they were probably still searching for divine essence-fused stones. Yongkai wasn't in a hurry though. Looking around, he flew over to one of the stone pillars. The top of this stone pillar was a smooth stone surface, enough for several dozen people to stand on. It was only a few dozen meters away from the cave entrance. From time to time, people would fly down from the cave entrance. Obviously, they were all cultivators who had heard the news and wanted to get a share of the loot. When these people saw Yongkai sitting alone on the stone pillar, they couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, no one thought too much about it. In the face of benefits, who would have the time to care about the life or death of others? Everyone went in their own direction and searched deeper. After waiting for less than half a day, 2 ferocious auras descended from the cave above his head. Sensing these familiar auras, Yongkai opened his eyes and looked over, only to see 2 behemoths flying down one after the other, constantly circling around Yongkai, each of their divine senses conveying a hint of flattery. The 2 ferocious beasts had put in a lot of effort and were injured. The earth dragon was injured by the divine essence-fused light, but it had a strong recovery ability and had more or less recovered in the past few days. The scarlet flood dragon was injured by the thunder light cultivator. It had chased after the thunder light cultivator in a rage and only now did it return. Stop arguing. Yongkai was a little speechless towards these 2 fellows. Although they couldn't speak, their divine senses were constantly surging towards him, transmitting some vague information, which was really annoying. Yongkai had no choice but to throw out 2 dragon blood pills to calm them down, each of them finding a quiet place to lie down and refine the medicinal efficacies. Yongkai also swallowed a dragon blood pill, and then closed his eyes to comprehend the mysteries of wood and fire in his Tao seal, looking forward to comprehending some kind of divine technique. Another day later, Yu-He and the others returned, all of them smiling from ear to ear. Obviously, their harvest was not small. Sensing Yongkai's aura, Yu-He's eyes lit up and she led everyone to the stone pillar. Handing over a space ring, "Young master, this is all of our harvest." Yongkai glanced at her with some surprise, not having expected her to hand over all of her harvest to him. Yu-He, on the other hand, smiled as if this was only natural. Yongkai received the space ring and poured his divine sense into it to investigate, his expectations quickly turning into disappointment. Chapter 40-22. The harvest of Yu-He and the others was indeed not small, at least 30% more than what he had obtained. What's more, they didn't even let go of any divine essence magnet stones below 3rd grade, most likely collecting everything they could find. The remaining 4th grade, 5th grade, and 6th grade stones were everywhere, but there were no 7th grade stones. Seemingly aware of Yongkai's thoughts, Yu-He sent him a message. "This divine essence magnet mountain is so rich, with countless low-rank and mid-rank divine essence magnet stones, it is very likely that there won't be any high-rank divine stones here." What she said made sense, but Yongkai was obviously unwilling to accept this. Putting away the space rings, Yongkai turned to Qixing and said, "You've done well. After we return, if you have any needs, just ask. Whether it is 5th grade or 6th grade, as long as you have the ability to refine them, this king will not be stingy." These dozen or so survivors were those who had not fled when facing the hundreds of Thunder Light Sect's cultivators. Regardless of how loyal they were, at the very least they had some courage. As soon as these words came out, everyone's breathing became heavy, and even Guazian was taken aback. "6th Master, how can this be?" 5th grade and 6th grade precious stones were given out by Yang Kai as soon as he opened his mouth. Although not all of them had the ability to refine 6th grade precious stones, there were still some who could refine 5th grade precious stones. These words alone were enough to show Yang Kai's generosity and courage. What's more, there were only a dozen or so of them and none of them had contributed much at all this time. When facing the provocation of Thunder Light Sect's cultivators, it was Yang Kai who had single-handedly dealt with them. All in all, they were only able to survive thanks to Yang Kai's protection. Following Yang Kai to this underground cave was simply a matter of finding some precious stones. If it weren't for Yang Kai pushing his earth attribute before, they wouldn't have been able to descend at all. Putting in a little effort, reaping great benefits, this was something they never dared to imagine before. The harvest this time is not small, and this king is not a person who likes to eat alone. Since you are this king's people, this king naturally hopes that you can grow up quickly so that you can share this king's burdens in the future. Seeing Guizian still wanting to say something, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "It's decided, there is no need to say anything more." Guizian sighed and cupped his fists. "Sixth Master, this lowly one, thank you, Sixth Master." The dozen or so gold precious treasured stones, precious stones. Everyone stared at Yang Kai with fiery eyes, once again feeling that it was a blessing to follow such a master. If it had been the old poison matriarch here, how could she have been so generous? But then again, even with the poison woman's ability, it was unlikely she could achieve what Yang Kai had. Yang Kai continued, "Some of you may have already condensed the power of different attributes, so you should already have a plan for your future. However, this king would like to give you a piece of advice. Regardless of whether you have condensed the yin-yang 5 elements or not, you should still try your best to condense high-quality materials. Although laying down a foundation won't help you reach a higher realm, in a battle high-quality energy may be the difference between life and death. For example, if a cultivator had condensed the 3rd grade fire attribute power before, then his position would be at the 3rd grade sky splitter. If it were in the outside world, without sufficient financial resources and opportunities, he would only look for 3rd grade materials to condense the remaining power. But here in the great cosmological realm, if he chose to condense the 4th grade or 5th grade origin magnet divine force, although it could not help him advance to the 4th grade or 5th grade sky splitter, he would still only reach the 3rd grade. However, he would be able to get more help and more damage when urging the metal attribute power. Guizian said, "Sixth Master is right." A Crimson Star disciple stood up and said, "Sixth Master, I only want the 4th grade. I also only want the 4th grade." Another person said. The rest of the group also spoke out their needs. Basically, they were all 4th grade. Only 2 people pondered for a long time before saying that they needed the 5th grade. In this world, there were many cultivators who were limited by financial resources and did not reach the limit of the Sky Splitter grade. For example, Meng Hong. He had condensed the 3rd grade Sky Splitter power before, but his limit was the 5th grade. It was just that a force like the Great Moon Province could not meet his needs at all. There were also people who were burdened by their aptitude and could not bear the pressure of condensing high-quality Sky Splitter power. Forcibly condensing it would only be counterproductive. Generally speaking, as long as one's aptitude was not too bad, condensing 4th grade materials was not a problem. If one's aptitude was slightly better, there was hope for the 5th grade. As for the 6th grade, it really required an excellent foundation and aptitude. Nearly 10 people out of the dozen or so people stated their requirements, leaving only a few people who looked on enviously. They had already condensed the metal attribute power, so this origin magnet divine stone was naturally of no use to them. Yang Kai said again, "If you have other gains in the future, just tell me if you need anything. This king will not treat you unfairly." Everyone was overjoyed and cupped their hands to thank him. Guizian was happy to surrender. This new 6th Master was so powerful and so generous to his subordinates. It was really rare in the world. It was their fortune to have such a superior. Turning his head to look around, Guizian said, "Sixth Master, there are many treasures underground. Do you want me to take some people to look for them?" "No need. Just wait here. Naturally, someone will come to us." Yang Kai waved his hand. Guizian was stunned when he heard this. He did not know what Yang Kai meant. He blinked and looked at Yang Kai, then looked at the special position here, and then looked at the cave entrance more than 100 feet away. She said with a look of horror, You're not going to rob us, are you? Yang Kai grinned. This tree was planted by me. And this road was opened by me. If you want to pass through here, leave some money. If anyone dares to say no, I'll kill them. He was speechless. Qi Xing and the others also had black lines on their faces. Sixth Master was really bold. He could even do this kind of thing. However, since Sixth Master had made this decision, they could only obey. They all stood behind Yang Kai to show off their strength. Since the appearance of the origin magnet divine light, although 3 days had passed, there were still people flying down from the cave entrance to explore the underground. No one had left this place, but counting the time, it was about time for some people to leave. Although the underground area was vast, it could not withstand the search of thousands of people for several days. The places that needed to be searched had already been searched. Without any benefits, who would be willing to stay here? Sure enough, in less than half a day, a few rays of light flew over from afar, and soon arrived in front of them, preparing to fly out through the passage they came in. However, how could Guizian, who had long known Yang Kai's intentions, give them this opportunity? He immediately stepped forward and raised his hand. Halt! The newcomers paused, and when the light faded, the figures of 6 people were revealed. An elderly man and 5 young men and women. Judging from their appearances, they should be from the same great force. Yang Kai guessed that they had been drawn into the great cosmological realm by the great cosmological fog while working in Star City. All 6 of them looked vigilant as they secretly circulated their strength. However, when the old man saw Guizian's appearance, he could not help but be shocked. He quickly looked towards Yang Kai and found that it was indeed this god of death. He smiled bitterly in his heart. He had witnessed the scene of this young man killing Liao Yibai before and knew that the 6 of them were not his opponent. If it was a blessing, it would not be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it could not be avoided. The elderly man cupped his fists and said, "So it is Lord Yang. This old master has been disrespectful. What advice does Lord Yang have for us?" Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone pillar, opened his eyes, looked at the elderly man and said, "I dare not give advice, but please show me your space rings." As soon as this statement came out, the elderly man's face changed and a young man behind him shouted angrily, "Why should we?" No cultivator was willing to hand over their space ring to others to check. Everyone's space ring had its own privacy. If others were to check it at will, wouldn't it be exposed? Another young girl gritted her teeth and said, "Wishful thinking." The elderly man raised his hand to stop her, looked at Yang Kai, and forced a smile. "Lord Yang, although this old master and these unfilial disciples have searched underground for several days, we have not found anything good. Even if we hand over our space rings, I am afraid it will only disappoint Lord Yang." Yang Kai said lightly, "Whether you will be disappointed or not, you will know at a glance." The elderly man frowned and said, "Lord Yang, how about this? We will give 30% of our harvest to Master and ask Master to let us pass. How does that sound? Martial uncle." The young men and women behind him couldn't help shouting. Their harvest this time wasn't that great to begin with, so if they had to hand over 30%, it would be as painful as cutting their own flesh. How could they be willing? "I will only look at your space rings." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The elderly man's brow furrowed even more, hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, 40%. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this. 50%. The elderly man took a step forward, seemingly having made a great decision. If Lord Yang is still not satisfied, then this old master has nothing to say. Yang Kai still said the same words. "I will only look at your space rings." Oh. The young man who spoke before shouted angrily, "Don't go too far." Yang Kai coldly glanced over. "If I wanted to go too far, you would all be corpses by now. How could I allow you to be so noisy?" Hearing this, the young man's face paled and he couldn't help taking a few steps back. Thinking back to how Yang Kai had killed a heaven-opening realm master, he felt that the few of them here wouldn't be enough to kill him. The elderly man smiled bitterly. "Is Lord Yang so insistent?" Yang Kai remained silent. The elderly man nodded. "This old master understands. Sorry for disturbing master." After cupping his fists, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Leading his disciples in another direction, it seemed that they wanted to look for another exit. Originally, they were still a little worried that Yongkai would stop them, but who would have thought that even after they had walked far away, Yongkai didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. That person went too far, the young woman said indignantly. The elderly man said, now you should understand that in these 3,000 worlds, strength is respected. Cultivate well in the future, don't be distracted. The disciples blushed with shame and nodded. On the other side, he said, aren't you afraid that they will find another exit or forcefully open one of their own? If they can do it, it'll be up to them, Yongkai said indifferently. Chapter 40-23. This place was 3,000 meters underground, and because of the origin magnet mountain, the ground was extremely hard. In the great cosmological realm, under the premise that heaven-opening realm cultivators could not display too much power, it was impossible for anyone to forcefully open an exit. Even if Yongkai went on the field himself, unless he used the black dragon spear, he would not have a chance. Only the earth dragon, who was naturally good at digging holes, was able to directly drill a passage into the origin magnet mountain. Time passed slowly, and people constantly flew over from all directions, wanting to leave through the passage, but without exception, they were all stopped by Guizian. At the entrance of the passage, more and more people gathered, and in less than half a day, there were already several hundred people. Yongkai sat on the stone pillar calmly, and the several hundred people below were noisy and indignant. Many people looked at Yongkai with hatred, but none of them dared to provoke him, only cursing him in their hearts. As time passed, more and more people gathered here, but they did not know what was going on. After asking around, they learned that the sixth manager of the Crimson Star sect actually wanted to bribe people to pass through, and he even shamelessly said that he wanted to check the space ring of a passing cultivator. No one would agree to such a rude request. After all, what if they handed the space ring to Yongkai and Yongkai snatched it away? They definitely could not defeat him, nor could they snatch it back, so although there were many people gathered here, no one could leave. Hui was also here, and besides him, there were several other heaven-opening realm cultivators. Everyone looked at them, hoping that they could uphold justice. Hui did not want to be the first to stand out, and he wished he could shrink back into the crowd, but with so many people looking at him, he had no choice but to stand out. After all, if a heaven-opening realm cultivator did not stand out, how could he count on the Emperor realm to speak up? Raising his hand to calm the rioting crowd, Hui said, everyone, please calm down and allow this Hu to inquire about Manager Yang's intentions. Everyone cupped their fists and said, thank you for your trouble, Manager Hu. Hui sighed in his heart, then raised his head to look at the direction Yongkai was at, then looked at the crimson double-worm that seemed to be sleeping but was actually ferocious and monstrous as it lay nearby, and his scalp went numb. He silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then flicked his sleeve and flew up the stone pillar. Guizian and the others looked at him coldly, but they did not stop him. Hui climbed up the stone pillar. He first cupped his hands towards Guizian and then towards Yongkai. Master Yang. Yongkai opened his eyes and looked at him. Master Hu, have you figured it out? Since you've figured it out, please give me your space ring. The corners of Hui's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile and said, Headmaster Yang must be joking. This Hu came here just to ask Headmaster Yang, what is the meaning of this action? Yongkai said indifferently, what do you mean? Hui said, it should be for the origin magnetic divine stone. Since you know, why are you being so long-winded? Hui's face stiffened as he frowned. Although I know, I'm afraid Headmaster Yang's actions are inappropriate. Those origin magnetic divine stones are something everyone worked so hard to find. Who would be willing to hand them over so easily? What's more, Headmaster Yang is blocking this path and not allowing everyone to pass. There is no reason for him to do so. Yongkai gave him a thumbs up and pointed upwards. This path was opened by me. Is that reason enough? Hui was stunned for a moment before smiling bitterly. This path was really opened by someone else. There was no way he could refute this. Yongkai snorted, without this king's permission, you used the passage opened by this king's subordinate spirit beasts to search for origin magnetic divine stones. This king didn't pursue this matter, but now that I'm asking you to share some benefits, you're making all kinds of excuses. What, do you really think this king is a pushover? We wouldn't dare. Hui hurriedly waved his hand, thinking that if this guy was a pushover, then there was no one in the Great Void Realm who wasn't. After pondering for a moment, he said, Headmaster Yang's words are reasonable. How about this, you give a number 10%, 20% or 30%. If everyone has no objections, we'll hand over Headmaster Yang's share and ask Headmaster Yang to let us pass. How much do I say? How do I know what you've found? What if you're deliberately deceiving us? Absolutely not. Hui waved his hand. Can you guarantee? Hu Yi's expression stiffened. How could he guarantee this kind of thing? What if someone was really unwilling to pay too much and casually took out some low-quality origin magnetic divine stones to make up the numbers? Don't be long-winded. In short, if you want to leave this place, take out your space rings for this king to check. After checking, this king will naturally let you go. Hui said. Headmaster Yang's move is likely to anger everyone. Yang Kai sneered. It's not like it's the first time. Hui shook his head and said, that was then and this is now. Previously, the people's hearts were not united. But now, everyone wants to leave. If Manager Yang insists on stopping them, these hundreds and thousands of people will rush over. May I ask if Manager Yang can stop them? Not to mention, there are still many people who haven't arrived yet. Yang Kai raised his hand and took out the good wish bag, grinning. Does this king need to stop them? Whoever dares to barge in. Have a taste of the power of this king's origin magnetic divine light. Hu Yi's face turned pale as he remembered that this guy had collected a lot of origin magnetic divine light before. If he was provoked, he only needed to block the entrance and release the origin magnetic divine light. No matter how many people there were, they wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Cupping his fists, he retreated from the stone pillar. The two did not deliberately suppress their voices. So how could the hundreds and thousands of people below not hear them? For a time, many people were filled with righteous indignation, thinking that Yang Kai had gone too far. This passage was indeed opened by his spirit beast, but with so many treasures below, it was only natural that everyone who saw them should have a share. Now he was blocking the entrance to the passage and robbing them. He was simply shameless to the extreme. However, not everyone thought so. Some cultivator were considering whether or not to agree to Yang Kai's request. In any case, they didn't have many good things in their space rings, so he might not be interested in them. This time they didn't harvest many origin magnetic divine stones, so although it was painful to share some, it was better than being blocked here. At that moment, a series of whooshing sounds broke through the air. Everyone turned their heads and saw a dozen or so people drenched in blood rushing over, not even bothering to look back as they headed straight for the passage. Guazian immediately took out his staff and flew to block the entrance of the passageway. Halt! The dozen or so people obviously recognized Guazian and quickly stopped, the leader cupping his fists and asking, What advice does Master have for us? Guazian repeated the same words countless times. If you want to leave, hand over your space rings and let 6th young master inspect them first. Unsurprisingly, the dozen or so people couldn't help showing angry expressions when they heard this. Just as they were hesitating though, Yang Kai calmly said, There are still 10 breaths of time before the people who want to kill you catch up. Either hand over your space rings and this king will let you go, or continue to flee. The face of the leader of this group changed greatly as he turned his head to look back. Sure enough, he saw a group of lights rapidly approaching them. His mind racing, he quickly asked, Sir, does everyone who wants to leave this place have to hand over their space rings? Yang Kai pointed down. Those who haven't are over there. The man looked down and discovered that there were nearly 1,000 people gathered below. Between life and death, this person decisively nodded. Good, in that case, master, please inspect them. Saying so, he took off his space ring and tossed it to Yang Kai. Seeing their leader act this way, the dozen or so people behind him also took off their space rings with different expressions. Yang Kai's speed was very fast, and under everyone's gazes, his divine sense swept through the dozen or so space rings before he raised his hand and returned them all, waving his hand, Let's go. The leader of the cultivators was startled, but he didn't have time to think about it and cupped his fists towards Yang Kai. Many thanks, master. Saying so, he led the dozen or so people behind him out of the passage, disappearing without a trace. 3 breaths after they left, they saw several dozen people chasing after them. Seeing the group from before pass through the passage, these people didn't hesitate to give chase, shouting, Where do you think you're going? However, before they could approach the passage, The scarlet flood dragon that had been napping on the ground suddenly flew up, its massive body directly blocking the passage and spitting out a mouthful of raging flames, scaring the several dozen cultivators so much that they staggered back, their faces ashen. Everyone below was also shocked. From the looks of it, if Yongkai really didn't want to let them go, he didn't even need to use the divine essence-fused light. Just the scarlet flood dragon alone was enough to seal the passage. For a moment, their mouths were filled with bitterness. The leader of the pursuers looked at the scarlet flood dragon and couldn't help but gulp, then turned to Yongkai and said, "Lord Yang, we are Ditian's people." Yongkai didn't even look at him. "Call Dingyi over to talk to me." That person's expression froze, not understanding how Yongkai was related to those people who escaped before, and why Yongkai wanted to protect them. However, he didn't dare to act rashly, quickly taking out his communication bead and sending a message to Dingyi. While he was busy here, the people below suddenly started communicating with their divine senses. Just now, when Yongkai checked the space rings of the dozen or so people, they clearly saw that Yongkai really only checked them and didn't touch anything before letting them go. It was impossible to say that those people didn't find anything underground. There were so many divine essence-fused stones here. Even if one or two of them didn't find anything, how could a dozen or so people not find anything? At the very least, they could find some divine essence-fused stones below the 3rd grade. However, Yongkai really didn't take anything. What kind of situation was this? If that was the case, they might be able to accept Yongkai's conditions. In any case, they wouldn't suffer any losses, at most losing some face. As such, after a brief hesitation, someone immediately flew up and cupped his fists in front of the stone pillar. "Lord Yang." After saying so, he cupped his space ring and handed it over. Yongkai reached out and grabbed the ring, sweeping it with his divine sense before throwing it back. That person was overjoyed. "Farewell." Saying so, he directly rushed up. The scarlet flood dragon made way for him, and that person quickly disappeared without a trace. This scene caused many people to go into an uproar. If there was a possibility that they had seen wrongly before, then this time everyone stared very carefully, not daring to be distracted. From what they could see, Yongkai really didn't take anything. Chapter 40-24. With the first there was a second. One after another, cultivators flew up to the stone pillar and handed over their space rings to Yongkai. But Yongkai simply glanced over them and returned them as they were. After inspecting the cultivator, he happily left. After just a stick of incense worth of time, more than 100 people had left, but in front of everyone's eyes, Yongkai did not take anything from the space rings of these people. Hui and the other heaven-opening boundary masters gathered together, not understanding what was going on. Previously, everyone had thought that Yongkai wanted to take a share of their harvest, and he had even said so himself, but now he was not taking anything. What did he mean by this? Was he looking down on these people's harvests, or was he looking for something else? Regardless, Yongkai's actions were good news for most people. Another person flew up the stone pillar. This person had a fawning smile on his face and was quite ugly, with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. At first glance, one could tell he was not a good person. Just like the others, he offered up his space ring with both hands and waited anxiously. Yongkai squeezed the space ring and looked at him with a smile. "Is it all here?" The man hurriedly said, "It's all here." "Are you sure?" The man hesitated for a moment before quickly calming down and nodding. "I dare not lie." Yongkai coldly snorted and reached out to grab him. A space ring suddenly flew out from the man's sleeve and fell into Yongkai's hand. "What is this?" Yongkai looked at him coldly. The man's expression suddenly became flustered. He had clearly used a secret technique to hide this space ring, but it had still been found so easily. "Master, please spare me." This servant was just confused for a moment. Yongkai did not even look at him and simply waved his hand. Scram! Under the sweeping force, this person was directly swept into the passage. As for that person's space ring, it was left behind. Standing at the entrance of the passage, the man stared blankly at the space ring that had been taken away. His heart aching. Weighing his own strength, he finally gritted his teeth and flew out. Looking around, Yongkai said, "If anyone dares to hide anything, I won't kill you." That's what happened to that person. Everyone's expression turned cold. Originally, there were some people like that person who thought they had found something good and wanted to secretly hide it. Seeing this situation, how could they have the guts to do so? Yang Kai had indeed not killed that person, but he had taken away all his belongings. How was he going to survive in the great cosmological realm in the future? Time passed slowly. One by one, the cultivator landed in front of Yang Kai and flew away one by one. Previously on the mountain peak, there were at least 2,000 people, including those from the Dtion heavens. Later on, there were even more cultivators here. So there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators gathered in the depths of the mountain. Even though Yang Kai's speed wasn't slow, it still took him a long time to complete his investigation. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai searched through the space rings of hundreds of people but did not take anything, except for the space ring of the one who had just been stolen. Hui and the other heaven-opening realms were constantly communicating with their divine senses. At a certain moment, Hui suddenly turned to a cultivator beside him and sent a divine sense transmission. "You go." The cultivator nodded and flew forward. After waiting in line for half an incense stick's worth of time, it was finally his turn. After handing over his space ring, the cultivator waited anxiously, but after Yang Kai finished inspecting his space ring, he actually smiled faintly. "Not bad." He casually tossed the space ring back. The cultivator was slightly startled before cupping his fists in joy. "Many thanks, Master." There were 2 sets of divine origin magnet stones in his space ring. He was worried that Yang Kai would take them away, but now it seemed that he had been overthinking. Turning around, he gave Hui a look that said everything was going well. Hui nodded slightly. "If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided." "Let's go," Hui said. Although it was shameful to have their space rings inspected by someone from the Emperor realm, in this situation, they had no choice but to lower their heads. If they wanted to leave this place, they would have to rely on Yang Kai's aura. Yang Kai had 2 strange beasts and controlled the divine origin magnet light. With him blocking the entrance to the passage, they could not resist. The heaven-opening realms were also a little impatient from waiting and nodded in agreement. Immediately, the heaven-opening realms led their disciples to the entrance of the passage. After about the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, it was finally Hui's turn. After handing over his space ring, Hui waited silently. However, this time Yang Kai finally acted differently. With a single thought, a millstone-sized divine origin magnet stone appeared in front of him and was directly stored in his space ring. Hui's eyes widened as he quickly called out, "Master Yang." The divine origin magnet stone that Yang Kai had taken away was a 6th-grade divine origin magnet stone. And it was the only 6th-grade divine origin magnet stone Hui had obtained on this trip. Only now did Hui understand that Yang Kai had not taken anything earlier, not because he was being benevolent, but because he did not care about the gains of these people. His eyes were only set on those above the 6th grade. "Do you have a problem with that?" Yang Kai raised his eyes, pinching Hui's space ring in his hand. Hui was so angry that his face twitched for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't dare." He was afraid that if he said that, his space ring would be gone. Yang Kai tossed his space ring back to him and calmly said, "Next." Hui caught the space ring. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. He could only glare hatefully at Yang Kai before flying towards the passage. When the people behind him saw this, they naturally understood Yang Kai's intentions. This guy wanted to monopolize the 6th-grade divine stones. For a moment, some people were happy while others were sad. At this moment, a figure rushed over from afar and quickly arrived at the stone pillar, revealing Ding Yi's appearance. At first glance, seeing how lively this place was, he could not help but scratch his head and ask, "Brother Yang, what are you doing?" Yang Kai checked the space ring and grinned at him. "I'm blocking the road to rob you." Ding Yi's expression stiffened and he laughed dryly. "Brother Yang, you must be joking." He thought that Yang Kai was joking, but when he looked carefully, he found that many people were waiting in line. When they arrived in front of Yang Kai, they took the initiative to hand over their space rings for him to check and let him pass. He could not help but tremble. If this was not blocking the road to rob him, then what was? For a moment, he looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of admiration. He did not even dare to think about such a thing, but Yang Kai, who was also from the Emperor realm, had done it. Moreover, there were so many people gathered here. and they were all obediently cooperating. For a moment Yang Kai was shocked. Dingyi was full of interest and he said, "Brother Yang, do you need help?" Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment. "All right, I'll tell you to line up behind Di Tian's people." Dingyi was stunned. Di Tian's people also need to be checked? Yang Kai said, "No one is an exception." He pointed forward, and Dingyi looked over and found that that person was at the heaven-opening realm, but his expression was extremely ugly. Dingyi forced a smile. "No, Brother Yang, Di Tian was on the mountain before. Jiqi, I saved many of your people's lives on the mountain." Yang Kai did not wait for him to finish and interrupted him. Dingyi smacked his lips. What he said was true. If Yang Kai did not release the divine essence-fused light at the crucial moment, Sword Pavilion's sword formation would not have been destroyed. In the end, both sides would have suffered great losses. Even if Di Tian's people could take down Sword Pavilion, they would have to pay a huge price. "Brother Yang, do we really have to do this?" Dingyi asked with a frown. "Don't worry, I won't touch what I shouldn't take. I will only take what is useful." Yang Kai comforted him. Dingyi stood in place and hesitated for a long time. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, Brother Yang, just say the word, and I, Dingyi, will cooperate with you." After saying this, he turned around and flew down, ordering Di Tian and the others to line up behind. One cultivator after another was checked and their spatial rings were released. Yang Kai's intentions were completely exposed. Even if those cultivators obtained grade 5 divine stones, he would not touch them. Only the grade 6 divine stones were kept. Yang Kai had his own considerations. There were many grade 5 divine stones in the depths of the ground. If he really kept all of them, it would be a little too much. If he ate the meat, others should at least get some soup. If he really did that, he would probably incur the wrath of everyone, and a huge battle with these thousands of people would break out. When that time came, blood would flow like rivers. As for the grade 6 divine stones, he definitely could not let them go. Even if he did not need them, there would be a time when he would need them in the future. As such, the cultivator who did not obtain any grade 6 divine stones were overjoyed, while the cultivator who did had a grade 6 divine stone was frowning. What was more, in the end, those cultivator took the initiative to take out the grade 6 divine stones, so that Yang Kai would not have to snatch them himself. However, there were only a few grade 6 divine stones. Yang Kai had checked more than 1,000 cultivators, and he had only found a few pieces. After Dingyi made arrangements for Di Tian and the others, he flew up to the stone pillar and watched anxiously as Yang Kai checked one spatial ring after another. He sighed in his heart. If only he could be as domineering as this, his life would not have been in vain. At this moment, although he was the leader of Di Tian and had thousands of subordinates, he still felt that something was lacking when compared to Yang Kai. Di Tian and the others had arrived later, and could be considered the last batch of people. However, there were many of them, about 700 to 800 of them. Originally, there were 1,000 people, but many of them had been killed in the battle with Sword Pavilion. After checking the spatial rings of Di Tian and the others, a day had already passed. Dingyi cupped his fists with an envious expression. "Brother Yang, you've reaped a great harvest." He had been here for more than a day, and he had personally seen Yang Kai take 7 or 8 grade 6 divine stones from the spatial rings of others. One grade 6 divine stone was worth 15 million, and just these 7 or 8 grade 6 divine stones were worth more than 100 million heaven-opening pills. Not to mention, grade 6 divine stones were simply priceless. If they were taken out, they would definitely be worth more than 15 million. Just by sitting here, Di Tian could easily obtain so many grade 6 divine stones. It was truly enviable. "Thank you for your cooperation, Brother Ding." Yang Kai smiled slightly. After this interaction, some of the small grudges between them had been forgotten. There was no deep hatred between them. As he spoke, Yang Kai's divine sense moved, and the scarlet flood dragon, which had been lying down with its eyes closed, suddenly crawled into the depths of the cave. Dingyi was confused. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai snorted. "There are still people hiding here, thinking that they can hide." Chapter 40-25. Half an hour later, within the Origin Magnet Mountain's underground cave, 2 enormous figures scuttled out like fish. The Scarlet Wyrm took the lead, and the Earth Dragon followed closely behind. More than 10 figures stood on the scarlet WRM's enormous head. After dealing with those fellows hiding in the depths of the cave who wanted to fish in troubled waters, Yang Kai left directly. Ding Yi had also left long ago. Although the divine stones at the foot of the metamagnetic mountain had been plundered clean, it did not mean that there were no more metamagnetic divine stones. The entire metamagnetic mountain stretched for thousands of miles, attracting countless cultivators to explore and search. Even though the abundant underground reserves had been plundered clean, but aside from the underground reserves, the entire essence-fused mountain was filled with opportunities. However, the quality of the divine stones outside was definitely not as good as the ones in the depths. Ding Yi led the hundreds of people in the primary magnet mountain. Not only that, he even sent a message back calling the remaining few thousand people over. They monopolized the mountain range for hundreds of miles and dug 3 feet into the ground. Flying down, Yang Kai sighed slightly. This time, in the end, he still couldn't find a divine origin magnet stone above the 7th grade. The reason why he blocked the way at the entrance of the passage was mainly because of this. Unfortunately, in the end, he still came up empty-handed. He couldn't even find a divine origin magnet stone deep underground, so there probably wasn't much hope above ground. Yuhi observed his expression and knew what he was thinking. She pursed her lips and said, "Isn't the 6th grade good enough? Why are you so insistent?" She seemed to be eager for Yang Kai to condense the 6th grade metal element power, adding fuel to the fire all the time. Yang Kai could not be bothered with him. He just looked at the dozens of people flying over from afar. When the dozens of people came close, they cupped their hands together and said, "Greetings, 6th Master, 7th Master." As they spoke, their faces were filled with fanaticism. Yang Kai looked at Guozian suspiciously. Guozian said, "6th Master, these are the remaining brothers under my command. They were quite far from here before, so they couldn't make it in time. When they arrived, we were already underground, so I made the decision to let them stay on the surface." Yang Kai was relieved. After he became Crimson Star's 6th Master, Crimson Star had allocated hundreds of people to him. Previously, only 30 or so people came, and the remaining dozens were only gathered now. Less than 100 people were not worth mentioning compared to Dtion's thousands of people. However, this was Yang Kai's only subordinates now. "What's the situation above?" Guozian looked at one of the young cultivators and asked. The young man stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Great Commander, we have been searching for divine stones in the past few days, but the gains were not very big. The highest grade was only a 3rd grade divine stone." As he spoke, he took out the grade 3 divine origin magnet stone. Guozian turned to look at Yang Kai. Guozian understood and said, "Keep it for yourself." She knew that Yang Kai had already harvested nearly 20 pieces of 6th grade divine stones, so how could he be interested in a trivial 3rd grade divine stone? The young man was overjoyed. "Thank you, 6th Master." Although he was the one who found it, if Yang Kai insisted on taking it, he would have to hand it over with both hands. Now that Yang Kai told him to keep it, he was naturally happy. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, "Commander Guo, take the brothers and stay here. If a high-grade divine stone appears, report it immediately." In the end, he was still a little unwilling to give up. Although the chances were not high, what if someone really found a 7th grade divine stone on this origin magnet mountain? "Yes." Guozian nodded respectfully. "Take this." Yang Kai took out a bead and handed it to Guozian. Guozian took it and asked suspiciously, "6th Master, this is Space Spirit Bead." A Space Spirit Bead appeared in Yang Kai's hand. These 2 beads are a pair and have a mysterious connection with each other. Don't put it in your space ring, just carry it with you. Yang Kai did not explain in detail. Guozian naturally obeyed, turning his head to look to the side and saying, "But 6th Master, although the several dozen of us here are stronger than some stragglers, in the end there are too few of us. If we really find something good and get into a conflict with others without 6th Master here, I'm afraid we won't be a match. If you have something to say, then say it." Yang Kai glanced at him. Guozian smiled somewhat embarrassedly and pointed to the scarlet flood dragon and earth dragon nearby. This humble one would like to ask 6th Master to keep one of them, preferably the earth dragon. That way, if the situation turns bad, we can have it dig a hole to make it easier for us to escape. Yang Kai laughed. "You're quite the schemer. Fine, I'll leave both of them to you." Guozian was overjoyed. Many thanks, Sixth Master. With these two strange beasts, he had nothing to fear unless one of the few great forces took action. Are you coming? Yang Kai turned to look at Yu He. Yu He pursed her lips and smiled. Wherever young master goes, I will naturally follow. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and reached out to grab her arm. With a move of his divine sense, he instantly disappeared from the spot. Everyone from the Crimson Star sect was dumbfounded. No one saw how Yang Kai disappeared, but under the perception of their divine sense, they could no longer sense Yang Kai's aura. Space divine technique. Guozian had a look of fascination. With this divine technique, even if the great cosmological abyss was big, there was nowhere he could not go. The youth from before came over with a sneaky look and said in a low voice, Commander, we heard some incredible news earlier, but we don't know if it's true or not. What did you hear? Guozian glanced at him. The youth chuckled. Someone said that our sixth master killed a heaven-opening realm cultivator with a single spear strike? It said that the heaven-opening realm cultivator was the leader of some mystic cloud association called Liaoyi Bai. The rumors are very vivid. Someone frowned and said, Commander, could it be that someone wants to kill our sixth master by flattery? I've also heard that our sixth manager is very powerful. With his emperor realm strength, he was able to kill the poison matriarch in Gan Hong, forcing his way into Crimson Star. However, killing a heaven-opening cultivator in a single move is still a bit unrealistic. Guozian coldly snorted. You think it's unrealistic because you haven't seen it? As soon as this was said, the expressions of the dozens of newcomers shook, and the youth said in surprise, Commander, that news can't be true, right? Guozian said. This commander saw the sixth master's peerless divine might with his own eyes. How can it be false? There was a burst of gasps as the dozens of people did not dare to believe it, but Guozian said it with certainty, so how could it be that he was joking? Guozian looked disappointed. Although this commander is a second-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, in the great cosmological abyss, the sixth master can probably crush me with a finger. The corner of the youth's mouth twitched. Commander is too modest. Guozian slowly shook his head. You've only heard about the sixth master killing Liaoyi Bai with a single spear strike. But you don't know that before that, our sixth master killed hundreds of people in Thunder Light Sect, and even Bijian died at his hands. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Guozian seriously, as if they wanted to see if he was joking. On the other hand, the dozen or so people behind Guozian, because they had witnessed the battle with their own eyes, still rejoiced in retrospect. Although Yang Kai had Scarlet Flood Dragon's help at that time, in hindsight, even without Scarlet Flood Dragon, the sixth masters might have been unstoppable. The youth muttered, so, the matter of the sixth master blocking the road and robbing thousands of people lowering their heads is also true? Because not many people had seen the battle with Thunder Light Sect, there was little news that spread. But Yang Kai killing Liaoyi Bai with a single spear strike and blocking the road at the entrance of the underground passage were all witnessed by thousands of people. Our sixth master is an incredible figure. To be able to follow him is our luck. After Guozian finished speaking, a cultivator behind him said excitedly, and he's also very generous. The sixth master said that as long as we brothers can use the harvest this time, no matter if it's 4th grade, 5th grade or 6th grade, we can ask him for it, and it will be the same in the future. 5th grade or 6th grade. Is that true? Some people didn't dare to believe it. A 5th grade was worth 1.5 million and a 6th grade was worth 15 million. These kinds of things could be casually given away? To what extent was the sixth master so generous? Guozian chuckled. Whether it's true or not, you'll know when we return this time. But I don't think the sixth master will go back on his words. Clapping his hands, his expression turned solemn. All right, let's not be long-winded. Hurry up and get busy. Maybe we can even find some high-quality divine origin magnet stones. After saying that, Guozian went straight to the Earth Dragons. The Earth Dragons were experts in digging holes, so although they had fewer people, if they used the Earth Dragons well, their harvest might not be worse than others. Star City, Yang Kai's mansion. In the side room, when a figure flashed by, Yang Kai and Yu He had already appeared here. Yu He was stunned. She turned her head to look around and hesitated. This is Star City? She more or less had some impression of Yang Kai. Yes. Yang Kai pushed the door open and walked out. Yu He followed closely behind and cried out involuntarily. You can teleport tens of thousands of miles? The Divine Origin Magnet Mountain was tens of thousands of miles away from here. In just a breath's time, Yang Kai actually brought her back from the Divine Origin Magnet Mountain. Even though Yuhi was experienced and knowledgeable, she couldn't help but be shocked. The space divine technique, was it really so powerful? If that was the case, then who in this world could kill Kai Yang? Unless heaven and earth were sealed, he could teleport tens of thousands of miles, and no one could catch up to him. My abilities are beyond your imagination. Yang Kai sneered. He didn't tell her that he was using the space spirit bead. Before leaving, Yang Kai had already left a space spirit bead in his bedroom, so he could come and go as he pleased. Yuhi said bitterly, "Then why didn't you teleport to the Divine Origin Magnet Mountain before?" Previously they had to travel a long distance to get there. "I've never been to the Divine Origin Magnet Mountain, so how could I locate it?" Yang Kai casually replied. Yuhi thought about it and agreed. It was indeed not easy to teleport to a place where one had never been before. If something went wrong, it would be no joke. As the two of them talked, they had already arrived in front of the secret chamber. The two disciples from the Great Moon State were standing in front of the secret chamber, waiting anxiously. When they saw Yang Kai, they immediately greeted him, "Brother Yang. How's the situation?" Yang Kai asked. Before he left, Meng Hong was refining the rank 5 True Sun Flame. Now that a few days had passed, he didn't know how it was going or whether it was going smoothly. Chapter 40-26. The two disciples of the Great Moon State slowly shook their heads, looking worried. They couldn't help but worry. Meng Hong was condensing the 5th grade True Sun Fire this time, and if there was a slight mistake, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. They hated Chunyu even more. If it weren't for this woman, how could Big Brother have suffered such a blow and take such a risk? "It won't be so fast," Yuhi said. "It's only been a few days, how can there be results?" The speed of condensing the power of yin and yang, and the 5 elements has a lot to do with one's aptitude. The shortest time is 10 days to half a month, and the longest time is a year. You have condensed it yourself, so you should have experience. Speaking of this, Yuhi's beautiful eyes suddenly shrank, as if she had thought of something, and looked at Yang Kai in horror. In Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai only spent about 20 days to condense the 7th grade Earth elemental power. This speed was simply terrifying. When she condensed the 5th grade Earth elemental power, which time was less than half a month. The longest time it took her was 3 months. Condensing the 7th grade Earth elemental power in 20 days. How terrifying was this guy's aptitude and foundation? Yang Kai didn't notice her thoughts. Thinking about the scene when he condensed the 5 elements' elemental power, it seemed to be true. He ordered the 2 disciples of the Great Moon State, "Keep an eye on them at all times. If there is anything strange, report to me immediately." "Yes, Brother Yang." The 2 disciples of the Great Moon State cupped their hands and replied. When he returned to his room, Yuhi followed him like a shadow. Yang Kai slowly got used to it and didn't have much scruples about her. He directly counted the harvest of this trip to the Yuan-Ci Mountain. Under the Yuan-Ci Mountain, his own harvest was not small. He didn't collect the divine stones of the 3rd grade and below, only the divine stones of the 3rd grade and above. Among them, there were more than 100 4th grade divine stones, more than 35th grade divine stones, and as many as 4 6th grade divine stones. This alone was worth hundreds of millions of heaven-opening pills. Yuhi, Guizian, and the others gained more. After all, they had more people, so their harvest was about 30% more than Yang Kai's. After that, they robbed people at the entrance of the passageway, and they plundered a total of 17 to 18 6th grade Divine Origin magnetism stones. This was an extremely terrifying number, and it was enough to make those blessed paradises go crazy. Only in the great cosmological realm would one have such a terrifying harvest. In the outside world, one would not have such an opportunity in the 3,000 universes. All in all, not counting the Divine Origin magnet stones below the 3rd grade, there were 245 pieces of the 4th grade, 73 pieces of the 5th grade, and 26 pieces of the 6th grade. Even according to the market price, the Origin magnetic divine stones placed in front of Yang Kai were worth nearly 600 million heaven-opening pills. However, if they were to be sold, they would definitely fetch a higher price. Getting rich overnight was nothing more than this. Moreover, this kind of heavenly treasure was a hard currency. No matter where it was placed, it would not go unnoticed. Instead, it was a good thing that would cause a great commotion. Young master, you're rich. Yuhi also smiled until her eyes turned into crescents. Yongkai benefited, and she seemed to be happier than herself. Yongkai was also in a good mood, and the depression of not finding a 7th grade divine stone was swept away. He laughed and said, "It's just as." Yuhi covered her mouth and giggled. "If young master succeeds in the future, don't forget to be at my beck and call." Yongkai waved his hand generously. "Don't worry, as long as I have something to eat in the future, I won't let you go hungry." Yuhi's beautiful eyes glistened. "Thank you, young master." Yongkai temporarily put away all the divine origin magnet stones and took out the auspicious pouch. The value of the divine origin magnet stones could be calculated, but the value of this pouch of divine origin magnet light could not be calculated at all. This thing was extremely powerful and unpredictable. Under full force, there were very few people in this world who could withstand it. At the very least, no one in the great cosmological realm could withstand it. However, although the 6 directions auspicious pouch collected a lot of divine origin magnet light, Yongkai was a little worried about how to use it. Normally, a cultivator could use this divine origin magnet light to condense the power of the metal element. If it was successful, it would definitely be a 6th grade divine stone. However, there was probably no cultivator in this world who could draw this kind of condensed divine origin magnet light into the seal safely. If it was really done, it would not take long for the seal to be destroyed by the divine origin magnet light, and the cultivator would perish. Do you have any good suggestions? Yongkai turned his head to look at Yuhi. Although this woman was crazy, she was still a 5th grade divine stone after all. In terms of knowledge and experience, Yongkai could not compare to her. Yuhi frowned and pondered. After a long time, she slowly shook her head. "I can't think of anything." Although she had previously advised Yongkai to collect the divine origin magnet light first and think of a way to use it in the future, she did not have any good ideas. She wanted Yongkai to absorb the divine origin magnet light. With Yongkai's previous performance, he should be able to do it. However, saying this would only invite a rebuff, so there was no need to ask. Yongkai was also at his wit's end. Obtaining something good but not being able to use it really made one feel helpless. Moreover, if he did not find a way to transfer the divine origin magnet light from the auspicious pouch as soon as possible, he would not be able to use the 6 directions auspicious pouch. He could not open the pouch and release the divine origin magnet light when facing enemies in the future, right? If he really did so, it was not impossible, but the divine origin magnet light would not be able to last for more than a few times. It was really too wasteful. He and Yuhi looked at each other, at a loss of what to do. After a long time, Yongkai finally gave up. If it really did not work, he could only release the divine origin magnet light when facing enemies in the future. If it was a waste, then it was a waste. After asking Yuhi to leave, Yongkai went into seclusion to comprehend the wood and fire divine technique. As the days passed, the news in the divine origin magnet mountain gradually spread. The news that Yongkai had killed a 3rd grade heaven opening expert with the power of an emperor spread like wildfire. Many people were unwilling to believe it. After all, this kind of thing was too bizarre. Even in the great cosmological realm, a heaven opening expert had the foundation of a heaven opening expert. How could it be so easy to kill? Moreover, it was done in one move. However, many people had seen it with their own eyes at that time, and the rumors were so vivid that it made people suspicious. There was no smoke without fire. In addition, Yongkai later robbed people in the cave under the divine origin magnet mountain, relying on the power of the 2 fierce beasts and the power of the divine origin magnet light to force thousands of people to bow their heads and let him plunder them. The name of Yongkai quickly spread throughout the great cosmological realm, and completely entered the field of vision of various large and small forces. It could be said that he became famous overnight. Adding fuel to the fire, almost half of the people in the great cosmological realm knew that the divine origin magnet stones on the divine origin magnet mountain had basically fallen into Yongkai's pocket, especially the 6th grade ones. Almost none were left. It was said that in the divine origin magnet mountain, Yongkai had obtained no less than 100 6th grade divine origin magnet stones, and the 5th grade and 4th grade ones were simply uncountable. Many people had not heard of Yongkai's name, And after inquiring around, it was easy to find out that Yang Kai was the new sixth master of Crimson Star. For a time, countless gazes were focused on the star market controlled by Crimson Star. Every day, there would be a cultivator coming from all directions. For a time, the star market was filled with people. Around Yang Kai's mansion, in the tea houses and restaurants, pairs of eyes were closely watching from afar. There were even people who came to visit and reported their names one after another when they came to the mansion. The servants guarding the door had never seen such a scene and hurriedly went to report. Unable to find Yang Kai, they could only look for Yu He. After receiving several waves of people, Yu He was annoyed. These guys had obviously heard that Yang Kai had obtained so many good things and had hurriedly come to curry favor with him. Each of them boasted about how powerful they were, and wanted to join Yang Kai's forces. Those who knew their limits only asked for a 5th-grade divine stone, while those who boasted shamelessly asked for a 6th-grade divine stone. It was fine if it was just 1 or 2, but there were people coming over every day to spout nonsense. In a fit of anger, Yu He broke a person's leg and threw him out of the door, which made the mansion much quieter. In a large hall on several chairs, there were silhouettes, each of them exuding a profound aura. Other than the elusive Great Master, the other 4 masters of Crimson Star were all present: Chen Tianfei, Madame Qin, Bei Yushan, and the Ouyang brothers. Strictly speaking, there were 5 of them, but the Ouyang brothers had always been together, so they could only be considered as one head. Lady Poison and Gan Hong were killed by Yang Kai in this hall. Although a few days had passed, the smell of blood still lingered in the hall. On a specially made chair, Chen Tianfei sat there like a mountain of meat. The fat on his face piled up together and even his eyes were covered. Madame Qin gently plucked the strings of the guqin in front of her, and the tinkling sound flowed slowly, as if an invisible hand was brushing past everyone's heart, making them involuntarily relax. Chen Tianfei coughed dryly and said, "The recent changes in the star market, I'm sure everyone has felt it, right?" Bei Yushan said, "Many people have come." "Yes, a lot of people have come." Chen Tianfei chuckled. "They're all here for our 6th head. I just don't understand. Doesn't this brat understand the principle of not showing off one's wealth?" Ouyang Bing said, "At first I didn't believe the rumors outside, but recently I've come to believe them. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to the Yuanci mountain to take a look." Chen Tianfei said, "It's too late to regret now. Everything has already gone into his pocket." Ouyang Lai said, "He is the 6th head of Red Star. Since he has gained something, he should hand over a part of it. Why hasn't there been any news after so long?" Chen Tianfei turned his head and looked at him. "Why don't you ask him, head Ouyang?" Ouyang Lai's expression froze. How could he dare to ask such a question? On the day Yang Kai killed Lady Poison and Gan Hong, he had seen it with his own eyes. The 2 of them couldn't even last 10 breaths of time in front of Yang Kai. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Yang Kai. Chen Tianfei spat, cleared his throat and said, "Let's not talk about 6th head's gains for the time being. He has offended many people in the Yuanci mountain. Head Zhu of Thunder Light Sect came to me personally and said that Yang Kai killed 100 to 200 people from Thunder Light Sect on the Yuanci mountain. Even Bi Jian died tragically on the spot. He wants Red Star to give them an explanation." Chapter 40-27. The Thunder Light Sect wants an explanation from our Crimson Star? Ouyang Bing raised her brows. "Explanation my ass." Bei Yushan shouted angrily, "In the past, our Crimson Star had many battles with the Thunder Light Sect in Star City, and many Crimson Star disciples died at their hands. Why didn't they give us an explanation? In my opinion, the 6th head did a good job this time. That stinking brat Bi Jian, I've been unhappy with him for a long time, but I couldn't find a chance to kill him. I'll go have a drink with the 6th head later and offer him a toast." The corners of Chen Tianfei's mouth twitched. Madame Qin pressed down on the zither strings and asked, "What did the 1st head say?" Chen Tianfei shook his head slowly. "The 1st head didn't say anything." "So you don't care?" Ouyang Lai asked. Chen Tianfei said, "The Thunder Light Sect can be ignored, but Sword Pavilion has to be vigilant." Bei Yushan was stunned. What does this have to do with Sword Pavilion? He was a man with a bear-like waist and a strong back, like an iron tower, and a straightforward character. He had been cultivating in seclusion recently, so he wasn't clear about what was going on outside. If it wasn't for Chen Tianfei's summons, he wouldn't have come out. Madame Qin said in a light voice, I heard that because of our sixth leader, a few tens of members of the Sword Pavilion perished while even the Starfall Sword Formation was destroyed. Zhong Fan, Luo Qingyun, and Lu Shui fled with heavy injuries and almost lost their lives on the spot. Bei Yushan's eyes widened in disbelief. Even that old fellow Zhong Fan was heavily injured? Was this also done by our sixth head? As the head of Crimson Star, how could he not know how terrifying Sword Pavilion was? Luo Qingyun and Lu Shui were both fourth-grade heaven splitters like him. But Zhong Fan was a fifth-grade heaven splitter. Chen Tianfei waved his hand and said, he didn't do anything, but this matter is directly related to him. It can even be said that the deaths of those people from Sword Pavilion were all caused by the sixth head. Sword Pavilion also sent people over? Madame Qin frowned. Just as Chen Tianfei said, Crimson Star didn't fear Thunder Light Sect, but it was best not to provoke Sword Pavilion. After living in Star City for so many years, even they didn't know what kind of resources Sword Pavilion had. It would have been easy if Sword Pavilion had really sent someone over. Chen Tianfei sighed heavily. Unfortunately, they didn't do so. When Madame Qin and the others heard this, they couldn't help but frown, looking worried. You know how crazy those sword cultivators are. Chen Tianfei frowned. Not only did sixth manager offend so many people in the Yuanxi Mountain under the banner of Crimson Star, but he also made a life-and-death feud with Sword Pavilion. This matter cannot be resolved peacefully. My eyelids have been twitching these past few days and I have a feeling that a storm is coming. It's impossible for the Sword Pavilion to let this go. Madame Qin shook her head slowly. Ouyang Lai said, this matter is difficult to handle. It would be fine if they were only injured, but the problem is that so many people have died. Moreover, the Starfall Sword Formation is the foundation of the Sword Pavilion. The destruction of the Starfall Sword Formation is tantamount to slapping the Sword Pavilion's face. It's impossible for the Sword Pavilion to take this lying down. Ouyang Bing continued, pass down the order. Tell the people below to be careful, especially if they encounter people from Sword Pavilion. Avoid them as far as possible. It's best not to have any contact with them. Chen Tianfei sighed, that's what I meant. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let that surnamed Yang be the sixth manager. Now in just a few days Crimson Star has provoked so many enemies. How can the Crimson Star establish a foothold in the Great Void Realm in the future? What's the use of speaking in hindsight? At that time he killed the femme fatale in Gan Hong. Who dared to say a word? What he said was true. If he hadn't agreed to let that surnamed Yang enter Crimson Star, it would have been more than just the femme fatale in Gan Hong who died. But thinking of the current situation, Chen Tianfei's mouth was filled with bitterness. He secretly decided that he would pay a visit to Yang Kai later, and ask him to restrain himself in the future. Crimson Star couldn't provoke any more enemies. If they offended the public again, it would really be difficult for them to move forward in the Great Void Realm. After dispersing, Chen Tianfei immediately rushed to Yang Kai's mansion. His fat body couldn't stop him from walking quickly. Soon he arrived in front of Yang Kai's mansion. He couldn't help but frown. With his fourth-grade foundation he could naturally sense that within 1,000 feet, there were pairs of eyes secretly staring at Yang Kai's mansion. He knew that this was the fault of the sixth-grade Divine Origin Magnet Stone. The most precious treasure in the entire Divine Origin Magnet Mountain was in his pocket. Who wouldn't be jealous? Even he, Chen Tianfei, had thought about it before. There was someone in front of the mansion. A young man led a group of servants and stood in front of the mansion. He had an arrogant expression and his nose was pointed to the sky, as if he was the boss. A cultivator who looked like a guard shouted, "Call your master out." Inside the gate, Shan Yu looked at this group of fierce-looking guys with a pale face and asked weakly, "Is there something I can help you with?" These days there were many people who came to visit Yang Kai, each with their own little schemes, but since he broke one of their legs and threw him out in anger, it had become much quieter. He hadn't expected someone else to come, and this time the person who had come was extremely aggressive. The person who had spoken clearly had the aura of a heaven-opening expert. Chen Yu had never seen such a scene before, and was at a loss for a moment. The guard said, There's no need to talk to a servant like you. Call your master out. Although Chunyu was a bit scheming, her strength was still lacking and she could not come into contact with too many things. At this moment she could not tell who this person was, so she said to wait a moment and hurried in to find Yuhi. She did not know that Yang Kai was in seclusion, but she did not have the face to see Yang Kai. After the matter with Stars Zhao, she was already thankful to be able to stay here. How could she have the courage to go see Yang Kai? Yuhi was grooming herself in front of a mirror. Hearing this, her face sank, annoying. Throwing down her eyebrow pencil, she angrily said, "Go see what kind of Tom, Dick, or Harry has come." Lifting her dress, she walked out. When she arrived in front of the gate, Yuhi frowned slightly. Chunyu's eyesight was not good enough and could not see much, but as a 5th grade heaven-opening cultivator, she could tell at a glance that this person's identity was not ordinary. After all, how could someone who could use a heaven-opening cultivator as a guard have a small background? Although it was only 2 2nd-grade heaven-opening cultivators. However, her own strength was not bad, so she was not too afraid. "Who are you people?" Yuhi looked at the leading guard and asked, her beautiful eyes secretly glancing at the young man behind him. Previously, when Chunyu was speaking here, this young man's nose was up in the air, not looking at Chunyu at all, but when Yuhi walked out, this guy's eyes actually lit up and he looked at Yuhi from head to toe without blinking, clicking his tongue as if he was very happy. Yuhi coldly snorted in her heart, but her expression did not change. Before the guard could speak, the young man said, "Are you the owner of this place? Didn't you say it was a man?" Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. "My young master is in seclusion, so it is not convenient for him to see guests." "Young master?" The young man was startled and looked at Yuhi suspiciously. "Then you are—" "I am naturally the young master's maid." When the young man heard this, he immediately put on a pained expression and shook his head. What a waste, what a waste. Such a stunner in front of him was actually someone else's maid. So who knew how many times she had been defiled, which made him feel very pained. But on second thought, even if this was the case, so what? He was just looking for a plaything, not a wife. If he was not happy in the future, he could just throw her away. So he smiled and said, "Miss, do you want to abandon your young master and follow me? If you are willing to follow this young master guarantees that you will safely leave this great cosmological realm and have a bright future." As soon as this was said, Yuhi was still smiling, but the expression of the guard who spoke before changed and he moved closer to the young man and whispered, "Young master, it is best not to provoke this woman." "Why?" The young man was puzzled. The guard said, "From her aura, this lowly one is at least a middle-grade heaven-opening cultivator." He could not see Yuhi's specific cultivation, but he could not be mistaken. How is that possible? The young man was also taken aback. No matter how idle he was, he knew what middle-grade heaven-opening cultivators represented. He did not dare to believe it because Yuhi had clearly said that she was just a maid. What kind of person could use a middle-grade heaven-opening cultivator as a maid? Even he only had 2 2nd-grade heaven-opening cultivators as servants, so could the owner of this mansion be more powerful than him? The guard slowly shook his head with a dignified expression. The young man sneered. "So what if she is a middle-grade heaven-opening cultivator? Does she dare to touch me?" Although he said this, he did not dare to look at Yuhi so unscrupulously. The guard turned his head and cupped his fists. "Please forgive us, Mississippi. We come from Qingming Blessed Land, so Miss must have heard of it." Qingming Blessed Land. Yuhi's expression turned cold. She had naturally heard of this name before. 36 Paradise and 72 Blessed Lands were the top forces of the 3,000 worlds. Anyone who dared to use the word Blessed Land in their name was definitely one of the 72 Blessed Lands. Ordinary people could not provoke them. She had long seen that this group of people had some background, but she did not expect them to be from Qingming Blessed Land. Moreover, to have 2 heaven-opening cultivators as guards, this young man's status in Qingming Blessed Land would not be too bad. "So it's you from Qingming Blessed Land. What business do you have here?" The 2nd-grade heaven-opening cultivator said, "It's like this, my young master is thirsty for talent and heard that the owner of this place is quite strong, so he wants to take him under his command." "That's right." The young man nodded. "In this world, talents are hard to come by. This young master has taken a fancy to your young master. Call him out to see me." As long as he follows this young master, it won't be a problem to bring him into Qingming blessed land after we leave the Great Void Realm. He had a proud look on his face, believing that no one would refuse such a condition. Yuhi's expression was extremely strange. Yang Kai was a genius and now someone wanted to take him under their command? Yuhi had never seen such a boastful person in her life. If it were anyone else who said this, she would have broken their legs and driven them away. But these people in front of her were from Qingming blessed land, so Yuhi could not make a move. Otherwise it would be causing trouble for Yang Kai, and it would be a disaster outside the Great Void Realm. Chapter 40:28. My young master is currently in retreat. Why don't you all go back first and wait for young master to come out? Yuhi inquired. The young man replied, just call him out. I'm afraid it won't be convenient. Yuhi slowly shook her head. The young man looked annoyed. What's so inconvenient about it? This young master coming to see him in person is his honor. How dare he not give me face? Yuhi sneered lightly and gradually lost her patience. She was afraid of the Azure Darkness Paradise and not this profligate young master before her, so how could she possibly take his threats seriously? This fellow had spoken rudely time and time again, and if he really infuriated her, then what harm would there be in bashing him up? The guard who spoke before leaned forward and whispered a few words in the young man's ear. The young man frowned and his face became gloomy for a while before he said with a displeased expression, Fine. This young master will be staying in the largest inn here. If your young master comes out of seclusion later, call him to come see me. Yuhi nodded lightly, okay. The young man glanced at Yuhi again, slowly shook his head, sighed, and left with his people. Yuhi turned her head, looked not far away, and said with a smile, Is Master Chen here? Chen Tianfei was standing not far away and did not hide his whereabouts, so Yuhi naturally could see him. The fat on his face piled up and his eyes narrowed into slits as he moved his obese body to the front of the mansion, cupped his fists and greeted Seventh Master. Turning his head to look in the direction of the young man, he asked, Who is this? Yuhi replied, He said he's from Qingming blessed land, but who knows if he's telling the truth? Chen Tianfei nodded. A mere Emperor Realm Master can have 2 Heaven Splitters as guards. Even if he's not from Qingming blessed land, I'm afraid his background is not small. What are they doing here? Yuhi covered her mouth and giggled. They said they took a fancy to my young master and wanted to take him under their wing. Don't you think it's funny? Chen Tianfei chuckled. They're really overestimating themselves. How could a freak like Yang Kai submit to others, especially in the Great Void Boundary? Having seen his power with his own eyes, Chen Tianfei felt that no one in the Great Void Boundary was his opponent, unless they outnumbered him or arranged a spirit array in advance. Changing the topic, Chen Tianfei asked, Where is the 6th head? Headmaster Chen also came to look for young master? Yuhi had a regretful expression on her face. That's really unfortunate. Young master is currently in closed-door cultivation. Chen Tianfei was taken aback. He wondered why Yang Kai was in seclusion when he had just returned from Origin Magnet Mountain. He nodded and said, Then it's the same to tell 7th boss. Yuhi said, Come in and talk. After all, they were all from Crimson Star, and it was not appropriate to keep them outside. Moreover, Yuhi also wanted to know Chen Tianfei's intentions for coming here. After inviting him into the guest hall, Chen Yu served him tea. Chen Tianfei did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. It was nothing more than Yang Kai causing trouble in Yuanxi Mountain, which put a lot of pressure on Qixing Lei Guang, had already sent people to condemn Qixing and demanded an explanation. Otherwise they would do this and that. He also explained in detail to Yuhi how terrifying Sword Pavilion was. In short, he wanted Yang Kai to be more restrained when he went out in the future. Since he was Qixing's 6th head, he should consider things from Qixing's perspective. Yuhi naturally feigned civility and said that she would pass on Yang Kai's words after he came out of seclusion. Since he could not see Yang Kai, Chen Tianfei had no choice but to take his leave. After sending Chen Tianfei away, Yuhi turned her head and reminded Chen Yu that if anyone came to knock on the door again, no matter who it was, they were not to be received. Chen Yu nodded repeatedly. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai's consciousness was immersed in the Dao Seal, feeling the wood and fire elements within. The vitality of the wood elemental power, and the violent and domineering power of the fire elemental power. Faintly he seemed to have comprehended something, but there was still something missing. It was as if there was a thin film in front of him that blocked his vision. This kind of feeling made his heart ache. Although he understood that as long as he pierced through this thin film, he would be able to see another world, he was powerless. Yang Kai also knew that things like opportunities could not be forced, so he could only let nature take its course, repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm and clear of all distracting thoughts. Days passed by. On this day, Yu-hee, who had nothing to do and was chatting with Chunyu, suddenly frowned and turned her head to look outside. Chunyu asked, "What's wrong?" After all, her strength was lower and she did not notice anything unusual, but looking at Yu-hee's expression, it was obvious that something had happened. Yu-hee sneered, "A little mouse has broken in." Chunyu was stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted and could not help feeling surprised. Who would be so bold as to break into someone else's mansion? Moreover, this mansion was protected by a spirit array, so if an ordinary person wanted to enter, they would have to break through the spirit array. However, she did not feel any energy fluctuations at all. In other words, this person must be extremely proficient in spirit arrays, otherwise it would be impossible for them to be so stealthy. "You wait here, I'll go take a look," Yu-hee said, and her delicate figure disappeared in a flash. A moment later, Chunyu felt a burst of energy fluctuations that were not too violent erupting somewhere in the mansion, but it quickly calmed down. After a dozen breaths, Yu-hee walked in with a person in her hand and casually threw him on the ground. Chunyu looked over in surprise, only to see that this person had a fair complexion and some baby fat on his face. He was not tall and was a clean little fatty. Just by looking at his face, he should be a very amiable person, so Chunyu really could not figure out why such a person would break into someone else's mansion. "Auntie, let me tell you, just because I allowed myself to be captured doesn't mean I can't beat you. I just don't want to fight with a woman." The little fatty got up and straightened his clothes. Although he was captured here, he did not panic at all. "Auntie." Yu-hee raised her eyebrows when she heard this, and a cold light flashed in her eyes as she gritted her teeth. The little fatty shrank his head and suddenly seemed to think of something, quickly gritting his teeth and saying, "Big sister." Yu-hee snorted coldly, "At least you know what's good for you." The little fatty sighed in his heart. He thought that his master was right. No matter what kind of woman she was, she would always care about her age and the way others addressed her. One must always be careful when talking to women. It was not uncommon for a single word to turn into an enemy. After understanding this, the little fatty cupped his fists and said, "Big sister, may I ask where the owner of this place is? Why are you looking for him?" Yu-hee glanced over. Regardless of whether this little fatty had broken into this place or not, his face was very amiable, and it was impossible for one to feel any disgust when looking at him. The little fatty smiled slightly, appearing unfathomable, give him an opportunity, and ask for some benefits at the same time. Opportunity? Yu-hee's expression was strange as she looked him up and down. "You can't be thinking of saying that you came from some paradise and want to take the owner of this place under your command, right?" The little fatty was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "That won't do, even if he wants to enter my sect. It will depend on whether he has the aptitude and ability. If he doesn't, he will never be able to enter." Yu-hee asked curiously, "Is your sect very strict when it comes to accepting people?" The little fatty nodded solemnly. It meant that it was not a normal kind of strict. "Where is your sect?" Yu-hee asked with a smile. "Divine Cauldron Heaven." The little fatty replied indifferently. Chunyu's beautiful eyes instantly widened, and Yu-hee's laughter also stopped. Two pairs of beautiful eyes looked at the little fatty in a daze, thinking that they had heard wrongly. Divine Cauldron Heaven, that was one of the 36 paradises, the most powerful force in the 3,000 worlds. Previously, when a hedonistic young master from Qingming Blessed Land came, they thought that he had a strong background, but who knew that there would be someone with an even stronger background? Yu-hee was just casually ridiculing him, and she did not expect him to really come from a paradise. She could not help but ask solemnly, "What proof do you have?" The little fatty rubbed his chest for a moment, then raised his hand and took out a pitch-black token, placing it in front of Yu-hee. The token had a name engraved on it. Su-jun. This name should be the little fatty's name. Su-jun flipped the token over, and on the back of the token, a divine cauldron with an ancient aura entered Yuhi's eyes. Yuhi was shocked. This was really the divine cauldron heaven's disciple token. Although she had never seen it before, under the perception of her divine sense, she could clearly sense that there was a huge divine technique hidden inside the token that could destroy the heavens and earth. Normally, the elite disciples of the paradises would have such an identity token. This token was not only a symbol of their identity, but also a life-saving divine technique bestowed by their master. This could not be faked. Yuhi thought that even if she was outside with her fifth-stage heaven-splitting cultivation, if she faced the divine technique in this token, she would definitely die. The person who left behind the divine technique in this token was definitely a high-stage heaven-splitting cultivator. With such a background, whether this little fatty Suzhan came from divine cauldron heaven or not, his identity would not be too bad. There was no need for him to pretend to be a disciple of another sect. Chun Yu and Yuhi looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. So it's a disciple of divine cauldron heaven. Please excuse my rudeness. Yuhi's attitude couldn't help but become more polite. It was fine if she didn't know the other party's identity, but now that she knew, etiquette was still necessary. Elder sister, don't mind me. I came uninvited and offended the dignity of the master of this place. Chan Zhen laughed and said amiably, without the slightest bit of arrogance of a disciple of divine cauldron heaven. Yuhi clicked her tongue in wonder. She had seen many cultivator of divine cauldron heaven before, and which one of them didn't have their eyes on the top of their heads? This was the first time she saw someone like Suzhan, so she couldn't help but feel a little curious. After pondering for a moment, Yuhi said, "You said just now that you're here to give an opportunity to my young master and ask for some benefits at the same time?" "That's right. Can you elaborate?" Yuhi asked. The little fatty immediately became a little embarrassed. He rubbed his two fat hands and said with a flattering expression, "It's like this, elder sister. I heard that the master of this place obtained many sixth-stage divine origin magnet stones. Moreover, all the divine origin magnet stones produced in the entire divine origin magnet mountain were taken away by him, so I wanted to ask him for a piece." Saying so, the little fatty even used a few fingers to pinch lightly, indicating that he only wanted a little and definitely not a lot. Chapter 40-29. Yuhi said, "Are you kidding?" Even if he was a disciple of the heavenly abode, this kind of request was a little too rude. How precious was a sixth-grade item? Asking for it without even the slightest bit of friendship, wasn't he thinking too highly of himself? "It's not a joke, it's not a joke." Suzhan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I also know how precious a sixth-grade divine origin magnet stone is. As the saying goes, one should not accept a reward without any effort, so I definitely won't ask for it for free. If he can give me a sixth-grade divine origin magnet stone, I will give him an opportunity that will definitely make it worth it." "What opportunity?" Yuhi asked. If it was someone else who said this, Yuhi might not necessarily believe it, but this little fatty had a strong background, so there was no harm in listening. Unexpectedly, the little fatty smiled and waved his hand. I can't say. Whether this matter succeeds or not, I will know when I see the owner of this place. Young master is in seclusion and will not see guests for the time being." The little fatty blinked and said somewhat helplessly, "Then when will he come out of seclusion?" "It's hard to say." Yuhi slowly shook her head. She didn't even know why Yang Kai was in seclusion, so how could she know when he would come out? The little fatty couldn't help but scratch his head. In his expectations, after entering this place and seeing Yang Kai, he would probably not refuse to tell him his intentions. But now, he couldn't even see Yang Kai's face, which was a little worrying. "Sister, can I wait for him here?" Suzhan turned to look at Yuhi and asked seriously. Yuhi pondered for a moment and nodded, yes. In any case, apart from Yang Kai who was in seclusion, there was only her, Chan Yu, and a few people from the Great Moon Prefecture left in this mansion. The rest were some weak maidservants, so letting Suzhan stay here was not a big deal. Moreover, Yuhi also wanted to know whether this little fatty was from the divine cauldron heaven. Suzhan was overjoyed and cupped his hands. "Thank you, sister." Yuhi covered her mouth. "You have a sweet mouth." She tilted her head and signaled to Chanyu. "Find him a guest room." Chanyu nodded and called Suzhan. "Come with me." The next day, A scorching hot energy suddenly erupted from somewhere in the mansion. Yuhi was startled as she sensed that it was Meng Hong. Her figure flickered as she immediately rushed over. But when they arrived, they found that Yang Kai was already there. It was obvious that the commotion here had alarmed him, so he quickly came to investigate. Meng Hong had spent close to a month to obtain the rank 5 True Sun Flame. Only today did he succeed in condensing it. The fire elemental energy flowed endlessly in the Tao seal in his body. However, he was unable to control it freely. Previously, he had only condensed a rank 3 True Sun Flame. Now that it had increased by 2 ranks, he was not used to it. The explosion of power just now was because he wanted to test his strength. In the end, he was careless and almost burned down the mansion. Congratulations, Brother Meng. Yang Kai smiled. Meng Hong got up, his body surging with fire elemental energy. He was still unable to control his own fire elemental energy, so he cupped his fists respectfully and bowed. Meng Hong thanks Brother Yang for your kindness. This kindness is equivalent to giving me a new life. I will never forget it. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, breaking and rebuilding is your own decision. I only provided you with a set of materials. Brother Meng, you are too polite. Meng Hong slowly shook his head. If I hadn't seen Brother Yang's invincible might, this Meng wouldn't have known the vastness of the martial Tao. If I can open the heavens in the future, it will be all thanks to Brother Yang. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. All right, you too. Meng Hong, you have just condensed fire elemental energy, so you should stabilize it first. Meng Hong nodded and said, I was thinking the same thing. While they were talking, a strange voice suddenly interrupted. Oh, rank 5 True Sun Flame, not bad, not bad. Yang Kai and Meng Hong both turned their heads and looked towards the direction of the voice. They saw a little fatty with a fair complexion walking over, sizing up Meng Hong with interest. Meng Hong didn't understand. Yang Kai was also at a loss. Who was this little fatty? Why hadn't he seen him before? Yuhi said, Young master, I forgot to tell you this is, I'll do it myself. The little fatty smiled and interrupted Yuhi. He walked straight to Yang Kai and looked up at him. He cupped his fists and said, Divine Cauldron Heaven disciple Suzhen greets Brother Yang. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly shrank. Divine Cauldron Heaven? Meng Hong also lost his voice. Divine Cauldron Heaven? As his emotions fluctuated, a scorching flame burst out from his body. Fortunately, the people around him were not ordinary people. Although the might of this grade 5 Grand Sun primordial flame was extraordinary, it could not hurt them. However, Meng Hong panicked and quickly held his breath, retracting his power. He smiled bitterly and thought to himself that he should quickly go into seclusion. At the very least, he had to be able to control the fire elemental energy freely. Otherwise, he would accidentally hurt his own peoples. That's right. The little fatty nodded with a smile. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Yuhi. His eyes were clearly asking, is it true? Yuhi replied with an expression, most likely. After all, she had seen the token before and verified Su Zhan's identity. So it's a disciple of Divine Cauldron Heaven. Sorry for not recognizing you. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Brother Yang, please forgive me for coming uninvited. Su Zhan's performance was not annoying. I wonder what Brother Su has come here for? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Su Zhan smiled and said, I have told this sister before that I came here to give Brother Yang an opportunity and to ask for some benefits from Brother Yang. However, this sister said that Brother Yang was in seclusion and it was inconvenient to disturb him, so I waited here. Today, I finally got to see Brother Yang come out of seclusion. Opportunity? Benefits? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly. Su Zhan said, Can we talk somewhere else? After a while, the other 2 disciples of Great Moon State also noticed the commotion and came over. Even Chun Yu was watching from afar. There were too many people and it was not a good place to talk. Yang Kai nodded and said, This way, please. He turned his head and said to Yuhi, Find another secret room for Brother Meng. Okay. Yuhi agreed. Yang Kai led Su Zhan to the guest hall. Yuhi was curious about what Su Zhan wanted to do, so after hurriedly arranging for Meng Hong, she rushed over as well. However, when she arrived at the guest hall, she did not find anyone. Sweeping the area with her divine sense, She immediately found Yang Kai and quickly arrived in front of a secret room. There, she saw Yang Kai standing outside with an expectant look on his face while Su Zhan was nowhere to be seen. "Where is little fatty?" Yuhi asked. Yang Kai pointed to the secret room and said, "Inside." "What is he doing inside?" Yuhi was puzzled. "Are you done talking?" Yang Kai nodded. "What did you talk about so quickly?" Yuhi was a little speechless. She had specifically rushed over to listen. He said that he wanted to ask for a 6th grade Divine Essence Magnet Stone. "Yes, I have already agreed to give it to him." Yang Kai nodded. "This guy is quite powerful. If he wants that Divine Essence Magnet Stone, he must condense the power of the metal element." Those who could condense the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang with 6th grade materials were definitely not bad, or even extremely good. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the impact of 6th grade materials on the Dao Seal. Meng Hong was the eldest disciple of the Great Moon Prefecture. Although the Great Moon Prefecture was not a particularly powerful force in terms of aptitude, Meng Hong was definitely the first person in the Great Moon Prefecture. With his ability, the limit was 5th grade and there was a risk of failure. However, Su Zhen's goal was 6th grade, which showed the gap between them. In other words, Su Zhen definitely wanted to achieve 6th grade splitting heaven. As for the Divine Essence Magnet Stones on the Divine Essence Magnet Mountain, all the 6th grade materials had been taken by Yang Kai, so he had no other choice but to come to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also glad that he had taken away all the 6th grade Divine Stones that day. Otherwise, he might have missed this opportunity. Su Zhan's uninvited appearance had solved a huge problem for him. If this matter was successful, he would have another great weapon in his hands in the future. "Are all the disciples of the blessed and heavenly land so amazing?" Yang Kai turned his head and asked. If this was true, then wouldn't the blessed and heavenly lands be filled with middle grade and high grade splitting heaven stones? Yuhi said, "How is that possible? This Su Zhan can condense 6th grade strength, so he must be a top figure in the blessed and heavenly lands. However, although the blessed and heavenly lands are not as exaggerated as you think, I heard that official disciples need to condense 3rd grade splitting heaven at the very least. Those below 3rd grade will be expelled or forced to serve as servants or guards." TSK. That's terrifying enough. Yang Kai shook his head. The blessed and heavenly lands had such high requirements that they completely abandoned 3rd grade splitting heaven stones and below. Over the years, perhaps only they knew how deep their foundation was. "What can he help you with? You actually gave him a 6th grade divine stone." Yuhi was very surprised by this. Previously, she had also asked Su Zhan what kind of opportunity he could give Yang Kai, but that little fatty refused to say no matter what. This made her very helpless, and she wanted nothing more than to kick him to death. "In any case, it's more than worth it." Yang Kai chuckled. "If you have nothing to do, keep an eye on him. If there's any movement, immediately call me." Oh, Yang Kai went into seclusion again. This time, he had only come out to investigate because he had been alarmed by the commotion caused by Meng Hong. Since he had confirmed that Meng Hong was fine, and he had also discussed a matter with Su Zhan, he naturally had to return to seclusion. As for Su Zhan, Yuhi could keep an eye on him. Although the disciples of the Divine Cauldron Heaven had extraordinary foundations, Yuhi was still a 5th grade splitting heaven stone, so keeping an eye on him was not a problem. With a few words from Yang Kai, Yuhi obediently stood guard in front of the secret chamber, and she had no complaints or regrets. Although she was very curious about what Su Zhan was doing inside, and what he had discussed with Yang Kai, the secret chamber was protected by a formation, so she did not dare to casually disturb it. Suddenly, 10 days later, everything was calm and peaceful. Chen Tianfei had been living quite comfortably these past few days. The Crimson Star originally had 7 heads, but the Poison Lady and Gan Hong had been killed by Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai and Yuhi had immediately replaced them, the two of them did not seem to care much about the matters of the Crimson Star, and only cared about themselves. The remaining Bei Yushan had brute force but no brains. Madame Qin did not care about worldly affairs and only cared about music. The Ouyang brothers were smart and capable, but unfortunately, they often went into seclusion. Now that the great leader did not come out, the entire Crimson Star could be said to be under Chen Tianfei's control. He was not the great leader, but he was better than the great leader. With great power in his hands, he naturally felt good. Chapter 40-30. In his own mansion, Chen Tianfei was lying on a chair. Behind him, two maidservants were gently fanning themselves. Beside him, a soft and fragrant body was pressed against his fat. Her slender fingers were pinching a spirit fruit that looked like a grape. She carefully peeled the skin and seeds before putting it into Chen Tianfei's mouth. "Master, I'll have to trouble you with Xing Chen's matter." Ever since Zhao Stars had offended Yang Kai and been stripped of his position as junior commander, he had been unable to recover from the setback and had been hanging around in restaurants and brothels all day long. Zhao Xingchen's sister naturally felt sorry for him. She wanted to persuade Chen Tianfei to promote Zhao Xingchen to a junior commander again. Chen Tianfei sighed, Shangxin. If that Yang Kai doesn't die, how am I supposed to Shangxin? Xing Chen had eyes but failed to see and offended the noble lady. Just stripping him of his position as commander is already a kind gesture. The woman refused to comply. "Old master, you still have the final say in Qixing now." "Shut up." Chen Tianfei's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened and glared at Zhao Star's sister. "Woman, don't you know that trouble comes from careless talk? You're just spouting nonsense." Although he held great power now, there was still the headmaster above him. If the headmaster really heard this, he would be accused of being unjust. He didn't know what the headmaster would think of him then. His scolding made the woman's eyes water. Chen Tianfei doted on this concubine the most and couldn't bear it. He comforted her and said, "Let's wait a little longer. Let's wait for the limelight to die down." The woman wiped her eyes. "How long do we have to wait? I can wait, but I'm afraid that Stars can't. You've seen how he is. Jade can't be made into anything without being cut. This may be an opportunity for Stars." Chen Tianfei's narrowed eyes were overflowing with light. "What's more, we won't have to wait for long. At most we'll just have to wait until he leaves the great cosmological realm. That Yang Kai may be domineering in the great cosmological realm, but he's only an emperor realm master after all. Once he leaves the great cosmological realm, what can he do?" When the woman heard this, she sighed in her heart. Knowing that there was no way to persuade him, she gritted her teeth with resentment and said, "This damn Yang Kai, of all places to run wild. He just had to come to Qixing." Chen Tianfei also smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly froze as he looked up into the sky. At first, his expression was a little puzzled, but then his squinted eyes slowly widened. After only 3 breaths, his face was full of shock, and his fat body suddenly stood up. "What's wrong, master?" The woman was puzzled. After all, she was not very strong. Compared to her brother, Zhao Xingxing, she was only slightly stronger. Although she followed Chen Tianfei's line of sight, she did not see anything. "Something's happened." Chen Tianfei shouted in a low voice and quickly took out his communication bead. While contacting the other masters of the Red Star sect, he strode out and instructed, "Stay at home and don't run around. Open all the spirit arrays." The woman was startled, realizing that something terrible must have happened, otherwise, Chen Tianfei would not have issued such a warning. She quickly contacted her brother, Zhao Xingxing, and asked him to come to her place to take refuge. However, she was still puzzled. What had happened that would cause Chen Tianfei to act like he was facing a great enemy? In Star City, some of the heaven-opening boundary masters passing by seemed to notice this and raised their heads to look into the distance, their expressions changing. At this moment, with a rumbling sound, a transparent protective array suddenly appeared around the periphery of the Star City. It instantly enveloped the entire Star City. There were at least 7 or 8 layers of the seemingly sturdy protective array. The others, who had not noticed the changes in the Star City before, all stopped and looked up, not understanding why Qixing's Grand Protective Array had been activated. Once this kind of spirit array was activated, it would definitely consume a lot of precious treasures. Unless it was a critical moment, it would not be activated. On the street, the crowd was bustling with activity, all of them talking at once. "What is Qixing doing? Why did they activate the spirit array?" Someone asked, puzzled. With the spirit array activated, there must be a strong enemy attacking. If not, why would they do this? Strong enemy? What kind of strong enemy does Qixing have in the great cosmological realm? Could it be another beast tide? The person who spoke had a pale face. The great cosmological realm had been open for a long time, and many people had encountered beast tides during this time. There were many vicious beasts in the great cosmological realm, and all of them were extremely powerful. Many places where cultivators gathered were flattened by beast tides, resulting in countless casualties. Therefore, the cultivator in the great cosmological realm paled at the mention of beast tides. "It's not a beast tide, look over there." Someone's voice trembled as he pointed in a direction. Looking in that direction, everyone could not help but narrow their eyes. In that direction, numerous streaks of light were rushing towards them with menacing momentum. The leading streak of light was filled with wanton sword chi. It was actually many sword lights. Sword Pavilion. It's people from Sword Pavilion. Someone saw through the commotion and shouted, "How can there be so many people from Sword Pavilion? Did you see wrongly?" Everyone in Star City knew that there were not many people from Sword Pavilion. At this moment there were more than 2,000 to 3,000 streaks of light coming from that direction. This was definitely not a number that Sword Pavilion could have. The one leading is definitely Sword Pavilion, but I don't know who the people behind are. Could it be that Sword Pavilion is here for Qi Xing's sixth head? I heard that dozens of Sword Pavilion disciples died because of him in the Origin Magnet Mountain. Didn't they say that it was done by Ditian's people? It was Ditian's Dingyi who killed them, but if Qi Xing's sixth head hadn't released the Origin Magnet Divine Light at the critical moment, Sword Pavilion's sword formation wouldn't have been broken, and those dozens of disciples wouldn't have died tragically. I was there at that time and saw it clearly. That sixth head was laughing maniacally, and said that he was going to give Sword Pavilion a big gift. So that's how it is. If the one leading is Sword Pavilion, then the rest are from Thunder Light Sect. Can't be wrong. Thunder Light Sect seems to have a deep enmity with Head Yang. I heard that even leader Bijian died in his hands. Qi Xing is finished this time. The three major forces of Star City had coexisted for thousands of years. Although there were some conflicts between them, they were just small fights and didn't hurt their foundation. But today, in the great cosmological realm, because of one person, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect had joined forces and aggressively came to punish them. How could Qi Xing stop them? Was the situation that had not changed for thousands of years going to change in the great cosmological realm? Seeing that a storm was about to break out, some cultivator already had the idea of leaving this place to lie low for a while, but with the protective array activated, they couldn't get out at all. For a time, they all gathered in front of the city gate, shouting endlessly, and the scene was chaotic. "We're in trouble. Our new sixth head has caused trouble for Qi Xing," a Qi Xing disciple said bitterly. "Where are Head Chun and the others?" "The protective array has been activated. Head Chun and the others must have known the situation, and are probably discussing countermeasures at this moment." Amidst the clamor, the densely packed lights had arrived in front of Star City. When the lights dissipated, nearly 3,000 figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The 3,000 people didn't say a word, but a boundless pressure descended from the sky, and the entire Star City instantly fell silent. In front of the 3,000 people, 5 figures stood quietly, each with a powerful aura. Standing there, they gave off a great pressure. Someone recognized that the 5 people were the leaders of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect. Sword Pavilion had 3 people, Zhongfan, Luo Qingyun and Lu Shui. Thunder Light Sect had 2 people, Zhu Li and Long Tai. All of them were at the 4th stage and above, and Zhongfan was even at the 5th stage. Sure enough, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect had joined forces. Sword Pavilion had dispatched more than 300 people this time, which was already 20% to 30% of Sword Pavilion's foundation. The entire Sword Pavilion only had a little more than 1,000 people. As for Thunder Light Sect, they had probably left some disciples to guard the gate and had already turned out in full force. With such a lineup, they obviously hadn't come for a casual stroll. Putting aside the people from the Thunder Light Sect, the 300 people from the Sword Pavilion were the cornerstone. Previously, on the Origin Magnet Mountain, a few dozen people from the Sword Pavilion had already caused Ditian's camp to be in a mess. If these 300 people were to form a sword formation, no one would be able to imagine how terrifying their might would be. It was probably possible to flatten the entire Star City. In the sky above the mansion, Yuhi floated in the air with a frown. She had also realized that Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's people had definitely come to take revenge on Yang Kai. But she hadn't expected that these two forces would actually be so bold as to mobilize so many people just for Yang Kai. Was there a need for this? Yang Kai was currently in seclusion, so he probably didn't know anything about the outside world. Yuhi was considering whether to inform Yang Kai, but on second thought, this fellow's space divine technique was strange and unfathomable, allowing him to teleport tens of thousands of miles away in an instant. Although Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's people were numerous, if he was determined to escape, he wouldn't be in any danger. Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's people were probably going to return in disappointment after coming here in high spirits. Thinking of this, Yuhi landed in the courtyard. There was nothing to worry about. However, the two disciples from Great Moon Prefecture and Chan Yu who had received the news hurried over and looked at her nervously. It's fine, go do what you need to do. Yuhi casually dismissed them. The three of them were speechless. In Chen Tianfei's mansion, Zhao Xingxing had already rushed over. He had a drunk expression and his face was a little pale. He grabbed the arm of the woman in a panic. Sister, where did brother-in-law go? Tell him to bring us away quickly. Why are you escaping? The woman shook off Zhao Xingxing's hand and threw him to the ground. She gritted her teeth and said, Why should we escape? Look at how drunk you are. Zhao Xingxing said in a panic, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's people are already here. If we don't escape now, we won't have another chance. The woman snorted. Are they here for you? Zhao Xingxing shook his head in a daze. The woman said again, Then who do you think they are looking for? Zhao Xingxing was stunned for a moment, but then his eyes lit up. Sister, you mean, the woman sneered. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Naturally, they will look for whoever killed their people. After all, Qi Xing is not a pushover. As long as Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect can achieve their goal, why would they rashly start a war with Qi Xing? Chapter 40-31. You're right, elder sister. Zhao Xingxing nodded again and again, his drunkenness instantly dissipating as his eyes lit up. Then what does brother-in-law mean? The woman shook her head. I don't know what your brother-in-law means. He didn't say anything before leaving. What's more, a woman like me can't care so much. I only know that Qi Xing won't abandon his foundation for a single person. Zhao Xingxing clapped his hands. I understand. Turning his head to look in the direction of Yang Kai's mansion, he grinned sinisterly. Surnamed Yang, let's see if you die now. It was as if he could already see the scene of Thunder Light Sect and Sword Pavilion cutting Yang Kai into pieces. At this moment, after experiencing the initial tranquility, Star City was once again in turmoil. Although there were Crimson Star disciples to maintain order, how could they manage everything? Everywhere in Star City there was an endless clamor. Everyone was clamoring for Crimson Star to open up the Great Defensive Array and let the scattered cultivators leave. Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's 3,000 people were shrouded in darkness. If they really fought, the entire star market would be affected. At that time, wouldn't they suffer an unexpected calamity? But how could Qi Xing open the protective array so easily? Before thoroughly understanding Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's intentions, rashly opening the protective array was tantamount to suicide. This protective array was Qi Xing's last line of defense. Within the discussion hall, Chen Tianfei and the other leaders were all badly battered, whereas Madame Qin, who'd always been calm and composed, had lost the interest to play the zither at this moment. Her beautiful brows were knit together tightly as she sat there, and she seemed like a resentful wife that had been abandoned by her husband for many years. The entire hall could be described as a gloomy atmosphere. What should we do now? What do you all think? Chen Tianfei turned to look at the others. Bei Yushan's face was filled with anger. This Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect don't put my Crimson Star in their eyes. I suggest we gather all the disciples and fight them to the death. Let them know that my Crimson Star is not easy to bully. *CK your mother's bullshit. Chen Tianfei couldn't hold back and cursed. Sometimes he really wanted to smash open this guy's head and see what he was thinking. Why was his way of thinking so different? Oyinglai frowned. What did First Head say? Chen Tianfei slowly shook his head. I have already sent a message to First Head, but I don't know if he is at a critical juncture in seclusion or not. Oyinglai couldn't help but frown. At this time, if the Great Master didn't appear, It would be very difficult for them. Ouyang Bing said. It could also be that the first master feels that this matter isn't the right time to decide the fate of Crimson Star. After all, it wasn't Crimson Star that provoked Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect, but that guy. Chen Tianfei said, that may be the case, but he is the sixth head of the Crimson Star. His words and actions represent the Crimson Star. Whatever he does outside is already marked by the Crimson Star. Ouyang Bing said, no matter what, we still need to figure out the intentions of Sword Pavilion and Lei Guang before we make any plans. And. Calm. His voice was like the roar of a dragon or a tiger. Although it was not loud, it was deafening. Everyone in the star market could hear it clearly. This was trying to be polite before resorting to force. Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect had joined forces, a total of 3,000 people. If they really wanted to forcefully attack this star market, then even the defensive spirit array would be useless. However, Yang Kai had still shouted out, which undoubtedly confirmed the speculations of many people. Qi Xing was not a pushover. If Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect rashly started a war, it would only end with both sides suffering losses. Inside the hall, Chen Tianfei and the others looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly, Chen Tianfei's expression froze. He took out a communication bead and said with joy, it's a message from the chief. Madame Qin, the Ouyang brothers, and Bei Yushan all looked over. Chen Tianfei used his divine sense to scan the area and quickly replied. Madame Qin's lips parted slightly as she softly asked, what did First Head say? Chen Tianfei put away the communication bead and said, First Head said that he will let us handle this matter, and that he will not intervene. What did that mean? The several heads were confused. Just at this moment, Zhong Fan repeated what he said just now. However, this time he was slightly impatient. Madame Qin sighed. No matter what, let's go meet him first. Damn that bastard, he actually wants me, Qi Xing, to clean up after him. Ouyang Lai cursed angrily. Compared to Ouyang Bing, his temper was much more irritable. When Zhong Fan shouted for the third time, 5 figures rose from the center of Star City and quickly flew out to greet him. It's Qi Xing's heads. Someone shouted loudly. They've finally come out. If they hadn't come out, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect would have attacked. Another person secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. If the situation really developed to this point, no one would be able to escape unscathed. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Tianfei and the others flew to 1,000 feet away from Zhong Fan, separated by 7 or 8 layers of defensive arrays. Chen Tianfei smiled wholeheartedly and cupped his hands repeatedly. So it's the heads of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. Zhong Fan remained calm and collected while Qiu Qingyun's cold gaze swept over them as if he was looking for something. But in the end, he couldn't find anything and couldn't help but snort coldly. Chen Tianfei didn't feel embarrassed that he was being ignored because he knew that they had come in anger. Didn't they see their enemy and not give them a cold shoulder? He still smiled and said, May I know why you're here? Qiu Qingyun sneered, Don't you know why we're here? Why ask when you already know the answer? Chen Tianfei chuckled dryly and lowered his head to look down. He sighed in his heart and sent a voice transmission to Zhong Fan with his divine sense. No one knew what he said, but Zhong Fan nodded slightly and said sparingly, okay. He then turned to Qiu Qingyun and the others and said, All of you wait here. Chen Tianfei cupped his hands and said, Many thanks, Brother Zhong. After saying this, he turned to a certain place and shouted, Open the array. Moments later, a crack appeared in the defensive array and Zhong Fan stepped out into the Star City. After he entered, the crack in the defensive array closed again, isolating the Sword Pavilion and the Thunder Light Sect's experts from the outside. The crowd below was in an uproar. Master Zhong actually went to the meeting alone? Sure enough, the strong are bold. A 5th stage heaven-opening realm cultivator is no joke. If Crimson Star's first head doesn't appear, who can overshadow Master Zhong? That's true. After Zhong Fan entered, Chen Tianfei excused himself from Qiu Qingyun and the others before leading Zhong Fan to the conference hall. Obviously, he was going to have a detailed discussion with Zhong Fan there. In Yang Kai's mansion, Yuhi saw this scene and rolled her eyes. She turned around and instructed the 2 disciples of Great Moon Prefecture, and Chun Yu behind her. Pack your things and get ready to run. With sword pavilions and Thunder Light Sect's armies pressuring her, there was no way Qi Xing would be able to withstand such pressure. Abandoning Yongkai was the wisest choice, and with her sharp mind, she immediately saw through this and immediately ordered Chun Yu and the others to make preparations. I'll go call first, brother. One of the disciples of Great Moon Prefecture hurriedly walked towards Meng Hong's place of seclusion. I have nothing to pack. Chun Yu shook her head. Several Crimson Star's heads in Zhongfan entered the conference hall. Although many people were curious about what they would discuss, they really couldn't find out. Probably no one knew except for those few heads. In just 10 minutes, Zhongfan soared into the sky. When he stood in the air, he glanced coldly at Yongkai's mansion and just happened to meet Yuhi's eyes. Yuhi smiled sweetly at him with a charming expression. Bitch! Zhongfan snorted coldly and transformed into a ray of sword light that charged out. If it wasn't for him being afraid of Yuhi, who was at the 5th rank of Heaven Splitter, he would have directly charged into the mansion and captured Yongkai. But even though he was also at the 5th rank of Heaven Splitter, he wasn't confident that he could defeat Yuhi. Not to mention that this was the Great Void Realm, so he couldn't exert his full strength. Once someone helped him, he would definitely be defeated and flee. So after weighing the pros and cons, he could only retreat for now. A gap opened in the grand formation to allow Zhongfan to leave. Zhu Li came over and asked, how was it? Zhongfan said indifferently, what else? As I expected, they abandoned the rook to save the king. Crimson Star abandoned that Yongkai. Luo Qingyun said, since that's the case, why didn't they close this damn formation and let me kill that bastard? Zhongfan said, they were naturally afraid that we would seize the opportunity to annihilate them. He waved his hand and said, it's natural for them to have such concerns. How could Crimson Star not be on guard against our joint forces? Luo Qingyun frowned. But if that bastard keeps hiding inside and doesn't come out, are we just going to wait and do nothing? Of course not. Chen Tianfei said that he would think of a way to force that brat out. He only asked us to retreat immediately after achieving our goal. Retreat? Luo Qingyun sneered, in his dreams. We mobilized so many people this time. How can killing just one person appease the hatred in my heart? Since that bastard is Crimson Star's man, Crimson Star should pay the price. Di Tian and Ding Yi also have to die for daring to offend the dignity of Sword Pavilion. Lu Shui said softly, how will Crimson Star force him out? What if he refuses to come out no matter what? Zhongfan glanced at her. He will come out. It's not like we don't have any bargaining chips. Lu Shui understood and nodded silently. Silence was sometimes a kind of pressure. Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's 3,000 people besieged Star City. Although they didn't do anything and didn't say a word, it made the people in Star City feel uneasy. Amidst this turbulent situation, a piece of news quickly spread through Star City. Yongkai didn't obtain the position of Crimson Star's 6th head legitimately. He didn't obtain the first head's approval at all. He had seized the position through schemes and tricks. On that day, he had ambushed Poison Matriarch in Ganhong and used despicable means to coerce Chen Tianfei and the others to take the position of 6th head. The first head, who was in seclusion, didn't know anything about this and had never acknowledged his identity as the 6th head. His words and actions didn't represent Crimson Star at all. Chapter 40-32. In other words, this so-called 6th young master of Qi Xing was just Yongkai blowing his own trumpet and had never been recognized by Qi Xing. At first, this news was only spread among a few people, but it soon spread to the entire Star City. It had only been half an hour, so it was impossible to say that there was no one behind this. For a time, many people looked at Yongkai's mansion with pity, knowing that this 6th young master had been abandoned by Qi Xing. Not many people believed this rumor. If this was true, why did Qi Xing not deny it before? Why did he release such a statement when Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's army was pressing in? Obviously, he didn't want to be implicated by Yongkai. This was understandable. It was a wise move to abandon the rook to save the king. What's more, Yongkai had only been the 6th young master for a few days. He didn't even have a foundation in Qi Xing, so who would protect his interests and safety at this time? Although they understood at this time no one stood up for an irrelevant person. Instead, they complained about Yang Kai. If he hadn't caused trouble outside, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect wouldn't have made such a big fuss, implicating outsiders like them in this Star City. They didn't know if Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect would force their way in, and what would happen to them if that happened. Complaining in their hearts was normal. Some people had even gathered in front of Yang Kai's mansion, shouting that Yang Kai should get out of Star City, and that Red Star City did not welcome him. At first, the number of people was not many, but as time passed, more and more people gathered in front of Yang Kai's mansion. In less than a stick of incense worth of time, hundreds of people had gathered here, and as time passed, more people arrived. All of them glared at each other and cursed. All of them wanted Yang Kai to leave this place quickly and settle his grievances with Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect outside. They didn't want to implicate innocent people like them. The voices were like a tide, each wave louder than the previous one. Inside the mansion, the two disciples of Great Moon Province and Chan Yu all turned pale and trembled. With this situation, there was still a chance of survival if they hid here, but if they left, how could they survive? Yuhi's delicate body was also trembling slightly from anger. She never thought that Qi Xing would actually be so despicable and shameless. In order to force Yang Kai to leave Star City, he actually used such a despicable method. With her divine sense, she could naturally detect that there were many Crimson Star disciples in the crowd adding fuel to the fire. These people must have received instructions from Chen Tianfei and the others, otherwise, how could they dare to act like this? Outside Star City, the gazes of Zhongfan and the other 4 heaven-opening realm masters gathered in front of Yang Kai's mansion. Long Tai sneered, "This is Qi Xing's plan? You want to use these people to force that Yang Kai away?" Chan Tianfei and the others are getting worse and worse. Zhu Li muttered, "It's not necessarily ineffective. After all, it's difficult to provoke public anger." Luo Qingyun gritted his teeth and said, "It's not like that bastard hasn't infuriated the masses before." Thinking back to what Yang Kai had done in the Yuanxi Mountain, he felt that it was inconceivable. Even though he was one of the leaders of Sword Pavilion, he did not dare to do something that offended the interests of everyone, but Yang Kai had done it. It would have been fine if he had done it, but he was still alive and well afterwards. As such, he did not feel that this kind of method would have any effect. He had experienced that guy's madness before. Let's wait for a while. Since Chen Tianfei has already given this king his guarantee, let's see how his methods are. If it really doesn't work out, it won't be too late for us to take action then. In any case, he can't escape here, Zhongfan said indifferently. Qian Qingyun's eyes flashed as he let out a sinister laugh. That's fine too. It's not bad to slowly enjoy his despair. Somewhere in Star City, Chen Tianfei and the others were hidden in the void, paying attention to Yang Kai's actions. Orders were silently passed down, and the crowd gathered in front of Yang Kai's mansion became more and more agitated. "Yang Kai, get out of Star City. You're not welcome here. Yang Kai, are you dead? Solve your own problems. What kind of man are you hiding here? That's right, that's right. Since you're so powerful, why are you afraid of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect? Just go out and fight them to the death. Don't implicate innocent people like us." The crowd was like a tide as they shouted endlessly. Inside the mansion, Yuhi's expression was extremely ugly. Although she knew that many of these people were being used by Qi Xing, it was obvious that they were heartless, which was truly infuriating. "Yang Kai, you coward. You have the guts to cause trouble, but you don't have the guts to take responsibility? What if he doesn't come out?" Looking at the attitude of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect, I'm afraid that they won't be able to wait for long. If they really get angry, they will immediately attack Star City. At that time, when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will be implicated. If he doesn't come out, we'll fight our way in and drag him out. That's right, everyone, let's do it together. As soon as these words were spoken, a sword light slashed towards Yang Kai's mansion, followed by countless attacks that blotted out the sky. Although the mansion was covered by a large spirit array, it was not a very advanced spirit array after all, so how could it block the fierce attacks of so many people? In just 3 breaths of time, the spirit array shattered. The spirit array has been broken. Everyone follow me and catch Yang Kai. Someone shouted and was the first to rush to the front. Hundreds of people followed closely behind, all of them rushing into the mansion. Yuhi was stunned. She was still hesitating whether to call Yang Kai and inform him of what had happened outside. But before she could make up her mind, the mansion's spirit array had already been broken. Looking up, a group of fierce-looking people holding artifacts rushed in, all of them looking unfriendly. "This woman is with Yang Kai. Take her down first. We're not afraid that Yang Kai won't show himself," the leader shouted as soon as he saw Yuhi. Yuhi's face suddenly sank. She was a fifth-order heaven-opening realm cultivator, a well-known figure in the outside world. So how could an Emperor Realm Master dare act presumptuously in front of her? But now, someone was actually pointing at her and shouting. In front of Yang Kai, she was very obedient and had always regarded herself as a maidservant, obeying his every word. But that was just a disguise. When had Yang Kai ever seen her true nature? Filled with anger and murderous intent, Yuhi stared at the person who had shouted before and slowly raised her slender finger. At that moment, a dignified roar resounded through the sky, so noisy. As soon as these words fell, a figure suddenly flashed in front of Yuhi, wrapped in a cold aura that could penetrate one's heart, causing one to shudder involuntarily at a glance. "Young master." Yuhi quickly lowered her finger, the murderous intent on her face disappearing without a trace, her beautiful eyes glowing brightly as a look of fear appeared on her face, like a child who had been bullied when their master was not at home and finally saw their parents. Although Yang Kai was in retreat to comprehend the wood and fire divine technique, because of the matter with little fatty Suzhan, he had not fully activated the spirit array in his room, and had instead paid attention to the outside world. After all, this was the first time he had met Suzhan, so it was naturally impossible for him to trust him unconditionally. He knew about the people from Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect, the turmoil in Star City, and the clamoring outside his mansion, but he was too lazy to pay attention to it. But now that even the mansion's spirit array had been broken, he could no longer continue his seclusion. Being forced to appear, Yang Kai was annoyed. He had reached a critical juncture in his seclusion and was about to comprehend something, but now that he had been interrupted at such a critical moment, he naturally wasn't in a good mood. Looking around, the hundreds of thousands of people were densely packed together, almost filling the entire mansion. There were also many people outside who couldn't squeeze in, so they couldn't help but coldly snort. "Is he Yang Kai?" someone asked in a low voice. Many of the people who had rushed in hadn't even seen Yang Kai's face before, so they had been taken advantage of. "It seems so. I finally saw the real deal. I thought I could hide forever." Many people whispered and some people secretly sized up Yang Kai, but they didn't find anything special about him. They really didn't know how such a person could provoke the major forces of Sword Pavilion to join forces to attack him. On the other hand, those who had clamored to drag out Yang Kai and drive him out of Star City didn't say a word at this moment, all of them looking nervous and quietly retreating to the back of the crowd. These were all Crimson Star's disciples who had secretly acted under Chan Tianfei's orders. Now that they had forced Yang Kai out, their goal had been achieved, so they naturally had to retreat. "You want to leave?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and raised his hand, directly grabbing the person in front of him and lifting him into the air. At the same time, he urged his space principles, and in an instant, with him as the center, the space within a radius of 1,000 feet became viscous and confined. Countless muffled groans rang out, and those who were slightly weaker actually froze on the spot. They only felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on their bodies, as if it was going to crush them into powder. Although those who were slightly stronger were not so weak, it was still difficult for them to move. "Are you the one who took the lead to cause trouble?" Yang Kai coldly looked at the person he was holding in the air and asked indifferently. "No, no," the man replied in a panic, the fear in his heart indescribable. He was also from the Emperor realm and had condensed several kinds of heaven-splitting strength. In the outside world, he was already a half-step heaven-splitting master and only lacked 2 kinds of strength to break through to the next level, but now that he was imprisoned by Yang Kai, he couldn't even break free. The fierce and pure strength surged into his body, causing his strength to become extremely weak, making it impossible for him to resist. He couldn't help thinking back to the rumors in Star City that Yang Kai had killed Poison Matriarch and gone home with just the strength of an emperor. At that time, he had snorted disdainfully. In the end, a heaven-opening realm master was still a heaven-opening realm master. Even in this special environment, How could Yang Kai kill them? In private, everyone said that Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack, and the words that had just come out of Crimson Star had undoubtedly confirmed this point. Yang Kai had indeed launched a sneak attack. But now it seemed that the rumors were wrong. With this kind of strength, he really did have the ability to kill heaven-splitting masters. At this critical moment of life and death, the man wept bitterly. Sixth Master, please spare me. This lowly one was only following orders. Sixth Master, please spare me. Sixth Master? Yang Kai chuckled as he looked in a certain direction, his eyes deep and seemingly able to pierce through space, a mocking expression on his face. Chapter 40-33. On the other side, Shan Tianfei and the others who were hiding in the void all looked nervous. Bei Yushan couldn't help but gulp. Although he wasn't very smart, his perception of danger was like that of a wild beast. Under Yang Kai's gaze, Bei Yushan felt as if he had met his natural enemy, and he felt as if he would die in the next moment. The fat on Shan Tianfei's face twitched. Is this a coincidence? Or has he already discovered us? The Ouyang brothers' faces were as calm as water, and they did not dare to make a sound for fear of leaking their auras. Fortunately, Yang Kai only glanced at them indifferently before retracting his gaze. He looked at the unfamiliar faces and then looked at the person in his hand. Isn't it a little too late to call me Sixth Master now? The power in his hand shook, and the person screamed in pain before exploding into pieces. A mist of blood filled the sky, and the expressions of the many cultivators who had rushed into the mansion changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with horror. No one had expected Yang Kai to be so ruthless as to start a massacre at the slightest disagreement. One had to know that there were many of them, and Yang Kai's actions would undoubtedly cause great turmoil. However, looking at Yang Kai's contemptuous expression, it was as if he did not care at all. For a moment, many people's hearts were in chaos. Under the confinement of the space law, they could feel how terrifying Yang Kai's strength was. A Crimson Star disciple shouted in horror, "This lowly one deserves to die. Sixth Master, please spare my life. Since you deserve to die, then all of you will die." Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. When he clapped and pulled his hands, a gigantic moon blade appeared between his hands and slashed out. Without a sound, blood splattered and broken limbs flew. In an instant, the mansion turned into hell. Wherever the moon blade passed, it destroyed everything in its path. Those cultivators who had rushed into the mansion fell like straws in the wind. No one could block the terrifying slash and were cut in half. Those who had strong vitality did not die immediately. They dragged their broken bodies and crawled out, lingering on with their last breaths as they wailed. Wherever they passed, long bloodstains were left behind. It was a ghastly sight. With just one attack, hundreds of people were killed. In the void, the eyelids of Shan Tianfei and the others, who had hidden themselves, twitched violently as their scalps went numb. Even Yu He, who was standing behind Yang Kai, couldn't help but cover her red lips as she looked at the back of the person she thought she was very familiar with. Only now did she realize that this person was actually so unfamiliar. This person was indeed very different from that person. That person was always as gentle as jade, always as warm as the wind. However, the person in front of him could kill people without batting an eyelid. How dare you do this? An old cultivator pointed at Yang Kai, bristling with anger. They had only barged into Yang Kai's residence to force him to leave Star City. They didn't want him to implicate others because of his grudge with the Sword Firmament Pavilion's Lei Guang. However, Yang Kai had directly killed over 100 of them. How cruel was that? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. What right do you have to tell me what to do? Scram. With a wave of his sleeve, a surging force sent the old cultivator flying, causing him to explode into a mist of blood in midair. Since these people dared to break through his residence's grand array and trespass, then they had to pay the price for their actions. Madman, this guy is a madman. Run! Someone shouted and turned around to run. The rest of the crowd also circulated their strength and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai had come out of seclusion in anger and killed over 100 people with a single attack, so his anger had mostly subsided. Seeing these people fleeing in all directions, he didn't make things difficult for them and allowed them to escape. Turning around, he looked at Zhongfan and the others with contempt and smiled disdainfully. Zhongfan shouted in a deep voice, Yang Kai, Dozens of my Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples died because of you. Today, this king will kill you to avenge my Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples. Quickly come out and accept your death. Zhu Li also took a step forward and gritted his teeth. Come out and accept your death, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I will let you taste all the torture in the world and make you beg for death. Facing the two's clamoring and provocation, Yang Kai just smiled faintly and said, If you have the ability, then come in and fight your way in. As soon as these words came out, the entire Star City was in an uproar. This was something that every cultivator feared. If it weren't for the fear of being implicated, why would those people attack Yang Kai's residence to capture him? But now, Yang Kai was provoking them with what they were afraid of. How could they endure this? Many people were worried, fearing that Sword Pavilion's Lei Guang would really attack Star City in anger. At that time they would definitely suffer a calamity. Some even complained that Qi Xing didn't close the spirit array so that Zhongfan and the others could rush in and kill Yang Kai. That surnamed Yang must be afraid. He is really despicable and shameless. It's natural to be afraid. Sword Firmament Pavilion's Lei Guang has so many people here. No matter how strong he is, how can he fight against them? What's the use of being afraid now? Why didn't he think of the consequences when he provoked Sword Firmament Pavilion and Lei Guang on the Yuanxi mountain? That bastard is dead for sure. Star City's Grand Array won't be able to protect him. Can't Master Chen and the others throw him out? Star City was in an uproar. Chen Tianfei and the others listened to the whispers with bitter expressions. If they could throw Yang Kai out, why would they wait until now? They would have done it long ago. But Yang Kai had killed Poison Lady and gone hung in the main hall without the slightest hesitation. They knew that they were no match for Yang Kai in a one-on-one fight. Even if they attacked together, Yang Kai still had Yuehe by his side, so how could they stroke the tiger's whiskers? Qian Qingyun ridiculed, surnamed Yang, I was wrong about you. I thought you were a responsible man, but now it seems that you are only SOSO. Yang Kai snorted. What qualifications do you have to comment on whether this king is responsible or not? Why do I need you to comment? Finished speaking, he couldn't be bothered with these people and turned around to walk towards the secret room. Since Chen Tianfei and the others had chosen to give up on him, there was no need for Yang Kai to consider anything for Qi Xing. With the space principles in his body, he could leave if he wanted to, and stay if he wanted to. No one could stop him. Junior, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Take a look at what this is, Zhongfan suddenly spoke. Yang Kai stopped and looked over. Zhongfan waved his hand and said, Bring it up. As soon as he finished speaking, the thousands of people split apart, revealing a passage in the middle. Following that, dozens of people flew out from behind, but at this moment these dozens of people seemed to be carrying a huge object as they flew through the air. After seeing what they were carrying, Yuhi couldn't help but cover her red lips with her hand. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise as she hurriedly turned her head to look at Yang Kai. What she saw was Yang Kai's eyes narrowing slightly. His face was gloomy as a faint killing intent lingered around him. The object that those dozens of people were carrying was none other than the Scarlet Jiao that Yang Kai had left on Origin Magnet Mountain. The Scarlet Jiao must have experienced a difficult battle. Its entire body was covered in wounds and blood was constantly dripping down. It was unknown how many pieces of scales had fallen off its body, revealing large chunks of flesh. It looked extremely miserable, and its aura was extremely weak, as if it could die at any time. The most serious injury was below its head. There was a huge wound that was filled with sword intent. It was obvious that it had been injured by sword qi, and had almost been decapitated. Although the Scarlet Jiao's strength was not bad, it was only a vicious beast after all, and its intelligence was not too high. If many people really attacked it together, it might not be able to defeat them. The Scarlet Jiao was actually captured. At this moment, its entire body was covered in secret technique chains, completely restraining it, making it unable to move. This was a vicious beast that Yang Kai had left on Origin Magnet Mountain. When he left Origin Magnet Mountain, he did not find what he wanted. Yang Kai was unwilling to give up, so he had Guizian and the others stay there and told them that if a high-quality divine origin magnet stone appeared, they should immediately send a message to him. He had also deliberately left the Scarlet Jiao and Earth Dragon with him in case of any accidents. During this time he had not received any messages from Guizian. Yang Kai himself was in seclusion comprehending the divine technique, so he did not take the initiative to contact him. Who would have thought that when he saw the Scarlet Jiao again, it would actually be in such a situation? The Scarlet Jiao being like this meant that Sword Pavilion and Lei Guang must have gone to Origin Magnet Mountain first. They probably thought that Yang Kai was still there. What about the Earth Dragon? What about Guizian? Yang Kai's divine sense spread out like a tide, and in the next instant, the killing intent on his body became even stronger. He did not feel the Earth Dragon's aura, so he did not know if the Earth Dragon had died or escaped, but he did feel Guizian's aura. Following the Scarlet Jiao, another group of people was escorted forward, led by Guizian and a few dozen Scarlet Star disciples. However, there were about 70 Scarlet Star disciples left on Origin Magnet Mountain, and now only half of them were left. The rest had probably been killed. Guizian and the others did not have secret technique chains on them, but it was obvious that some kind of restriction had been placed on them. Each of them had a weak aura, as if they had never cultivated before. Boy, these are your subordinates and spirit beasts, right? Zhongfan looked at Yang Kai indifferently. Do you not care whether they live or die? Yang Kai's gaze swept over Guizian and the others one by one, confirming that their lives were not in danger. Only the Scarlet Jiao was severely injured, so he asked coldly, "What do you want? I am no longer a member of Scarlet Star, and they are Scarlet Star disciples. Do you want to use them to threaten me? You are too naive." Zhongfan said, "Compared to my own life, I can abandon my subordinates and spirit beasts. This old master naturally will not use their lives to threaten you. This old master just wants you to watch a good show." "What show?" "A show of killing," Zhongfan said, and with a wave of his hand, one of the captured disciples was directly grabbed by him. Sword chi burst out from his palm, instantly turning that disciple into a blood mist. Zhongfan angrily roared, "Sword Pavilion is not to be humiliated. Those who humiliate Sword Pavilion will be killed without mercy." These words seemed to be a declaration, causing the entire star market to tremble. Even Chan Tianfei and the others who had hidden themselves had dignified expressions. After Zhongfan spoke, he stretched out his hand again and caught another Scarlet Star disciple in his hand. Just as he was about to repeat the same trick, his eyes suddenly shrank because at that moment, he had lost sight of Yang Kai. With Zhongfan's ability, he did not notice how he had disappeared. Chapter 40-34. Zhongfan's original plan was to kill Yang Kai's subordinates one by one in front of Yang Kai and the entire Star City before killing Qi Jiao. Firstly, it was to pay for the deaths of Sword Pavilion's disciples on Yuanxi Mountain, and secondly, it was to put pressure on Yang Kai. Otherwise, why would he have spent so much effort to bring these people in Qi Jiao here? He would have killed them long ago on Yuanxi Mountain. Although Yang Kai kept saying that he was no longer a member of Scarlet Star, many of these people had gone through life and death with him. If Yang Kai really left them alone, he would definitely be criticized. If this move could force Yang Kai out, it would naturally be for the best. Even if it didn't succeed, Sword Pavilion wouldn't lose anything. It would also let the world know what the consequences of provoking Sword Pavilion were, killing two birds with one stone. Zhongfan had thought that Yang Kai would be afraid of death and turn a blind eye, or that he would be angered by his subordinates, but who would have thought that such a sudden change would occur? When Yang Kai's figure disappeared from his field of vision, Zhongfan's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He immediately shouted, "Be careful!" As soon as he said this, he saw Yang Kai again. However, at this moment, Yang Kai appeared beside Guizian like a ghost, the space around him twisting and distorting. As soon as he appeared, he reached out and grabbed at Yang Kai. 10 meters away from Guizian, Lu Shui stood in the air, her beautiful eyes still focused on Yang Kai's movements. But in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had disappeared. By the time she sensed that something was wrong, it was already too late. Yang Kai's large hand had reached out, seemingly able to cover the sky as it descended towards her. Lu Shui couldn't help but feel like she couldn't avoid it. In any case, she was still a fourth-stage heaven-opening cultivator. The moment she sensed that something was wrong, she let out a shout and a purple sword light slashed out from between her eyebrows. At the same time, her figure rapidly retreated. The power of this attack was extraordinary. It was a sure kill attack that she had nurtured with her mind. Normally, she would not use it unless it was a moment of life and death. More than one heaven-opening expert had died to this attack. At the same time that Lu Shui slashed out with her sword, Qian Qingyan, who was not far away, made his move as well. A sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. With a swirl of sword light, his body was wrapped within the sword. Man and sword became one as he slashed towards Yang Kai's waist with a ferocious expression. Zhu Li, on the other hand, retreated 100 meters in horror. He was terrified of Yang Kai. Back in the Origin Magnet Mountain, Bijian had died under Yang Kai's spear. Even though many days had passed, the scene was still vivid in his mind. Now that he suddenly saw Yang Kai appear not far from him, his first thought was to run away quickly before making any plans. The other leader of Thunder Light Sect was stunned for a moment, seemingly unable to react to what had happened. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai grabbed the violet sword that had slashed out from between Lu Shui's brows. With a clang, the sword let out a clear and resonant hum that shot into the 9 heavens. Lu Shui's eyes instantly widened as shock filled her face. That was because Yang Kai was actually completely unscathed from her sure kill attack. Not only that, Yang Kai was actually holding a 3-inch long, hiltless sword that glowed with violet light between his fingers. The sword seemed to possess a mind of its own as it struggled and trembled in Yang Kai's hand. However, no matter what, it was unable to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. Die! Right at this moment, Luo Qingyun slashed out furiously, directly striking Yang Kai's waist. A wisp of a smile couldn't help but appear on Luo Qingyun's face, and he seemed to have already seen the scene of Yang Kai being slashed into 2 by him and dying on the spot. The might of the full-force strike of his 4th-rank Heaven Splitter was utterly impossible for Yang Kai, who was in the Emperor realm, to resist. However, the rebounding force that came from his hand caused Qian Qingyan's smile to instantly stiffen. In his field of vision, Yang Kai's body was suddenly enveloped in a vigorous earth-yellow glow, and a prismatic earth element shield appeared to protect Yang Kai's body, blocking his front. That sword slashed onto the shield of earth. As expected of the full-force strike of a 4th-rank Heaven Splitter, even the solid shield of earth was actually unable to resist it, and it shattered with a clatter. The sword slashed past Yang Kai's waist and tore open a hole in his clothes. At the instant they brushed past each other, Yang Kai glanced indifferently at Luo Qingyun. The sword light dispersed to reveal Luo Qingyun's figure, and his expression was savage to the point of being slightly terrifying. This was because Yang Kai's glance just now had been filled with contempt, as if he was looking at an ant. With a cry of alarm, Luo Qingyun abruptly turned around, and when he saw what was happening, he couldn't help but explode with rage. Release her! Amidst the army of 10,000, Yang Kai's large hand gripped Lu Shui's slender neck as he hid behind her. He looked ahead from behind Lu Shui with a playful expression. 3 inches from Lu Shui's throat, a cold light flickered. At some point, Zhongfan had arrived with his sword. He was at the 5th-rank Heaven Splitter, and in terms of strength and foundation he was stronger than any of the Heaven Splitters present. The moment he saw Yang Kai attack Lu Shui, he immediately sensed Yang Kai's intentions and immediately flew over to save her. However, even with Luo Qingyun's interference, he was still a little too late. By the time he arrived, Yang Kai had already grabbed Lu Shui and used her as a shield. With a shield like Lu Shui, how could Zhongfan attack again? Their gazes met. Zhongfan was seething with rage while his face warped. He pointed his sword forward, yet he was unable to move. Luo Qingyun had an anxious expression. Zhu Li had a horrified expression, and Long Tai, who'd recovered from his shock, had an astounded expression as well. At this instant, countless gazes shot over, yet it was perfectly silent. Everything that had happened in that instant just now had happened too quickly. Besides a few people, no one knew exactly what had happened, and by the time they reacted, the situation before them had already occurred. Countless people asked in their hearts, how could this have happened? How could Yang Kai have the courage to charge out? How could he receive Luo Qingyun's attack without being affected at all? How could Lu Shui be captured by him? Why didn't she resist at all? Numerous huge questions arose in their hearts, yet no one was able to give an answer. It wasn't just the spectators who were puzzled. Even Luo Qingyun and Zhongfan looked at Lu Shui with puzzlement. Even though she was a woman, she was at the 4th-rank Heaven Splitter, so why didn't she resist after being captured by Yang Kai? So long as Lu Shui was able to struggle free from Yang Kai's restraint with a single strike, then they would immediately be able to join forces and kill Yang Kai. Only Lu Shui was clearly aware in her heart that a strand of scorching and terrifying energy had instantly invaded her body at the instant she was captured by Yang Kai. That energy burned her meridians, flesh, and blood without restraint, causing her to feel excruciating pain. Her entire body trembled while sweat instantly drenched her clothes. It was absolutely the energy of the fire element that Yang Kai had condensed. However, Lu Shui had never seen such pure energy of the fire element, nor had she sensed such high-quality energy of the fire element. The energy within her body was utterly unable to resist the flames of that energy, and it collapsed upon coming into contact with it. She could only utilize her Dao seal to resist it with all her might, and she couldn't be distracted at all. So how could she have any strength left to resist? Otherwise, the slightest mistake would cause her to be incinerated into nothingness. Exactly what rank is this fire element? Lu Shui had a faint guess in her heart, but she didn't dare to believe it. In the mansion below, Yuhi's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. This person was indeed very different from that person, but in some aspects they were equally crazy and disregarded life and death. This kind of madness was fascinating and intoxicating. Her mood seemed to have traveled back thousands of years, returning to the time when she was young. Deep in her heart there was a sour feeling. In the void, Chan Tianfei, who had hidden his figure, trembled with fear. Although he had long seen the terror of Yang Kai's strength, he couldn't help but be shaken when he saw it again. This guy was simply a monster. In the great cosmological realm, who could compete with him if he couldn't split open the heavens? Beside him, Bei Yushan couldn't help but gulp down his saliva, revealing the horror in his heart. In the sky and on the ground, all eyes were on him. Yang Kai grinned and gently pushed Lu Shui forward. Seeing the sharp sword getting closer and closer to her throat, Lu Shui couldn't help but look at Zhong Fan with a pleading expression. Zhong Fan's face twitched and he had no choice but to withdraw his sword. Despicable! Zhong Fan gritted his teeth and cursed. Yang Kai sneered, "I learned it from you." Zhong Fan was suddenly at a loss for words. Before, he had used the lives of Guozian and the others to threaten Kai Yang, but in the blink of an eye, Kai Yang had used Lu Shui to threaten him. It really was 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Every dog had its day, but these 30 years had passed in a flash. Yang Kai no longer paid attention to him and looked at Guozian with a solemn expression. "This king has implicated you this time." Guozian was moved. "Sixth master, please don't say that. This lowly one and the others have embarrassed you." He secretly hated himself for not being strong enough. Yang Kai had even left the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon for him to use, but at the critical moment, he couldn't even send out a message. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have been so passive. He couldn't be blamed for this. The main reason was that Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect had too many people and acted too quickly. When they arrived at Yuan-Ci Mountain, they directly captured them and then divided their forces to encircle the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon. So how could they have the time to send out a message? Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I am no longer Qixing's sixth master, so don't call me sixth master anymore." Guozian was startled for a moment, but he was also a smart person. He just glanced at Star City and thought about what he had heard and seen before, and immediately understood Yang Kai's situation. He couldn't help showing a look of shame on his face. As Qixing's great commander, he couldn't agree with the actions of Qixing's masters, but he was powerless to change anything. His dry lips squirmed a few times. On the other side, Yang Kai looked at Zhong Fan and said, "Old dog, now that you have my people in your hands and I have yours, what do you want to do?" Zhong Fan looked at Yang Kai coldly and snorted, "Let her go and I'll spare your life." Yang Kai grinned at him and shouted, "Guozian." Guozian's hair was disheveled, and although his cultivation was sealed, he still responded in a deep voice, "This lowly one is here. How many of your people did they kill on Yuan-Ci Mountain?" Guozian's eyes flashed with grief as he cupped his fists and said, replying to Master, "This lowly one originally had 72 people under him, but now only 39 remain. A total of 33 people have died." Yang Kai nodded, his aura bursting from his body, as if a god had descended. "I'll take revenge for those 33 people. Open your eyes wide and watch carefully." When his words fell, Zhong Fan's face changed greatly. "You dare?" Yang Kai, however, slapped out his palm and a huge palm print fell from the sky, pressing down on Thunder Light Sect and Sword Pavilion's camp. Chapter 40-35. A huge palm print slammed down from the sky, causing the surrounding space to explode. No one had expected Yang Kai to be so crazy. Not only did he not know how to restrain himself in front of the enemy, he even took the initiative to attack. The Sword Pavilion disciples had yet to complete their sword array, and the Thunder Light Sect disciples were shaken. In a hurry, they hurriedly sent out a series of secret techniques and artifacts. The huge palm print was riddled with holes by countless attacks, but it still continued to press down. Miserable cries rang out as clouds of blood mist exploded in the air, like the most enchanting red roses. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, flowers of blood bloomed in the air, enchanting and bloody. By the time this attack was exhausted, exactly 33 flowers of blood had bloomed in the air. Gasps could be heard coming from all over Star City. Everyone stared at the figure standing in the void in disbelief. Zhong Fan and the others' eyes were spitting fire, almost burning the void. 33 of Guozian's subordinates had died in battle, and now Yang Kai had killed 33 Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect disciples in public, not one more and not one less, just to avenge those who had died. And this arrogant action was undoubtedly a slap to the faces of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect, causing Zhong Fan and the others to feel pain. If they could not kill Yang Kai here today, how could Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect establish themselves in the great cosmological realm in the future? The long sword in Zhong Fan's hand trembled slightly as sword chi flickered. He was furious and wished he could rush up and cut Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces, but Lu Shui was restrained by Yang Kai, so he dared not act rashly. Yang Kai, however, suddenly turned his head and glared at Zhong Fan, shouting, "This king forgot. It wasn't 33, you just killed another person." As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the Thunder Light Sect and Sword Pavilion disciples changed drastically, and they all retreated, pulling away from Yang Kai. Although there were many of them, no one was willing to die an unjust death. In an instant, with Yang Kai as the center, except for Zhong Fan and a few other heaven-opening realm masters, there was no one around. The power of one person was terrifying. "What do you want?" Zhong Fan looked over coldly. "You invited me to watch a show, so this king will also invite you to watch a show." As he said this, he twisted the 3-inch purple sword that belonged to Lu Shui and stabbed it into Lu Shui's chest. Then he slammed his palm down and sent the purple sword back into Lu Shui's body. Lu Shui let out a muffled groan. She had been using all her strength to resist the burning of the Golden Crow True Fire, and now that she had been injured by Yang Kai, she was immediately covered in sweat. Her white clothes were stained with blood, and her entire body was flushed red. Steam rose from the top of her head, and a painful groan came from her throat. "You're courting death." Luo Qingyun's gaze instantly turned crimson red as he gritted his teeth and shouted explosively. Zhong Fan's face instantly darkened. Although he was furious that Yang Kai had killed 33 people with a single palm strike just now, they were just his subordinates. He could just kill them again after they died, but Lu Shui was different. She was one of the leaders of Sword Pavilion, but now she was being humiliated by Yang Kai like this, so he had no choice but to reevaluate Yang Kai's madness. Guozian and the 30 or so captured Scarlet Star disciples were originally dispirited, but after seeing Yang Kai's unexpected actions with their own eyes, all of them became spirited. This 6th manager was truly cruel and ruthless. He could even lay his hands on such a delicate beauty like Lu Shui. If they were in his shoes, they might not have the heart to do so. However, they had to admit that when they saw this scene, it really made them feel very happy. Their blood boiled and it made them feel warm from the inside out. An uncontrollable impulse surged in their hearts to follow this 6th head through fire and water. Even if they died here, they would have no regrets. "If you dare say another word, I'll twist her head off." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Luo Yang Kai and said in a cold voice. Luo Yang Kai's sword intent surged as he watched Lu Shui suffer with his own eyes, so how could he not want to save her? In fact, he had been looking for an opportunity, but unfortunately, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and monitored the surroundings, so he couldn't do anything. At this moment, when he met Yang Kai's icy cold eyes, he was shocked and realized that he wasn't joking, but would really do it. His anger was suppressed in his chest like a volcano that could erupt at any moment, but he didn't dare to say another word, for fear that Yang Kai would really twist Lu Shue's head off. Humph! Yang Kai smiled contemptuously and shouted in a deep voice, Guizian. Guizian's expression became solemn as he replied, This humble one is here. Are you afraid of death? Yang Kai turned around to look at him. Guizian's mouth moved, and he really wanted to say that he wasn't afraid to strengthen Yang Kai's reputation. But who wasn't afraid of death? Words that went against his heart would seem hypocritical, so he immediately smiled frankly. I am. After that he said, But this humble one believes that if we die, then Master will definitely take revenge for us. He didn't doubt this in the slightest because Yang Kai had already used the lives of 33 of them to prove it. Yang Kai nodded lightly. You're very good. Guizian said in a low voice, Master, there's no need to worry about us. Just do as you please. Even if we brothers die here, we'll absolutely not be a burden to you. Brothers, don't all of you agree? Yes, Master. Over 30 of them shouted explosively in unison, and their voices shook the world while they revealed expressions of being ready to face death. Countless people were moved, and many of them showed looks of respect. Whether these words were sincere or forced by the situation, Yang Kai being able to gain the support of Guizian and the others at this time was enough to show his personal charisma. Chun Tianfei and the others had complicated expressions. They had commanded Crimson Star for many years, and although they had some useful subordinates, they had never seen such loyalty from these people. Guizian had only been assigned to Yang Kai for a short period of time, 1 or 2 months at most, yet he was already convinced? They couldn't believe it. Could Crimson Star's disciples be like this? Yang Kai's expression was solemn as his eyes swept over the faces of the more than 30 people, as if he wanted to remember their faces. He saw Guizian's calmness, saw the fear and reluctance to live in the depths of these people's eyes, and saw the many expectations they had for him. Nodding slightly, Yang Kai said, Don't worry if you die. I will bury these 3,000 people with you. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. Although Yang Kai had shown extraordinary combat strength before, and even Lu Shui, who was a 4th-grade heaven splitter, could not resist him, everyone knew that in the great cosmological realm, ordinary heaven splitters were no match for Yang Kai. But these words were too arrogant. Those were 3,000 people, not 3,000 radishes. Even if they stood there and let others kill them, it would take a long time, not to mention that there were several heaven splitters present, and the disciples of Sword Pavilion could form the Starfall Sword Array. Even if Crimson Star went all out, it was impossible for them to be opponents, let alone a mere Yang Kai. Someone secretly shook his head. Isn't this surnamed Yang a bit too arrogant? Does he really think he is invincible? Someone even sneered. Who doesn't know how to talk big? If you want me to go up, I can say a few words. Sigh, this kid, I thought he was a character, but who knew that his brain is a bit stupid? How can he say such words so casually? Even Yu He, who had been paying close attention in the mansion, frowned slightly. It was not that she did not believe in Yang Kai's strength. She had also seen Yang Kai join forces with Crimson Flood Dragon to defeat hundreds of people from Thunder Light Sect. But the 3,000 people in front of her were different. Thunder Light Sect had used all their strength, and Sword Pavilion also had 300 disciples here. Once the sword array was used, they were invincible. If Yang Kai relied on the Space Divine technique to deal with them, he might be able to defeat them, but it was a bit unrealistic to say that he could kill 3,000 people. Junior, you are young but you talk big. Zhong Fan snorted coldly. You will know if I talk big or not when you try. Yang Kai squinted. Old dog, now you have 2 choices. First, let my people go, and I will exchange this woman with you. Second, you kill my people, and I will send this woman to the Yellow Springs to be buried with them. Which one do you choose? Zhong Fan's face was so gloomy that it could almost condense water. Yang Kai's intention was obviously to exchange their hostages, but when it came out of his mouth it sounded like a threat, making one feel uncomfortable. What made Zhong Fan feel even more helpless was that he could not ignore Lu Shue's life or death. For any force, a 4th-grade heaven splitter was a cornerstone that could not be lost. How do you expect this old master to believe you? Zhong Fan pondered for a moment before rolling his eyes. What if this old master releases her and you go back on your word? Do you have a choice? Yang Kai sneered. Zhong Fan said. this old master will release half of her first. If you let her go, this old master will definitely release the other half. Yang Kai acted as if he did not hear and raised Lu Shui high in the air. His face filled with murderous intent. As if there was no one else present, he indifferently said, I will count to 3. If I don't see the result I want, you can just wait to collect this woman's corpse. 1. Junior, don't go too far. Zhong Fan was furious. Yang Kai's attitude was so unyielding that it was extremely infuriating. He'd already taken a step back and could release half of the hostages, yet Yang Kai actually refused to accept it. How could he endure this under the gazes of everyone present? 2. Yang Kai remained unmoved and had a cold and indifferent expression. Luo Qingyun looked nervously at Zhong Fan, and he'd already clenched his sword tightly. He was only waiting for Yang Kai to shout out 3 before he launched an attack. Zhong Fan's imposing aura rose swiftly to its peak as well, and he stared fixedly at Yang Kai. He was able to sense that even though Yang Kai had mentally prepared Guoziyan and the others in advance and told them that he would take revenge, he actually didn't want to see Guoziyan and the others die here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to exchange hostages. At this critical moment, whoever's imposing aura was slightly weaker would suffer a crushing defeat. So Zhong Fan had a firm expression and remained unmoved. Yang Kai opened his mouth slightly while a wisp of a savage smile appeared on his face, and he'd already formed the shape of 3 words while surging fluctuations of energy emanated from his hand. Zhong Fan immediately shouted explosively, "Release her!" His imposing aura that shot into the sky instantly fell to rock bottom at this moment. He didn't dare take the risk in the end. Yang Kai could disregard the fate of Guoziyan and the others, and if worst came to worst, he could just go back and take revenge, but the sword pavilion couldn't afford to lose Lu Shui. Qian Qingyun suddenly heaved a sigh of relief, and his palm that held his sword was covered in sweat. On the other hand, after Zhong Fan gave the order, Guoziyan and the others that were captured had escaped their restraints successively, and they flew towards Yang Kai. When they arrived before him, Guoziyan had an expression of gratitude and embarrassment, and he tilted his head and cupped his fists. Master! Chapter 40-36. Yang Kai nodded and said in a light voice, "Where's the Earth Dragon?" Up until now, he still didn't know if the Earth Dragon was dead or alive. Guoziyan said, "The Earth Dragon is fine. It has drilled into the origin magnet mountain." This fellow was extremely slippery, and it immediately fled when it noticed the situation wasn't good. It was skilled in earth movement, so even if the Sword Pavilion and Thunderbolt sect were numerous, they couldn't do anything to it. Moreover, it was impossible for them to constantly search for its tracks in the origin magnet mountain, so they simply let it go. After all, their main target was still Yang Kai. That's good. Yang Kai was extremely gratified in his heart, as he'd finally heard some good news. The Crimson WRM was quickly released as well. Comparatively speaking, the Crimson WRM's injuries were the heaviest. Countless scales on its body had fallen off, its body was dripping with blood, and there was an enormous wound on its neck, causing it to look extremely terrifying. It flew over to Yang Kai before lowering its head to convey its furious and helpless emotions. Its eyes were even looking at Lu Shui, who was in Yang Kai's hand, and it bared its teeth as if it wished for nothing more than to swallow her into its stomach. The enormous wound on its neck was caused by Lu Shui. This caused Lu Shui to be extremely nervous. Zhong Fan and Luo Qingyun couldn't help but feel their hearts rise to their throats, as they were deeply afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't make the Crimson WRM do that, and he just patted its head. "Go back," he instructed Guoziyan and the others. "All of you go back first." Guoziyan was stunned. "Master, what about you?" "Don't worry, this group of trash can't do anything to me." Guoziyan was deeply worried and wanted to persuade Yang Kai. Yet when he saw Yang Kai's firm expression, he knew that he probably wouldn't be able to persuade Yang Kai, and he felt extreme admiration in his heart. This master was truly extraordinary to be able to remain so calm and composed when facing so many enemies. "Then master, you must be careful," Guoziyan said before leading over 30 people, and the Crimson WRM toward Star City. The defensive grand formation of Star City was still closed. Yang Kai turned his head to look towards the place where Chan Tianfei and the others were hiding, and he stared there without blinking. He didn't say a single word, yet he emitted a silent pressure. After several breaths of time, Chen Tianfei's eyelids twitched and he secretly issued an order. A crack appeared in the formation, Guizian, S and the others and the Crimson WM, they rushed into Star City. Although Chen Tianfei and the others didn't want to offend Sword Pavilion and Thunder Ray sect, in the eyes of outsiders, Guizian's group was still part of the Crimson Star sect, and it wasn't right for them to lock their own people outside so they could only let them in. And after Guizian and the others entered Star Market, Yang Kai undoubtedly won the hostage exchange. Now, in this situation, Yang Kai held the overall initiative. With Lu Shui in his hands, whether he wanted to fight or stay was up to him. Although Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect had more people, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Many people revealed looks of admiration. If they were in Lu Shui's shoes, they wouldn't be able to do this. But thinking about it carefully, Sword Pavilion was also helpless. As long as they couldn't bear to give up on Lu Shui, they would definitely choose to compromise. A gust of wind blew, causing their clothes to flutter. Divine senses spread out, locking onto Yang Kai. Wisps of murderous intent lingered. The 300 Sword Pavilion disciples quietly changed their formation and sealed off all directions. In an instant, the place where Yang Kai stood was completely surrounded. There was no way out. This boy is in trouble, Chen Tianfei softly said. In this situation, unless Yang Kai could keep Lu Shui in check, there was no way he could escape this inescapable net. He asked for it. Ouyang Lai coldly snorted. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he has some ability? If you were him, what would you do? Madame Qin asked. Chen Tianfei shook his head. Lu Shui is his only hope. If he wants to live, he must not let Lu Shui go. At this moment, Zhong Fan shouted, "Let her go." Yang Kai grinned, "Don't worry, this king always keeps his word. Catch." Saying so, under everyone's shocked gazes, he directly pushed Lu Shui out. Chen Tianfei's narrowed eyes suddenly widened, almost popping out of their sockets. He cried out involuntarily, "This brat is crazy." He just said that if he wanted to live, he must not let Lu Shui go, but Yang Kai actually did it. With Lu Shui in his hands, Yang Kai still had the upper hand. If he let Lu Shui go, how could he survive? Was he tired of living and courting death? Not only did Chen Tianfei not expect this, but even Lu Shui herself did not expect this. When Lu Shui was pushed out, she was stunned, as if she did not expect to break free from Yang Kai's control so easily. Zhong Fan's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Good brat. I respect you as a hero and will definitely give you a quick death." As he spoke, he pulled Lu Shui to his side, and the huge broadsword in his hand shook as he was about to charge forward. However, this did not stop Lu Shui from spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood mist that she spat out was scalding hot, as if it was boiling. Not only that, Lu Shui's exposed skin was scarlet red, and steam was rising from her head. Zhong Fan's pupils shrank, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Lu Shui had also acted strangely before, but at that time she had been suppressed by Yang Kai, so Zhong Fan had thought that Yang Kai was secretly manipulating her. But now that she had been released, how could she still be like this? Even if Yang Kai had planted some kind of method in her body, with her 4th stage heaven-opening foundation, she should have been able to easily resolve it. She should not have been in such a miserable state. "Uncle Zhong, save me!" Lu Shui shouted hoarsely, her beautiful eyes filled with panic. Zhong Fan did not have time to look for trouble with Yang Kai and reached out to grab Lu Shui's wrist, sending his pure strength into her body, but he quickly retracted his hand as if he had been stung by a scorpion, calling out in shock, "How could this be?" In that moment of investigation, he discovered that Lu Shui's body was filled with a kind of manic and overbearing burning power that was recklessly burning her meridians and flesh. This burning power was extremely pure, giving him a sense of disbelief. Even with Lu Shui's 4th stage heaven-opening strength, she was unable to completely suppress it. According to this situation, even if Lu Shui went all out, she would be burned to death in less than half an hour. Turning his head, Zhong Fan saw Yang Kai looking at him with a playful expression, and suddenly realized why Yang Kai had released Lu Shui so easily. It turned out that it was not out of kindness, but because he had other plans. If he wanted Lu Shui to live, he had to help suppress this burning power. Otherwise Lu Shui would undoubtedly die, and besides him, no one else would be able to do anything. As a result, his fifth stage heaven opening strength would be completely suppressed and there was no way for him to act. Gritting his teeth secretly, he had thought that this little brat was upright and heroic, but who would have thought that he was also despicable and shameless? He hated himself for having misjudged him and wished he could gouge his eyes out. Kill him. After thinking for a moment, Zhong Fan let out a deep shout, and at the same time rolled up his sleeves, wrapped Lu Shui, and quickly flew down somewhere, landing directly on a slope. When he put Lu Shui down, he shouted in a low voice, "Concentrate. Suppress with all your strength. I will help you." Saying so, he circled around to Lu Shui's back and patted her on the back. Pure energy madly poured into Lu Shui's body, helping her suppress the burning power. Lu Shui did not dare to be negligent and sat down cross-legged, forming a series of hand seals as she silently circulated her secret art. Seeing this situation, how could the countless cultivators inside and outside Star City not know that Yang Kai had secretly killed Lu Shui? Otherwise, how could Zhong Fan have taken Lu Shui to a relatively safe place to heal? That surnamed Yang is really good at scheming. As a result, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect have lost 2 mid-stage heaven-opening cultivators. Even so what? They still have 3 mid-stage heaven-opening cultivators, not to mention the low-stage heaven-opening cultivators. There are at least 20 to 30 of them. Cleverness backfires on itself. Restraining Zhong Fan alone won't affect the overall situation. Does he really think he can fight more than 3,000 people alone? AI in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are useless. The crowd discussed spiritedly, and no one was optimistic about Yang Kai. They all felt that he had made an extremely wrong decision. If he really wanted to live, he should not have let Lu Shui go so easily. At this moment, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect no longer had any worries, so how could they show mercy to him? Just as the atmosphere was tense, a vigorous voice suddenly rang out from Star City, "Boy, as long as you submit to this young master and become this young master's servant, this young master will guarantee your safety." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their heads and saw a young man in luxurious clothes standing in the void, looking at Yang Kai with a smile on his face. Behind him stood 7 or 8 servants. Judging from the aura of this young man, he was only from the Emperor realm, but his clothes were either rich or noble. It seemed that he had an extraordinary background. But this was the great cosmological realm, so what if he had some background? For a time, many people discussed spiritedly, guessing which force this young man belonged to. His tone was so arrogant. Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's 3,000 people were ready to attack, but he also spoke so arrogantly that he would guarantee Yang Kai's safety. Although the discussion was not loud, it clearly reached the young man's ears, which made him very unhappy. He could not help but snort coldly with an arrogant expression. A guard behind him walked out, looked around, and said in a cold voice, "My young master is the descendant of Qingming Blessed Land's 3rd elder. Who dares to humiliate him?" As soon as these words fell, everyone was shocked speechless. Qingming Blessed Land was one of the 72 paradise. Even in the 3,000 worlds it was a top force. To be able to serve as an elder in this blessed land and be ranked 3rd, it meant that he was at least a high-rank heaven splitter. Coming from Qingming Blessed Land and having a high-rank heaven splitter ancestor, his background was not small. If he insisted on protecting Yang Kai, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect might have to consider the consequences of angering him. In the great cosmological realm, he could not do anything to Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect, but what about outside? He could probably destroy Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect with just a word. His request was indeed a little excessive. He wanted Yang Kai to submit to him and be his servant, but in the face of life and death, it was good enough to have a choice. Who would care so much? What's more, this young man had a great background, so being a servant to such a person might not be a bad thing. Even Luo Qingyun and the others who were about to attack froze in place, not knowing whether to attack or not. They stared nervously at Yang Kai, afraid that he would agree. Observing the situation, the young man's expression became even more arrogant. He nodded at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, if you miss this opportunity, you won't have this opportunity again. Think carefully before you answer this young master." Chapter 40-37. You want me to submit to you and become your servant? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at the young man. When he was in seclusion, he had noticed someone from Qingming Blessed Land outside the door, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now it seemed that it was this guy. The young man smiled. That will be the greatest honor of your life. Is that so? Yang Kai didn't deny it. Luo Qingyun said anxiously, surnamed Yang. A man should be proud and indomitable. It is better to die standing than to live kneeling. Think carefully, don't make a mistake that will lead to everlasting regret. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would agree. If that were the case, then what was the point of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect joining forces to come here today? How could he take revenge for Lu Shui? This young master is speaking, how can you interrupt? The young man from Qingming Blessed Land suddenly looked at Qian Qingyan with displeasure. What's your name? If you have the ability, tell me your name. Luo Qingyun's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Under the gazes of so many people, if he didn't reply, he would seem weak, but if he did, he was afraid that the other party would settle the score with him afterwards. Although he was a 4th-level heaven splitter, he was still nothing in front of a colossus like a blessed land. Even if this young man couldn't represent Qingming Blessed Land, just the 4 standing behind him wasn't something Luo Qingyun could contend against. At the same time he was furious. A mere Emperor Realm Master would never dare to act so presumptuously in front of him, if he didn't have a backer behind him. Fortunately, the young man didn't make things too difficult for him. This was a great opportunity to subdue Yang Kai. His thoughts were all on Yang Kai, so how could he have the leisure to care about anything else? As long as he could subdue Yang Kai, all of Yang Kai's gains on Origin Magnet Mountain would be his. There were many 6th-grade Origin Magnet Divine Stones, which was a considerable amount of resources even in the Blessed Land. When he returned to Qingming Blessed Land, wouldn't the old ancestor look at him in a new light? What's more, Yang Kai had a 5th-grade Heaven Splitter maidservant by his side, so he might be able to take this opportunity to get close to her. Ever since he saw Yu He that day, he had never forgotten her. Seeing that Qian Qingyun did not answer, he snorted lightly, looked at Yang Kai and said, "This young master's patience is limited. Have you thought it through?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to ask me to be your servant." As soon as he finished speaking, his body shook with a bang, and a surge of flames erupted from his body. His entire body was like a ball of raging flames that burned to the point of distorting space and trembling the universe. Amidst the raging flames, Yang Kai opened his eyes. They were like 2 small suns burning people's minds. A cold, murderous aura filled the air as he shouted in a dignified voice, "Disturbing my cultivation, disturbing my mind, you all deserve to die. Today, I will use your lives to practice my divine technique." With a bang, fire element energy flowed within the Tao seal. With Yang Kai as the center, a violent ring of flames madly spread out in all directions like a ripple, one ring after another in an endless stream. Miserable cries instantly rang out. The cultivator closest to Yang Kai did not even have time to react. The moment they were swept by the ring of flames, they turned into balls of fire and flew around like headless flies, crashing into their own formation. However, in just 2 or 3 breaths, the miserable cries came to an abrupt end. The burning balls of fire turned into charcoal, falling from the sky like dumplings. In an instant, several dozen people had fallen. Everyone stared at this scene in shock. Surrounded by 3,000 people and under the covetous gazes of several dozen heaven splitters, Yang Kai, who was alone, had actually taken the initiative to launch an attack. With just a single strike, several dozen cultivator had fallen from the sky. What kind of fire is this? Chen Tianfei's eyes narrowed as he stared at the pitch-black flames burning on Yang Kai's body. The shock in the depths of his heart was simply indescribable. Just the ring of flames was so fierce, undoubtedly indicating that the grade of this fire element energy was very high. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for those cultivator to not be able to resist. A 5th-grade fire element cultivator absolutely could not achieve this level. Could it be a 6th-grade one? Chen Tianfei's heart trembled. Only now did he realize that he had always underestimated Yang Kai. Being able to condense a 6th-grade fire element energy undoubtedly meant that Yang Kai's aptitude was extraordinary and his ambitions were far-reaching. Such a character could not be cultivated without a blessed paradise. Once he grew up, he would have a place in the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai's origins were unclear. Could it be that he also came from a blessed paradise? If not, how could he dare to speak to the youth from Qingming blessed paradise like that? Thinking so, Chen Tianfei's forehead could not help but break out in a cold sweat as he secretly prayed that this was not the case. Otherwise, Qi Xing would not have a good life. The ring of flames was still spreading out in all directions. Rays of light lit up as the disciples of Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light sect urged their secret techniques and artifacts to protect themselves. The disciples of Sword Pavilion had formed groups of several dozen to form a sword array, creating a sword curtain that blocked the erosion of the ring of flames. The power of the Starfall sword array was extraordinary. Although it could not combine the power of several dozen people into one, once it was formed, it would be able to display strength far beyond that of the person forming the array. Therefore, although the ring of flames was powerful, it was still blocked by the sword curtain. On the contrary, although the number of Thunder Light sect disciples was greater, they were a little scattered. Seeing dozens of their companions die tragically in front of them, they were all frightened and hurriedly retreated. After Yang Kai's attack, he disappeared from where he stood in an instant, his expression as calm as an ancient well, showing neither joy nor sorrow as he directly flashed into the densest part of the crowd and threw out a punch. Golden Crow True Fire burned fiercely above his fist, its pitch-black flames scorching the void. Where the fist light reached, the dozen or so Thunder Light sect disciples exploded into dust before being swept away by the raging flames and instantly disappearing without a trace. Long Tai's eyes widened as he shouted, "Kill him!" As he spoke, he took the lead and rushed towards Yang Kai. On the other side, Luo Qingyun and Zhu Li, the two fourth-grade heaven-opening masters, also used their own methods to lock onto Yang Kai. The former merged into one with his sword and turned into a sword light that slashed towards Yang Kai while the latter patted his waist and summoned a nail-like artifact. Under Zhu Li's control, this nail-like artifact flew directly towards Yang Kai, silent and unpredictable. Below, Yuehe called out in alarm, "Young master, be careful." Although she knew that Yang Kai was strong enough, this situation was still quite worrying. After all, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. A single careless move could result in death. Moreover, she had been paying close attention to Yang Kai's demeanor, and was shocked to find that there was something wrong with Yang Kai at this moment, as if he was immersed in something. Sure enough, facing the attacks of the three mid-rank heaven-opening masters and countless others, Yang Kai did not evade. Instead, he simply summoned a dragon shield around his body and punched and kicked. The ordinary disciples of Thunder Light sect were unable to resist at all, and even the low-rank heaven-opening masters were forced to avoid these attacks. Hong hong hong. A series of attacks struck Yang Kai's body, but no matter how strong his defensive secret technique was, it could not withstand such a fierce onslaught. The dragon shield shattered, and before it could be used again, the remaining attacks had already closed in on him. Yang Kai's figure staggered as his clothes instantly became ragged. He instinctively pushed his space principles to try and escape, but Zhu Li's nail-like artifact had locked onto his mind and nailed him to the spot, unable to move. As the sword light slashed down, Luo Qingyun roared, "Die!" The moment it passed, a stream of golden blood spurted from Yang Kai's chest, but Luo Qingyun's eyes narrowed. This was because this sword attack had actually failed to kill Yang Kai. It was truly inconceivable. One had to know that he had used a secret technique to control his sword, so even a cultivator of the same level would undoubtedly die if struck like this, but Yang Kai had only been slightly injured. Just how tough was this guy's body? Was he still human? What Luo Qingyun did not know was that although Yang Kai was in human form, he had a body of 1,000 feet under his dragon transformation. During this period of time, he had been constantly swallowing dragon blood pills, so his body had risen to another level. Although it was not obvious normally, how could a half-dragon be so easily killed? It was already impressive that he could injure Yang Kai's body. Golden blood flowed, but Yang Kai did not seem to feel it. Since the beginning of the battle, the light in his eyes had gone silent, like a pool of still water. His entire being had turned into a soulless fighting machine, fighting without end. Long Tai flew over, clenching his fists and raising them high above his head, smashing down on Yang Kai's head like a tsunami. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and stared at him with indifferent eyes. Long Tai's heart skipped a beat as he subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but it was too late to withdraw at this moment, so he could only roar and attack with all his strength. Yang Kai punched out at the same time, and in front of everyone's eyes, Long Tai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His figure flew backwards at a speed faster than when he had come, spitting out a mist of blood mid-air. Star Market was in an uproar. Long Tai was a fourth-order heaven-opening master while Yang Kai was just a trivial Emperor Realm master. How could the power of this punch actually injure Long Tai? Even in the great cosmological realm, this was too incredible. Chun Tianfei smiled bitterly. If Long Tai had seen Yang Kai slaughter Du Fuzi and Gan Hong in Red Star's assembly hall, he would not have acted so rashly. In front of this monster, a fourth-order heaven-opening master was nothing. Chun Tianfei still remembered the terrifying scene of Yang Kai crushing Du Fuzi to death. Every time he recalled it, his legs trembled. The moment he repelled Long Tai, Yang Kai suddenly turned around and grabbed towards a certain spot in the void. Zhu Li, who was several dozen meters away, paled and hurriedly formed a series of hand seals, but it was still a little too late. When Yang Kai withdrew his hand, a nail-like artifact had appeared in his palm. Surprisingly, it was the one Zhu Li had just summoned. Black flames tumbled in his palm, burning the long nail wantonly. "Stop!" Zhu Li shouted in horror. This soul-stabilizing nail was something he had obtained by chance during one of his experiential learning. Its power was extraordinary, and once it was summoned, it was impossible to get rid of it. As long as he was given enough time, he could use his secret technique to launch a fatal blow, directly attacking his opponent's mind. Who would have thought that before he could prepare properly, Yang Kai would grab it? How could this be? Looking at the tumbling flames again, Yang Kai obviously wanted to use his fire attribute force to destroy this artifact, so as not to interfere with his space divine technique. The soul-stabilizing nail was refined by Zhu Li's mind, so if it was really destroyed, his mind would definitely be damaged, which was why he was so panicked. Chapter 4038. Just as he finished speaking, Zhu Li spat out a mouthful of blood and his aura instantly withered. He stared at Yang Kai in horror. What kind of fire is this? What kind of fire is this? The grade of the soul-setting nail was not low, but in just a single breath of time, it had been destroyed by the raging flames. Zhu Li could not imagine just how high the grade of this fire attribute force was to achieve this. In this brief exchange, 2 of the 3 remaining Heaven Splitters from Sword Pavilion's Thunder Light sect had been injured. Comparatively speaking, Long Tai's injuries were relatively light, only suffering a single punch from Yang Kai. On the other hand, Zhu Li's mind was shaken and he was momentarily unable to control himself. Without the binding of the soul-setting nail, Yang Kai was like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger entering the forest. His figure flickered, leaving behind afterimages as his true body charged into the crowd. The pitch-black golden crow true fire swallowed up the void, recklessly burning everything. Those from the Emperor realm died as soon as they came into contact with it. No one was able to resist, and even some of the lower-grade Heaven Splitters mixed in with the crowd had to avoid it in fear. Clouds of bloody mist exploded in the air as charred corpses fell from the sky. In the Star Market, countless pairs of eyes stared at this scene in a daze, almost forgetting to breathe. Everyone's mind was greatly impacted by this scene. Before today, no one had ever thought that a single person could kill thousands of people and make them cry for their parents. Even if Yang Kai was defeated in the end, just this series of actions from the beginning was enough to make everyone remember him. In the Great Void Boundary, outside the Star Market of Scarlet Star, there was a reckless young man with flying black hair. He did what ordinary people could not, and his courage was extraordinary. It was an eye-opener. The space principles lingered around his body, and wherever there was a crowd, he would charge in and kill. With his killing intent soaring, Yang Kai became crazed, his figure drifting erratically, leaving behind afterimages one after another. Looking around, it was as if there were several Yang Kai in the sky. "Junior, don't be presumptuous." Qian Qingyun gritted his teeth and shouted with a grim voice, and his sword shook to transform into 9 sword lights that slashed down towards Yang Kai from the sky. He had been looking for Yang Kai's flaws and chasing after Yang Kai's footsteps, but Yang Kai's movements were too fast. His spatial teleportation was too unpredictable. He had tried several times but failed to find an opportunity. Now, he finally grasped the fleeting opportunity and used the divine technique without hesitation. 9 streaks of sword light appeared, cutting through the void. In an instant, it arrived in front of Yang Kai and slashed onto Yang Kai's body. Muffled sounds rang out. It didn't sound like Yang Kai's physical body, but rather like he was striking some kind of artifact. Yang Kai's figure shook violently as his clothes were torn apart. From the cracks in his clothes, his white jade-like skin was cut open and golden blood flowed out. His vitality was surging. Luo Qingyun's heart shook violently, and he watched in a daze. He'd noticed that Yang Kai's body was extraordinary when he failed to kill Yang Kai with that strike of his just now. Yet now, even his divine technique was actually unable to kill Yang Kai? He was a sword cultivator that specialized in the Tao of slaughter. If even he was unable to kill Yang Kai, then could anyone amongst all the people present here be able to kill Yang Kai? An ordinary cultivator would probably be unable to even injure Yang Kai. Sure enough, after those 9 streaks of sword light, countless attacks covered the heavens and the earth as they blasted down towards Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai merely utilized the Dragon Shield secret technique to isolate those attacks. When the multicolored light dispersed, the Dragon Shield that coiled around Yang Kai's body had shattered into pieces. Yet he hadn't suffered any injury. Luo Qingyun's heart was filled with despair, and he turned to look at Zhong Fan. Presently, only Zhong Fan, who was at the 5th rank of the Heaven Splitter realm, would have a chance to kill Yang Kai. However, Zhong Fan was healing Lu Shui, and he didn't know what Yang Kai had done to Lu Shui to actually force Zhong Fan to be unable to make a move. Was this also part of his plan? Luo Qingyun felt slight disbelief. No wonder Yang Kai let Lu Shui go so easily. Earlier I thought that fellow was utterly stupid, but now it would seem like he's extremely astute. Since he couldn't rely on Zhong Fan, Luo Qingyun's expression suddenly turned solemn, and he shouted explosively, "Disciples of the Sword Pavilion, form the Heaven Star Array with me." "Yes, Master." The voices of a few hundred disciples of the Sword Pavilion shook the sky. All of them were in high spirits as if they'd been waiting for this moment since the beginning. There weren't many disciples of the Sword Pavilion, and there were only 300 in total. Amongst the 3,000 disciples, only 10% were disciples of the Sword Pavilion. Since the battle began until now, the number of cultivators that had died at Yang Kai's hands was less than this. But comparatively speaking, the Sword Pavilion's losses were very small, because they'd formed the Starfall Sword formation in groups since the beginning, and they resisted the attacks of Yang Kai's Ring of Flames and Iron Blood. They assisted each other in both offense and defense, and it was undoubtedly much better than the scattered Thunderlight sect. It could be said that 90% of the cultivators that had died at Yang Kai's hands were disciples of the Thunderlight sect. They formed groups of 40 to 50 people, and they'd already formed the Starfall Sword formation, causing sword chi to sweep through the heavens and the earth. Now that they received Luo Qingyun's orders, the sword formations moved swiftly and converged towards Luo Qingyun. In less than 3 breaths of time, the auras of the Starfall Sword formation were tightly connected with each other. With Luo Qingyun as the center, the sword intent that surged into the sky gathered together and supported Luo Qingyun. It shot straight into the sky and pierced a hole in it. The Heavenly Dipper Star formation had been formed. Luo Qingyun's aura rose steadily. Even with the strange suppression of the great cosmological realm's world principles, it showed signs of breaking through to the Emperor realm and climbing to the heaven-opening realm. He looked intently at Yang Kai, who was still slaughtering, with indifference in his eyes. The Heavenly Dipper Star formation was the trump card of the Sword Pavilion. With this sword formation, Luo Qingyun was confident that he could kill Yang Kai here even without Zhong Fan's help. That kid is in trouble. Chun Tianfei sighed and slowly shook his head. In the end, he's still too young and shows off too much. He doesn't know how to restrain himself. Madame Qin's expression was also solemn. I heard that the head of the Sword Pavilion came from a very large force, but for some reason, he wandered outside and founded the Sword Pavilion. The Starfall Sword formation and the Heavenly Dipper Star formation are both formations of that force. Oyinglai nodded and said, I've also heard of this before. I've only seen the Heavenly Dipper Star Array once. Its power is indeed extraordinary. With this array, my Crimson Star and Lei Guang will never be a match for the Sword Pavilion. At the same time, Yang Kai, who was constantly slaughtering his way through the crowd, instinctively felt a trace of danger. His skin felt like it was being pricked by needles. Without any hesitation, the earth elemental energy in his Dao seal circulated, and the dragon shields that had just been shattered condensed once more. One after another, they lingered around him and fluttered endlessly. Junior, it's your honor to die under my Sword Pavilion's formation. Luo Qingyun spoke indifferently. He touched his sword with his fingers and moved along with his sword, slashing at Yang Kai as fast as lightning. The hundreds of Sword Pavilion's disciples in the Grand Array also began to move under the influence of his qi. From afar, there was no one in the heavenly Dipper Star formation, only sword intent lingering in the sky. An enormous sword ray tore through the sky like a waterfall and slashed at Yang Kai. The sound of something shattering rang out. Under everyone's gazes, the layers of dragon shields on Yang Kai's body crackled and cracked. Even though he madly circulated his Dao seal to repair them, he still couldn't keep up with the speed of the shattering. In a short span of 7 or 8 breaths, the dragon shields had completely vanished. Die! Qian Qingyun's delighted shout rang out from within the sword ray. With a boom, pitch-black flames swept out. The blazing golden crow primordial flames that had been lingering around Yang Kai swept towards the sword ray as if they had a mind of their own. Wherever the black flames passed, the sword ray instantly dimmed, as if it had been incinerated into nothingness. In the eyes of the cultivator in the star market, it was as if the black flames had devoured the sword ray, causing the enormous sword ray to shrink inch by inch. Yang Kai's figure was constantly retreating. Even though the Golden Crow primordial flames possessed extraordinary might, the heavenly Dipper Star formation was formed by the joint efforts of hundreds of people after all. Moreover, it was presided over by Qian Qingyun, a 4th-stage heaven splitter. Its might was truly enormous, still putting up pointless resistance. Luo Qingyun shouted explosively, "You'll definitely die for insulting my Sword Pavilion today." A portion of the sword ray that had already been worn down rose explosively once more with Qian Qingyun's furious shout. It pierced through space and faintly showed signs of tearing apart the pitch-black flames as it headed straight for Yang Kai's body. Once the Golden Crow primordial flames were destroyed, then even if Yang Kai possessed the dragon form physique, he would probably suffer a terrible fate. In this battle of life and death, even the members of the Thunderlight sect were unable to interfere. They could only watch from afar, and it was even to the extent that they didn't dare approach 300m as they were deeply afraid of being affected by the sword ray or the black flames. In space, the Golden Crow primordial flames that had been pushed to the limit were resisting the startling sword ray. In the star market, Chun Tianfei suddenly frowned. Something's wrong. What's wrong? Bei Yushan turned around with a puzzled expression. It's already in such a situation. Why hasn't this kid used his full strength? Chun Tianfei had a puzzled expression. He hasn't used his full strength? Bei Yushan's eyes widened in disbelief. Chun Tianfei quickly said, "Have you all forgotten that this little brat has a long spear in his hand? Although I don't know what that long spear is, it is definitely a powerful artifact, so why hasn't he used it yet?" As soon as these words came out, Qi Xing and the other masters fell into deep thought. How could they not know about the existence of the Blue Dragon Spear? That day, Ganhong had died under that amazing spear attack. The power of that spear attack was something that even a 4th-order heaven-opening spear could not resist. If it had been summoned at this moment, even if it could not resolve the current crisis, it would not have been so useless. In a life-or-death situation, who would hold back? Bei Yushan scratched his head and said, "Master Chun, from what you've said, it seems that his condition has been a bit off. In this life-or-death battle, all of Yang Kai's reactions seemed to be instinctive, as if his mind was not on the battlefield, but this was a bit inconceivable. Facing so many enemies on his own and not paying attention to the battlefield, did he not care about his own life or death?" Madame Qin's eyes suddenly shrank as she seemed to recall something. Covering her red lips, she asked, "Do you still remember what he said before the battle began?" Yangbing lowered her head and pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Disturbing my cultivation, disturbing my mind, today I will use your dog lives to cultivate my divine technique." Chun Tianfei's face was filled with shock as he cried out involuntarily, Is this little brat trying to stimulate his potential in this life or death situation to cultivate some kind of divine technique? Chapter 40:39. As soon as he said this, the several heads of Qi Xing were aghast. Was this for real? How could someone be so crazy? Did he not want to live anymore? But looking at Yang Kai's previous performance and response at this moment, there was no doubt that he was really cultivating some kind of divine technique. There was great terror and fear between life and death, but there were also great opportunities. Wandering before the gates of hell could often give people a flash of inspiration and enlightenment. Chan Tianfei and the others were heaven-opening realm masters, and had lived for so many years. Which one of them had not experienced such things? But their experiences were all because they had no choice. How could they be like Yang Kai, deliberately putting themselves between life and death? Crazy, crazy, this boy is really crazy, Chan Tianfei murmured, shocked by the idea in his heart. Look behind him! Madame Qin suddenly exclaimed. Qi Xing and the other managers hurriedly looked behind Yang Kai, and what they saw caused their eyes to shrink. The pitch-black flames on Yang Kai's body were surging violently, and although he was being suppressed by the Heaven Do Star Net Array and was forced to retreat, his aura was still rising at an extremely terrifying speed. Soon it had reached its limit, and the surging black flames were like a beating heart, giving birth to some kind of new life. This scene was not only clearly seen by the heads of Qi Xing, but also by everyone in the star market. Even though they were far away, everyone could not help but feel a sense of horror, as if some peerless monster was about to break out of Yang Kai's body. Yueha had been paying attention nervously. Seeing that Yang Kai was in trouble, she was prepared to step forward to help. Her 5th grade heaven-opening realm cultivation was limited in the great cosmological realm, and if she really went up, facing the Heaven Star Luogrand formation would be like throwing an egg against a rock. However, she could not just watch Yang Kai die. As long as she could wake Yang Kai up, with his attainments in space principles, he would be able to escape and would not die here. But after seeing the surging black flames, she forced herself to endure it. Her heart was in her throat as her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Yang Kai's figure. Her hands clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. If you're not in the great cosmological realm, how dare a mere Emperor Realm Jr. act so presumptuously in front of my sword pavilion? Break! Chang Qingyun's shout came from the sword light. The Heaven Star Luo Grand formation, which had already gained the upper hand, shone brightly, instantly tore apart the black flames around Yang Kai and attacked his body. A wisp of delight couldn't help but appear on Qian Qingyun's face, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai being killed. Even though this battle had been difficult, they had won in the end, and they had redeemed the lost face of Sword Pavilion, letting the world know that Sword Pavilion couldn't be humiliated. However, at this moment, Luo Qingyun's heart suddenly throbbed. For some reason he had an extremely bad feeling about this. When he looked up, he saw Yang Kai, who had been calm and expressionless all this time, suddenly grinning. His indifferent eyes were shining brightly, as if he had finally come back to his senses. He spat out a word, "Open." His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder rolling across the earth, causing the world to buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a great sun suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. It was as if a sun was hanging behind him, shining with golden light and illuminating the world. No one could open their eyes. What is this? Countless cultivator exclaimed in their hearts when they saw this scene. No one had ever seen such a strange scene. Could it be that Yang Kai really had a small sun hidden in his body? Not only were the cultivators of the Emperor realm puzzled, but many of the heaven-opening realm cultivators were also puzzled. Only a few people were stunned at first, but then they seemed to suddenly think of something. Their bodies trembled as they revealed looks of shock and disbelief. After all, although they knew some things that ordinary people did not know, none of them had ever seen it with their own eyes. Madame Qin covered her red lips with her hand and muttered, "Could this be Dharma idol?" Chan Tianfei spat out these 2 words with difficulty, his fat body trembling from the shock of his emotions. The Ouyang brothers could not help but gulp. Bei Yushan looked at Yang Kai in admiration and could not help but praise, "Amazing." A while ago, he had been sent flying by Yang Kai with a single punch in the discussion hall. In truth, he had always been somewhat unconvinced, feeling that he had underestimated his opponent too much. Otherwise he would not have been so weak. However, now that he saw this great sun Dharma idol, that bit of unwillingness in his heart instantly disappeared. If Yongkai could condense a Dharma idol with his Emperor realm strength, then it was definitely not something he could resist. His loss that day was not unjust, and neither was the death of the poison matriarch in Gan Hong. In the courtyard of Yongkai's mansion, Yuhi closed her eyes in pain. After hiding for so long, was it finally exposed today? She secretly hated herself for not telling him how powerful it was before, causing him to be unable to hide it properly. However, she had not expected that Yongkai would be able to condense a Dharma idol at this time. After today, Yongkai's little secret would no longer be a secret. How could he continue to hide it under the eyes of so many people? It did not matter in the great cosmological realm. With this Dharma idol, no one was his opponent, but what about outside of the great cosmological realm? Once this sensational news spread, how could Yongkai have a good end? Was the tragedy from 1,000 years ago about to repeat itself? Thinking of that person who had died young, Yuhi's heart was filled with grief. Back then, he and the person in front of her were both equally shocking, but this person in front of her seemed to be even more dazzling. At the very least, that person had not condensed a Dharma idol in the Emperor realm back then. A Dharma idol? It's actually a divine technique Dharma idol. This brat dares to do this. Does he not want to live anymore? In the star market, an old heaven-opening realm cultivator exclaimed in shock. His cultivation was not very high, only at the second rank of heaven opening, but he had lived for a long time and had seen many things, so he knew more than others. Ordinary heaven-opening realm cultivators might not know of the existence of a Dharma idol, but he had seen one before. Master, what is a Dharma idol? Beside him, a delicate and cute girl asked in confusion. The old man suppressed the shock in his heart and gently explained. When one of the 5 elements, yin and yang, is pushed to the limit in a Tao seal, its power condenses and turns into a shocking divine technique. This is called a Dharma idol, just like what you are seeing now. The girl nodded thoughtfully. That little son is his Dharma idol? That's right. Then, Master, do you have a Dharma idol? Me? The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head. Master will never be able to form a Dharma idol in this lifetime. Why not? The girl did not understand. The old man said sadly, let alone me, a mere lower-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator. Even a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator would never be able to form a Dharma idol in their lifetime. Only those at the 7th rank and above have a chance of forming a Dharma idol, but that's just a chance. If one's comprehension is insufficient, even if they have the qualifications, they won't be able to form a Dharma idol. Your master has only condensed a 2nd-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator's power, so how could he have the qualifications to form a Dharma idol? The girl could not help but purse her lips and ask in surprise, Master, are you saying that Big Brother Yang has condensed a 7th-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator's power? The old man nodded. That's right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to form a Dharma idol. Since ancient times, those who were able to form a Dharma idol were all disciples nurtured by peak-blessed paradises, and they were all at the heaven-opening realm. For him to be able to form a Dharma idol in the Emperor realm is unheard of. Then isn't he very powerful? The old man said solemnly. He's more than powerful. He's simply a monster. The girl waved her fist and shouted into the sky, Big Brother, you can do it. Beat them all away. Seeing that Yongkai was being bullied by so many people, she had long felt indignant. She was a young girl and did not know the dangers of the world. Now that she heard her master say that Yongkai was as powerful as a monster, she was happy for him from the bottom of her heart. She also hoped that Yongkai could come back from the dead and turn defeat into victory. The old man's expression could not help but change greatly. He covered the girl's mouth and looked around nervously. When he found that everyone's attention was attracted by the commotion in the sky and did not seem to hear the girl's shout, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not dare to stay in place and quickly grabbed his foolish disciple and moved to another location. Although Tong Yin was fearless, Sword Pavilion was not to be trifled with. If the people of Sword Pavilion heard this, they would not be able to leave the great cosmological realm alive. On the other side, a figure flashed past, and a middle-aged man wearing a golden crown and an embroidered robe suddenly appeared in front of Chan Tianfei and the others. His hands were behind his back as he stared at the distant sky with a dignified expression. First Master. Chen Tianfei and the others were shaken and quickly bowed. This middle-aged man was none other than the mysterious first head of the Crimson Star sect. The First Master did not say anything, as if he did not hear anything. However, he had come out of seclusion at this moment and was obviously disturbed by the commotion outside. The divine technique Dharma idol was indeed too shocking, and even he could not sit still. After observing for a while, the First Master suddenly said, "Fire element Dharma idol." "It should be," Chen Tianfei replied respectfully. This was also very obvious. Yang Kai's body had been surrounded by pitch-black flames before, and he had stimulated his potential through life and death battles to condense the divine technique Dharma idol. Now that he had succeeded, it must be the fire element Dharma idol. Madame Qin said, looking at the sun, "This surnamed Yang seems to have condensed the power of the sun true gold." The divine technique Dharma idol was closely related to the materials used by a cultivator to condense power. Since the sun had appeared, it was natural that Madame Qin would associate it with the sun true gold. Chen Tianfei said thoughtfully, "I heard that the sun star had been extinguished in one of the territories, and many people found a lot of sun true gold and sun true fire there. Could it be that this kid was there at that time? If so, then his opportunity is not small." He secretly guessed that Yang Kai should have found the 7th grade sun true gold there. Otherwise, how could he have such an achievement? "It's not sun true gold." The First Master slowly shook his head, his eyes deep. "There is something else in the sun." "Something else?" Qi Xing and the other heads were all startled. Previously, when that huge sun appeared, it was dazzling with golden light and they couldn't see it clearly. However, the great head was stronger than them, so he could see it clearly with a single glance. Chapter 40. With the Great Master's reminder, Chen Tianfei and the others hurriedly looked at the sun. As expected, there really was something in the sun. A vague figure was jumping around in the sun like a living thing. It would occasionally stop and turn its head to comb its wings. A faint ferocious aura filled the air, but it was indescribably frightening. "It looks like a bird." Madame Qin frowned. The sun was too dazzling. Even though she observed it carefully, she couldn't see what it was. "There's something wrong with this thing. Why does it only have 3 legs? Chen Tianfei was also puzzled. However, as soon as he spoke, his expression changed. The Great Master's solemn voice came from the front. "3-legged strange bird. It's related to the sun. Junior, you're very capable. You're really talented." He. Madame Qin covered her red lips. Bei Yushan was dumbfounded. Even a dimwit like him could figure out what the strange bird was, let alone the others. 3-legged golden crow. The Ouyang brothers exclaimed in unison. The fire elemental power that Yang Kai condensed wasn't the primordial fire of the sun. It was the primordial fire of the golden crow. Thinking of the pitch-black flames that lingered around his body and looking at the characteristics of the Dharma, it undoubtedly proved everyone's guess. It was the primordial fire of the golden crow. When this thought popped up, everyone was shocked. Chen Tianfei was sweating profusely. His voice trembled as he asked, "Great Master, what grade is the primordial fire of the golden crow?" When they saw Yang Kai condense the divine technique Dharma, everyone thought that he had the fire elemental power of the 7th grade. However, it seemed that it wasn't just the 7th grade. Moreover, to be able to condense the primordial fire of the golden crow, it meant that Yang Kai had encountered a golden crow before. It was a terrifying existence on par with the true dragon and divine wind. Only an upper-grade heaven splitter could resist it. Since this kid had encountered a golden crow, why didn't he die and obtain the primordial fire of the golden crow? What kind of heaven-defying opportunity was this? The Great Master said, "That depends on whether the golden crow's body he met was a mature golden crow or a young one. If it was the latter, it should be the 7th stage. If it was the former, then it should be the 8th stage." Chen Tianfei's body trembled. "I heard that when the sun star was extinguished, there was a dying golden crow inside. In the end, the owner of the first obtained it. Could this kid be using the golden crow primordial fire of that golden crow? Is the news true?" The head tilted his head. He had been in seclusion these past few years, trying to break through to the sixth stage of heaven opening. He really didn't know much about the outside world. The information is definitely correct, Chun Tianfei said seriously. The great master gently nodded. The golden crow true fire is hard to come by in 10,000 years. This little brat is only an emperor realm master, so it shouldn't have been long since he condensed his fire attribute force. If that's the case, his golden crow true fire might really have come from that giant golden crow. 8th rank. Chun Tianfei's face was extremely pale as he said in a daze. Then what is his relationship with the owner of the first inn? The news he received was that the golden crow's body was eventually obtained by the owner of the first inn. At that time, many people from the blessed enclave had come to fight for it, and more than one high-rank heaven-opening master had appeared. The first inn was beaten to a pulp, and in the end, the owner of the first inn was a bit more skilled, snatching the golden crow's body and escaping safely. If Yang Kai had nothing to do with that person, how could he have obtained the golden crow primordial fire? The great master was also very confused about this. He had never heard of that person having a descendant. That shouldn't be the case. The great master slowly shook his head. The 8th stage golden crow primordial fire is not something the emperor realm can bear. Even if that person obtained the golden crow's body, when he gave it to a descendant, its grade would definitely be lowered. Otherwise it would be harming him. The great master's words make sense. Chun Tianfei nodded repeatedly. Even so, this was too frightening. However, Madame Qin thought of another layer and murmured, if he can condense the 7th stage fire element, doesn't that mean he has at least the 6th or 7th stage wood element? If it was just an ordinary fire element, it would be fine. If it was someone like Meng Hong who had rebuilt his foundation, he could directly condense the 5th stage sun primordial fire. As long as he had enough aptitude and a firm Dao seal, it would not be a big problem. However, how terrifying was the golden crow primordial fire? If one did not have enough recovery and suppressing power, the Dao seal would be burned and shattered in an instant. The wood element that could make up for the damage caused by the golden crow primordial fire had to be at least the 6th stage, and most likely the 7th stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible to condense it successfully. The 7th stage wood element and the 7th stage fire element. Yang Kai's intention was very clear. He wanted to directly achieve the high-rank heaven-opening master. You have such lofty ambitions. We cannot compare. The first master slowly shook his head. His straight figure instantly bent a little, as if he was disheartened. While they were talking, the newly formed sun behind Yang Kai stabilized and began to emit a dazzling light. Along with the appearance of the great sun manifestation, Yang Kai, who had been forced to retreat by the Heaven Do Star Luo Grand Array, slowly came to a stop. 10 feet away, Luo Qingyun looked at him with a face full of shock. Yang Kai grinned at him and made a hand seal. Today the golden crow will cast the sun. In the heavens and earth only I will reign supreme. The golden crow's hoarse cry resounded through the clouds and through heaven and earth. It flapped its wings in the sun. Yang Kai's figure merged with the sun. His entire person suddenly turned into a small sun and smashed towards the huge sword aura. With the might of the newly formed sun avatar, he was fearless as he faced the Heaven Dipper star formation alone. Luo Qingyun's eyelids twitched violently as he forcefully recovered from his shock, and then he roared explosively. So what if you have a Dharma avatar? Even if a real golden crow was here, I would still kill it for you, let alone a mere Dharma avatar. These words were undoubtedly to boost his courage. Not to mention a Heaven Dipper star formation formed by 300 people. Even if they had 3,000 or 30,000 people, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single breath of golden crow true flame. However, when two experts collided, only the brave would emerge victorious. Since it had come to this, only by moving forward courageously would he have a chance at survival. Sword Chi arose while the grand formation rumbled as it circulated. The auras of the 300 disciples were closely linked together, and their strength overlapped layer upon layer. Sword Chi rose explosively as it collided with the sun avatar. 2 rays of light tore through the heavens and the earth, shook the universe, and caused the surroundings to be overturned. The strange thing was that the instant the collision occurred, it was completely silent. However, in the next moment, the clouds in an area of 10,000 kilometers suddenly collapsed, and the heavens and the earth shook violently. An unimaginable impact spread out madly from the point of collision into layers of ripples. The disciples of the Thunder Light sect were thrown off their feet. Those with lower strength spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up. In an instant, a large number of them were killed. Julie and Long Tai's hearts bled as they watched. This was truly a case of the fish in the moat being caught in the crossfire. After this battle, the Yuan-Chi of the Thunder Light sect would probably be greatly damaged, and who knew how many years it would take for them to recover. Outside the Star Market, the Guardian Grand Formation was flashing with light. It had undoubtedly been struck by the aftermath of the clash between Yang Kai and the Sword Pavilion Grand Formation. A venerable emperor has condensed a Dharma avatar. The first master's eyes were filled with fear, and his tone was indescribable. With this Dharma avatar, this kid can directly contend with a first or second grade heaven splitter. Even a third grade heaven splitter won't be able to kill him easily. No one had ever been able to condense a Dharma avatar in the Emperor realm. Since ancient times, even the elite core disciples nurtured by the blessed enclaves had to slowly fumble about after reaching the heaven splitter realm, spending years in seclusion to comprehend before they could have a chance to condense their own Dharma avatar. If not for this, Dharma avatars would not be so rare. However, with 10% of Dharma avatar, one's strength would skyrocket. Similarly, at the 7th grade heaven splitter realm, there was a huge difference between those with and without Dharma avatar. It could be said that in a life and death battle, those with Dharma avatar could easily crush those without Dharma avatar. Chen Tianfei and the others had solemn expressions. The first master had always been known for his sharp eyes. Since he said so, it could not be wrong. In other words, the current Yang Kai was equivalent to a first or second grade heaven splitter realm cultivator. Such an existence could only be described as invincible in the great cosmological realm. If the Sword Pavilion did not have the sword array, these 300 people would not even be enough to fill the gaps between Yang Kai's teeth. Even so, the sword array was forced back by the pressure of the sun. The huge sword ray was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its light gradually dimmed. The Star Market was in an uproar. The Sword Pavilion's sword array had always been invincible, but at this moment, it was not a match for Yang Kai alone. The power of a single person was so fierce? Impossible, how can you be so strong? Qian Qingyun roared, his face twisted. Within the sun, Yang Kai's mocking voice sounding disdainful. It's because you are too weak. To be honest, Yang Kai did not expect himself to reach this level. During this time, he had been in seclusion to comprehend the divine technique. Although he had made some progress, he always felt that something was missing. Coincidentally, he encountered today's matter, and suddenly had the idea of using a life and death battle to stimulate his potential. He wanted to see if he could break through that shackle and comprehend the divine technique. If not, why would he stupidly charge into a camp of thousands of people alone? With Lu Shui in hand, he could choose other ways to resolve this crisis. Who would have thought that an unintentionally planted willow would yield such great results? Not only did he comprehend a supernatural power, he even created a Dharma idol. Until now, he still did not know that his Dharma idol had been formed. He only thought that the golden crow casting sun was purely a supernatural power. After all, no one had ever told him these things. He had not been in this world for long, and although the lady boss was good to him, she probably did not expect him to grow so quickly. At this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel his strength skyrocketing. With the power of the sun, he felt extremely good. Even if there was a lower grade sky splitter in front of him, Yang Kai would be able to kill him to see. I don't believe it. Qian Qingyun was furious, and a bloody mist suddenly erupted from his body. His aura surged again. He was the core of the sword array, so his increase in strength was a huge boost to the entire sword array. Looking at his state, it was obvious that he had used some powerful secret technique to stimulate his potential. Although this secret technique was powerful, it could not be used casually. Once it was used, it would bring endless disaster. But at this moment, in order to deal with Yang Kai and protect the face of Sword Pavilion, Qian Qingyun could not care less. Following his actions, the hundreds of disciples in the sword formation all let out muffled groans. Suddenly, they felt a huge pressure on their bodies, but the power of the sword rays increased wildly, and in an instant they were on par with the sun. Chapter 40-41. The divine technique and the rays of light from the sword formation were in a stalemate in midair. Ripples of explosion spread out. Qian Qingyun's eyes were crimson red and almost split apart from rage as he circulated his strength with all his might. Let's see how long you can persist. Yang Kai grunted coldly and disregarded everything. He just circulated the might of the solar divine technique and pressed it down towards the sword formation. A shrill cry resounded from somewhere in the sword formation. Some disciples of the sword formation were the first to be unable to hold on, and their bodies were minced into pieces by the boundless sword intent before exploding. In a short period of 10 breaths of time, over 30 people had died miserably on the spot. Moreover, as time passed, more and more people were unable to hold on. Luo Qingyun's heart instantly sank to rock bottom. Even though the death of a few dozen people wasn't fatal to the sword formation, it still affected it to some extent, and it was sufficient to cause the might of the grand formation to decline. It was already extremely difficult to resist, so it would only become even more unbearable as time passed. Not to mention that he'd executed a forbidden secret technique, so he couldn't maintain his current state for too long. Once the backlash of the secret technique arrived and he still couldn't defeat Yang Kai, the sword pavilion would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Luo Qingyun was burning with anxiety, yet he was helpless. On the slope outside the city, Zhong Fan and Lu Shue's eyes trembled as they watched in a daze. When the solar divine technique appeared, a trace of understanding flashed through their hearts. No wonder the scorching energy that had invaded Lu Shue's body was so violent and difficult to deal with. Lu Shue herself was unable to expel it, and even Zhong Fan, who was at the 5th rank of Heaven Splitter, was unable to help her. So it was the Sun Crow True Fire. It was actually the Sun Crow True Fire. Everything made sense now. The Sun Crow True Fire was at least at the 7th rank of fire element. Not to mention the fact that most of the strength of the 2 Heaven Splitters was sealed within the Great Void Realm. Even if they were outside, they would have to pay a huge price to deal with it once it invaded their bodies. Lu Shue's beautiful eyes were extremely dim and filled with despair, because she knew that since it was the Sun Crow True Fire, then no one in the Great Void Realm could help her deal with the calamity within her body. Even the Sword Pavilion's master couldn't help her. In a short period of time, the Heavenly Dipper Starnet Grand Formation was suppressed, and dozens of Sword Pavilion disciples were killed or injured. Luo Qingyun seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Zhong Fan's eyes almost split apart as a trace of struggle and hesitation flashed through his eyes. In the end, he made up his mind and turned to look at Lu Shue. It just so happened that Lu Shue was also looking at him. When their eyes met, Lu Shue instantly understood Zhong Fan's meaning. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Hold on for a while, I'll be right back." Zhong Fan gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. When he withdrew his hand, his entire body transformed into a ray of sword light that flashed towards the battlefield. Lu Shue slowly closed her eyes and lowered her head. Her beautiful hair draped over her slender shoulders as she sat alone on the slope. Her thin and weak figure seemed especially lonely and helpless. Even though the Sword Pavilion couldn't afford to lose her, it couldn't afford to lose Luo Qingyun and those hundreds of disciples as well. If Zhong Fan still didn't lend them a hand, then Luo Qingyun and the remaining disciples would be in danger. Zhong Fan had to choose the lesser of two evils, so he had to give up on one side. Lu Shue knew in her heart that she was the one who was abandoned. She didn't complain about anything because it was useless even if Zhong Fan stayed by her side, because the Sun Crow True Flame wasn't something that Zhong Fan could deal with. However, she'd never imagined that a dignified 4th-grade Heaven Splitter like her would actually be forced into such a state in the Great Void Realm. The Sun Crow True Flame had entered her body and was unable to deal with it, so she could only slowly wait for death to arrive. This sort of feeling was extremely terrifying, and it was utterly unimaginable to those that hadn't experienced it. Explosions resounded as numerous figures exploded into a mist of blood within the sword formation, and not even their corpses remained. Since the beginning of the battle, almost 100 disciples of the Sword Pavilion had been unable to endure the backlash of the sword formation and perished on the spot. This amount was practically 30% of the forces that had come from the Sword Pavilion. The remaining disciples had terrified expressions as they desperately circulated their strength, and they were deeply afraid that they would be the next unlucky person. They wailed incessantly in the depths of their hearts. Exactly what sort of monster did the Sword Pavilion offend this time? Why is he so formidable? A sword light flashed, accompanied by Zhong Fan's dignified roar, "Junior, don't be presumptuous again." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Fan had already merged into the heavenly dipper star formation. The sword formation of the Sword Pavilion had fought against the enemy countless times, and their cooperation was extremely close. As soon as Zhong Fan entered the sword formation, Luo Qingyun immediately shifted the initiative and turned Zhong Fan into the core of the sword formation. With a boom, the sword will swept across the heavens and earth. The shocking sword light that was being suppressed by the great Sun Dharma idol and was retreating in defeat instantly stopped its decline with Zhong Fan's support. Even the sword light became much brighter and larger. The power of Zhong Fan alone was actually stronger than the hundreds of disciples of the Sword Pavilion who had died. This was the foundation of a fifth-grade heaven splitter. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Sword Pavilion, who were feeling uneasy and thought that the end of the world was near, were all invigorated. They silently operated their secret arts, and sword chi lingered around their bodies to support the power of the sword formation. The entire sword formation instantly turned into a huge millstone. The sword chi on the millstone swept across the heavens and earth, cutting through the void and crushing toward the great Sun Dharma idol. Yang Kai also felt a trace of pressure in an instant. Although he could now exert the power of the first or second grade heaven splitter, he did not have the mighty force of the world to support him. There was still some difference between him and the real heaven splitter. The sword formation of the Sword Pavilion was indeed extraordinary. It was worthy of being the trump card of the Sword Pavilion. However, Yang Kai had condensed the divine technique Dharma idol today. Even if he was facing a strong enemy, what was there to be afraid of? Even if he died here, he could only fight. Only in this way would he not have wasted his trip to this world. The great Sun Dharma idol shone brightly. The three-legged golden crow inside also flapped its wings, raised its head and cried, and crashed into the millstone of the sword formation. The world buzzed. At this moment, inside and outside the star market, regardless of cultivation level, everyone's eyes were filled with white light. They could not see the situation on the battlefield clearly. However, when the aftermath of the battle spread out, everyone's faces turned pale. In the great cosmological realm, where the strength of the heaven splitter stage was suppressed, a Dharma idol divine technique and a shocking sword formation both displayed power that was not inferior to the heaven splitter stage. How sensational was this? First Master, who do you think will win? Chen Tianfei licked his dry lips and asked. Yang Kai's performance today had really frightened him. He was a little uneasy, not knowing if abandoning Yang Kai at the critical moment was the right thing to do. Although he had accepted Yang Kai as the sixth master of Qi Xing previously, they had not shed all pretense of cordiality. However, today Qi Xing's various overt and covert actions against Yang Kai had undoubtedly removed the last layer of cover, pushing the two to opposite sides. If Yang Kai won, what good end would Qi Xing have? Once the Great Sun Divine Technique was used, even the first master would have to avoid it. However, the previous situation was not up to Qi Xing to choose. Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light Sect's 3,000 soldiers were at the city gates, and not abandoning Yang Kai was equivalent to putting Qi Xing on the fire. As the master of Qi Xing, Chen Tianfei had to consider his own family. After all, Yang Kai was an outsider, so how could he care about him? Even if that boy can win, I'm afraid it will be a Pyrrhic victory. The first master's indifferent voice sounded. Chen Tianfei was startled. First master, do you think he can win? Don't worry, if he wants to win, his Yuan Qi will be severely injured. How could Zhu Li and Long Tai let go of this opportunity to beat a drowning dog? They naturally know what to do. Hearing this, Chen Tianfei's eyes lit up. Indeed, Yang Kai had been entangled with the people from Sword Pavilion all this time. Although Thunder Light Sect's thousands of people had suffered many casualties, their foundation had not been damaged. On top of that, with Zhu Li and Long Ao, two fourth-stage heaven-opening masters, Yang Kai would definitely be exhausted in this battle, so how could Thunder Light Sect let him off? Thinking so, Chen Tianfei finally felt a lot more relieved. At this moment, a violent energy fluctuation spread out from the center of the battlefield. This energy fluctuation was dozens of times stronger than before. The protective array formation outside the Star City rippled violently because of this energy fluctuation. Its light dimmed, and it almost broke. They're here. The Great Master shouted in a low voice. He focused his vision and looked forward. Chen Tianfei and the others also looked solemn as they paid close attention. No one had expected that the final battle would come so quickly. After Zhong Fan joined the battlefield in less than half a cup of tea's time, the two opposing sides were about to fight to the death, and the final result was about to be settled. The violent aftermath of the battle undoubtedly showed that whether it was Yongkai or Sword Pavilion, both sides had gone all out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the two rays of light collided in midair, reaching a stalemate before suddenly erupting into an even more dazzling light. Between heaven and earth, boundless killing intent swept out. A series of muffled groans rang out as blossoms of blood blossomed. The great sun flickered a few times before disappearing. The shocking sword chi collapsed, and one figure after another fell from all directions. In Star City there was an uproar. What he saw was Yongkai standing in the air in ragged clothes, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. His body was covered with countless fine wounds, obviously caused by the sword chi. The most serious wounds had been torn open, revealing the golden bones inside. Sword chi was still lingering around these wounds, and blood was still flowing out. However, even though he seemed to be in a miserable state, he still stood proudly in midair, and his figure was ramrod straight. On the other side, the Sword Pavilion sword formation had been destroyed. Blood sprayed violently from Luo Qingyun's mouth, and he was actually unable to stop it at all. Obviously, his secret technique had started to suffer backlash, and he was unable to suppress his injuries. The glow on the sword in Zhong Fan's hand dimmed down, and it had lost a great deal of its spirit. He lowered his head to look at Luo Qingyun, and his eyes were filled with pain. Even though he wasn't heavily injured, his expression was dispirited and pale. Even the two leaders of the Sword Pavilion were in such a state, let alone the other disciples of the Sword Pavilion. Of the remaining 200 disciples, only a few dozen had survived. The rest had all died on the spot in that instant of collision. Even these few dozen people had varying degrees of injuries. The more serious ones were gasping for breath, while the less serious ones were vomiting blood. In this battle, the Sword Pavilion sword formation had been destroyed, and the 300 disciples of the Sword Pavilion had almost been annihilated. It was an extraordinary humiliation. Since the Sword Pavilion had been established, this was something that had never happened. Moreover, they'd been beaten to such an extent by someone from the Emperor realm. Zhong Fan was simply unable to accept this, and he was furious to the point he trembled. "Junior, I'll definitely kill you." "What a coincidence." "That's exactly what I meant." Yongkai gasped for breath as he casually tossed a large amount of spirit pills into his mouth, and they crunched like beans while his gaze was ferocious. Zhong Fan turned around angrily. "Are all of you here to watch the show? If you don't make a move now, then when?" Zhu Li and Long Tai, who were watching from afar, suddenly recovered from their shock. Chapter 40-42. Zhu Li and Long Tai could not be blamed for being slow to react. What they had seen today was simply too shocking. Even heaven-opening realm masters like them were shaken and their thoughts were in chaos. A venerable emperor condensing his Dharma idol was an unprecedented feat. The existence of the 7th-grade Golden Crow primordial fire also frightened them. After seeing Lu Xue's fate, they were also afraid that they would be the next unlucky one. The destruction of Sword Pavilion's sword array shocked them even more and they regretted coming here. But with Sword Pavilion's invitation and the fact that many of Thunder Light Sect's disciples had died at Yongkai's hands, they had no choice but to come. It was not until Zhong Fan's angry roar that they came back to their senses and exchanged a glance, knowing that if they did not take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yongkai here today, Thunder Light Sect could only wait to be bathed in blood. With the strength he had just displayed, Thunder Light Sect could not resist at all. No longer hesitating, the two shouted in unison, "Thunder Light Sect disciples, follow this king to kill the enemy." With this order, the scattered Thunder Light Sect disciples finally found a backbone. When Yongkai and Sword Pavilion were fighting before, they couldn't intervene at all and could only watch from the sidelines. It was really a bit of a disgrace, but fortunately, they had a chance to play a role in this battle. One after another, they gathered around Zhu Li and Long Tai and followed behind their two leaders, charging towards Yongkai from all directions. Inside the mansion, Yu He, Meng Hong, and the others felt their hearts rise to their throats. Although Yang Kai's previous performance was extraordinary, breaking Sword Pavilion's sword array on his own and almost wiping out all of Sword Pavilion's experts, after all, he had just experienced a great battle and could not even maintain his great Sun Dharma idol, so he was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. Thunder Light Sect's foundation was still intact, and with nearly 2,000 people, even if each of them spat a mouthful of saliva, Yang Kai would be drowned. In such an adverse situation, how would Yang Kai deal with it? On the other hand, Yang Kai, who was at the center of the encirclement, had a calm expression on his face as he chewed on the spirit pills in his mouth. He grinned as he looked at the figures pouncing towards him, as if he was a peerless monster waiting for rabbits to pounce on him. Yang Kai was indeed not afraid of anything. Although the Thunder Light Sect had a lot of people, he had the space principles. As long as they did not seal this space and did not restrict his movements, then Zhu Li and Long Tai could forget about doing anything to him. Since he had mastered the Golden Crow Suncasting Divine Technique, there was no need to hide anything anymore. Just as he was considering whether to use the dragonization skill and transform into a half-dragon for a fight, he suddenly heard a somewhat excited voice from afar. Brother Yang, it's done. Ha 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 ha. The voice was still in the star market, but it was accompanied by a burst of hearty laughter. A figure suddenly rushed out of the star market and headed straight for Yang Kai. With swords drawn and a battle on the verge of breaking out, this burst of laughter was particularly abrupt. Everyone couldn't help but turn to look in the direction of the voice. They saw a white and clean little fatty flying out of the star market. His hands were raised high above his head, and he was holding a quaint gourd in his hands. His face was full of excitement as if he had performed a meritorious service. The Chief Master's eyelids couldn't help twitching as he stared at the little fatty. How did he get out? Chun Tianfei didn't react for a moment, but after thinking it through, his expression changed and he couldn't help but ask, how did this guy get out? It had to be known that at this moment the Star Market's Guardian Array was still active, so if anyone wanted to leave, he would have to give the order to open a gap in the Guardian Array, just like when Zhong Fan and the others came in. But now the Guardian Array was still operating perfectly. Yet the little fatty had strangely left the Star Market and the Guardian Array didn't react at all. Could it be that the aftermath of the battle between Yang Kai and Sword Pavilion had caused a problem with the Guardian Array? Thinking so, Chun Tianfei hurriedly ordered people to investigate the situation of the Guardian Array. Yuhi was also shocked as she looked at the little fatty's figure. Only then did she come to her senses and release her divine sense to investigate. Sure enough, the secret chamber had already been opened and the person who should have been in seclusion was nowhere to be seen. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. As expected of an elite disciple from a paradise, she hadn't noticed at all when he had left the mansion. Of course, most of her attention had been focused on Yang Kai, but for someone from the Emperor realm to be able to do so was truly amazing. But why did this guy run out at this time? And what is that gourd? Yuhi focused her gaze and found that the gourd was only about a palm tall and looked quite old. She didn't know where it came from, but at this moment it was being held high by the little fatty Su Zhan, making it look extremely comical. At this time, Yang Kai was surrounded by more than 2,000 people from the Thunder Light Sect. If he wanted to rush to Yang Kai's side, he would inevitably come into contact with the disciples of the Thunder Light Sect. Su Zhan seemed to be slow to react, and when he rushed into the Thunder Light Sect's camp, he was suddenly startled and exclaimed, Ayaya, why are there so many people? What are you all doing here? He asked innocently, but the disciples of the Thunder Light Sect responded fiercely. These people were already extremely sullen and their killing intent was boiling, so when such an inexplicable guy suddenly barged into their camp, how could they be happy? Immediately, a series of divine secret techniques bombarded Su Zhan mercilessly. But this guy looked clumsy and his movements were laughable, but his luck was surprisingly good. He took one step left, one step right, and actually dodged all the attacks. He even shouted, "What are you doing? Do you want to kill me? Don't hit me, I'm innocent." The more he shouted, the more powerful the attacks of the Thunder Light Sect's disciples were. The light of secret techniques covered the sky and covered the earth, but they were unable to hurt him at all. This guy looked fat, but his figure was indescribably agile. After a few times, anyone could see that something was wrong. It was impossible for a person's luck to be so good to this extent. With so many people attacking him, it was impossible that no one could hit him. This little fatty was obviously pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Moreover, to be able to move around so many people with ease, his strength was obviously not ordinary. Julie was furious and shouted, "Who are you? State your name." It was fine that there was one Yongkai who did not put the Thunder Light sect in his eyes, but now another one had appeared, which made him extremely furious. Suzhan still held the gourd high and replied solemnly, "Divine Cauldron Heaven, Suzhan." As soon as he finished speaking, Julie staggered and was almost unable to stabilize himself before falling down. Long Tai's eyes instantly opened wide while even Zhongfan, Luo Qingyun, and the others who were recuperating felt the energy within their bodies fall into chaos, and it almost caused their injuries to become even worse. The Crimson Star's various leaders all sucked in a breath of cold air. Before this battle, there was a son who claimed to be from Qingming Blessed Land's third elder, which made the Sword Pavilion's Thunder Light sect fearful. Now, another Grotto Heaven disciple had appeared, and it was the famous Divine Cauldron Heaven. Before today, they had never known that there were Grotto Heaven Blessed Land disciples in the great cosmological realm. Since there were these two people, how many more were hidden in the great cosmological realm? How could there be so many dragons hidden in a small star city? When Suzhan announced his name, the faces of the Thunder Light sect disciples who had attacked him earlier turned pale. Not to mention them, even the Sword Pavilion's pavilion master would probably die tomorrow if he were to attack a Divine Cauldron Sky disciple in front of so many people. The noisy sky suddenly fell silent. Suzhan effortlessly squeezed to Yongkai's side and grinned at him. Did it work? Yongkai looked at him and asked. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Suzhan stuffed the gourd in his hand into Yongkai's hand. Divine Cauldron Heaven disciple, you live up to your name. Thank you. Yongkai swept it with his divine sense and nodded slightly. Suzhan chuckled, we just took what we needed, no need to thank me. And it's a bit noisy here, so I'll take my leave first. Finished speaking, he cupped his hands at Yongkai and turned to leave. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned back and said, Brother Yang, this thing is too murderous. Try to use it less. Be merciful when possible. Yongkai grinned, if you cut the grass without removing the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Suzhan was speechless. He turned his head to look around and suddenly sighed, no longer trying to persuade him. With his hands behind his back, he leisurely walked away and soon disappeared. Everyone watched in a daze, not knowing what was going on. When they saw Suzhan rush to Yongkai's side and hand a gourd to him, they had thought that the two of them had a close friendship. Zhu Li, Long Tai, and the others had been considering whether to make amends with Yongkai, but who would have thought that this little fatty would just walk away like that? What was this? And what did he mean by each took what they needed? Unable to figure out the relationship between Yongkai and Suzhan, Zhu Li and Long Tai did not dare to act rashly. On the other hand, Yongkai had a playful smile on his face as he played with the gourd in his hand and said lightly, Brother Su and I are neither relatives nor friends. We didn't know each other before, it was just a transaction between us. What do you mean? Zhu Li asked solemnly. At this moment, the calmer Yongkai appeared, the more uncertain he felt. What I mean is, if you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then I'll kill you, Yongkai grinned. Junior, don't be so arrogant. Long Tai shouted angrily. Cut the crap, all of you, come here and die. Yongkai roared. Junior, do you think my Thunder Light sect has no one? Since that's the case, we'll fulfill your wish. Kill him. Zhu Li ordered solemnly. He had no choice but to give the order. Yongkai's unrelenting attitude made it obvious that the Thunder Light sect could not resolve their enmity with him. If they did not act now, once he recovered and summoned the divine technique aspect, the Thunder Light sect would not be able to fight. The Thunder Light sect's disciples no longer hesitated, and as they circulated their strength, multicolored light bloomed and bombarded Yongkai. Luo Qingyun watched this scene coldly as a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. With so many attacks launched at once, it was impossible for Yongkai to come out unscathed. No matter how arrogant he was, he would still die here. It was worth it. Nearly 300 Sword Pavilion disciples had been killed or injured, and the sword array had been broken, but they had killed a great threat. On the other hand, Zhong Fan looked at the gourd in Yang Kai's hand with a solemn expression. He faintly felt that this thing was not ordinary and was very likely a powerful artifact. Chapter 40-43. Brilliance wantonly surged and energy was berserk. Thousands of people from Thunder Light attacked together. What a magnificent scene! At the center of the countless attacks, Yang Kai stood alone, his figure lonely, but his aura soared to the sky, as if he was a million masters. A low voice rang out, "Today, I've obtained a new treasure, so I'll use your dog lives as a sacrifice to my divine gourd." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai patted the gourd, causing it to open and a seven-colored light to roll out from it. The light was endless and filled the sky in the blink of an eye. As soon as this multicolored light appeared, a murderous aura instantly filled the air, and within a radius of several kilometers, countless artifacts let out loud cries as they uncontrollably rushed towards the multicolored light. The swords of the fallen Sword Pavilion disciples seemed to be grasped by invisible hands and thrown into the multicolored light. No matter their grade, no matter if they were intact or not, all artifacts that rushed into the light dimmed and lost their spirituality in a very short time. The artifacts in the hands of the Thunder Light sect disciples were the same. All artifacts refined from metal were pulled by the light and broke free, causing many Thunder Light sect disciples to be stunned. Pu piu piu piu. A series of muffled sounds rang out as one Thunder Light sect disciple after another vomited blood, their faces pale as they fell from the sky like dumplings. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Thunder Light sect disciples were injured because their artifacts were damaged. Divine Essence Fused Light. Zhong Fan shouted in a low voice, his eyes filled with shock. The light spewing out from the gourd was the Divine Essence Fused Light he had seen in Divine Essence Fused Mountain. That day, Sword Pavilion had suffered a great loss because of this Divine Essence Fused Light. Otherwise, they would not have been defeated by Detion's motley crew, and the culprit was Yang Kai. Before coming here today, he had been vigilant against this Divine Essence Fused Light, but from beginning to end, Yang Kai had not used it. Instead, he had used the divine technique to fight head-on with the Heaven Star Luo Grand Array. He had thought that Yang Kai would not be able to use it easily, but who knew he would see it at this moment? Amidst his shock, Yang Kai was also a little puzzled. He had seen Yang Kai use a bag-like artifact to collect a lot of Divine Essence Fused Light, so why was he releasing it from this gourd today? Thinking of Su Zhan's appearance and the conversation between him and Yang Kai, Zhong Fan suddenly understood and said bitterly, "The disciples of the Grotto Heaven have wronged me." Divine Cauldron Heaven, one of the 36 paradise. The disciples from this paradise had only one thing that made the 3,000 worlds look up to them. That was the art of refining. It was precisely because he was good at refining that the Divine Cauldron genius was called Divine Cauldron Heaven. In the 3,000 worlds, excluding those naturally formed secret treasures, as long as the secret treasures were refined after birth, they would most likely come from the hands of the Divine Cauldron Heaven. The disciples of the Divine Cauldron Heaven were also famous for their treasures. If he were to encounter a Divine Dingtian disciple fighting outside, it would definitely be a completely new scene. He would be able to see the power of all sorts of strange treasures. That Divine Essence Fused gourd was obviously refined by Su Zhan of the Divine Cauldron Heaven for Yang Kai. Only a disciple of the Divine Cauldron Heaven could have such an ability. But if that was the case, then Yang Kai shouldn't have been able to activate the power of this treasure the moment he got his hands on it. He would have had to spend a long time refining and nurturing it. How could he activate the power of this Divine Essence Fused gourd the moment he got his hands on it? Unless this Divine Essence Fused gourd was his secret treasure, he wouldn't need to nurture it. And Su Zhan had only perfectly combined the Divine Essence Fused Light with the Divine Essence Fused gourd. If that was the case, then it made sense. It had to be said that Zhong Fan's series of thoughts had completely guessed the truth. The Divine Essence Fused gourd was indeed Yang Kai's secret treasure. Back then in the Star Realm in the Wuhua Palace, Yang Kai had once entered a crack in the void and found a wind gourd inside. When the wind gourd was opened, endless astral winds poured out of it to deal with the enemy, but Yang Kai hadn't used it many times and hadn't used it outside of the world. When Su Zhan came to him to ask for a 6th grade Divine Essence Fused stone, saying that he could refine an artifact for him as a reward, Yang Kai naturally thought of the Divine Essence Fused light he had collected in the divine essence-fused mountain. That thing was stored in his 6 Unity wish bag. Not only did it occupy the bag's space, but it also couldn't be used casually. If he could use the divine essence-fused light to refine an artifact, he wouldn't have to worry about these things. With the 6th grade divine essence-fused light in front of him, Su Zhan was itching to refine a divine essence-fused banner for Yang Kai. But the materials required were too many and Yang Kai didn't know where to find them. On the other hand, the wind gourd was readily available. The two combined to form the current divine essence-fused gourd, and its power was more than just a little bit higher than the wind gourd. Yang Kai didn't need to spend any time refining it. Divine essence-fused light. It's divine essence-fused light. In Star City, countless people cried out in alarm. Great Master Qi Xing also showed a look of dread. Although he was only watching from afar, he could feel the terrifying power of the divine essence-fused light. Although he was a 5th grade heaven splitter, if he were to be swept up by such a thing, he would instantly lose a layer of skin. If even he was like this, there was no need to mention the disciples of Thunder Light Sect. A brilliant light filled the sky, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Anyone caught in the divine essence-fused light had their flesh torn apart and their bones shattered. Wherever the divine essence-fused light passed, not a single complete corpse could be found. The Emperor Realm was like this, and so was the Thunder Light Sect's low-rank heaven splitters. The 6th grade divine essence-fused light could only be resisted by a 6th grade divine essence-fused light, so how could they resist it? In the blink of an eye, more than half of Thunder Light Sect's disciples had been killed or injured. A deep chill rose from everyone's heart, causing them to shiver all over. Such a terrifying artifact was simply a weapon capable of destroying the heavens and earth. With this artifact in hand, the number of people present no longer mattered to Yang Kai. He alone could flatten this place. The Thunder Light Sect disciples who were lucky enough to avoid the initial disaster didn't dare to stay in place at this moment. Screaming in horror, they fled one after another. But how could Yang Kai let them go? Just as he and Su Zhan had said before, cutting weeds without removing the roots, they would grow again when the spring breeze blew. Since the Thunder Light Sect dared to find trouble with him today, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Looking at it from another perspective, if Yang Kai fell into a disadvantage and died trying to escape, would the Thunder Light Sect spare him? Under the control of Yang Kai, the brilliant light swept in all directions, engulfing one Thunder Light Sect disciple after another, as if an invisible beast was devouring everyone's lives. The Thunder Light Sect was finished, completely finished. After this battle, they could forget about making a comeback. The moment the divine essence-fused light bloomed in the world again, this was already destined. Great Master Qi Xing's expression was dignified. His eyes filled with dread. Previously, he had told Chen Tianfei and the others that Yang Kai was an arrow at the end of its flight and that Zhu Li and Long Tai would beat him while he was down. Who would have thought that a single divine essence-fused gourd would completely change the situation? The Golden Crow Forging Sun had broken Sword Pavilion's sword array, and the divine essence-fused gourd had swept through the Thunder Light Sect's camp. A divine technique and an artifact, Yang Kai had displayed a variety of abilities that shocked everyone to the extreme. Looking at the peerless figure standing tall in the sky, no one dared to even think about making an enemy out of him. Chen Tianfei's fat body trembled violently. Although he was fat, his mind was very sharp. While others were only looking at Yang Kai's display of strength at this moment, Chen Tianfei had a different thought. Great Master had once commented that Yang Kai had the Great Sun Divine Technique Dharma Idol. Even if he was an Emperor Realm Master, he could compete with a 1st or 2nd stage Heaven Opening Realm Cultivator. So, now that he had the Divine Essence-fused gourd, what would happen? Perhaps no one in the lower stage Heaven Opening Realm would be his match. Only a middle stage Heaven Opening Realm Cultivator could rely on the world force of Mini-Universe to compete with him. Chen Tianfei knew that if he encountered Yang Kai outside, he would have to go all out to defeat Yang Kai. In the sky, less than a tenth of the Thunder Light Sect's disciples remained. 2 figures were also fleeing rapidly. Zhu Li and Long Tai saw that the situation was hopeless, so how could they dare to stay? Naturally, they ran as fast as they could. However, the 2 rays of light chased after them endlessly as if they had a mind of their own. They were like maggots that could not be shaken off. Junior, don't go too far. Don't go too far. Zhu Li shouted crazily. Even though he was fleeing with all his strength, he could still feel the terrifying killing intent behind him. If we don't see each other after today, so what if this king bullies you? Yang Kai shouted coldly. Condense. Space buzzed, and under the urging of the world force, heaven and earth were imprisoned. Zhu Li, who was already fleeing with great difficulty, instantly froze. The surrounding space became incomparably viscous, and he felt as if he had fallen into a swamp. No matter how he urged his strength, he could not break free. Looking back in horror, he saw that the rays of light had already swept over and enveloped him. Zhu Li desperately urged his strength to resist the scouring of the divine essence-fused light. If mini-universe had not been sealed in his body, he would have had the strength to fight, but without the world force, how could he resist the might of the 6th grade divine essence-fused light with just the strength of his Tao seal and physical body? In an instant, the protective force outside his body was washed clean. Layer after layer of flesh rolled up, as if his tendons were being pulled out and his skin peeled off. Miserable screams rang out continuously, as if he was enduring the cruelest torture in the world. Those who heard these screams shuddered. Long Tai screamed along with them. Like Zhu Li, he was also enveloped by the divine essence-fused light. But after just a few breaths, the screams came to an abrupt end. The rays of light rolled back and were collected by the divine gourd in Yang Kai's hand. There was no trace of Zhu Li and Long Tai in the air. These 2 4th-grade heaven splitters had completely disappeared. The Thunder Light sect, which had stood tall in Star City for thousands of years, was completely wiped out. No one survived. It was even more miserable than Sword Pavilion. This was not the end. Yang Kai patted the divine gourd again, and the rays of light rolled out again, heading towards the disciples of Sword Pavilion who were still alive. Qian Qingyun shouted in horror, "Spare me!" He had suffered a backlash from urging the secret technique before, and now he did not even have the strength to escape. He could only sit in place and wait for death. If not for this, would he dare to stay here? Seeing that Yang Kai was about to kill him, he could only beg for mercy. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear and ignored him. When the rays of light retracted, the people of Sword Pavilion had also disappeared. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai had already arrived in front of Zhong Fan. Looking down at him, he said indifferently, "Do you have any last words? There's no need to beg for mercy." Chapter 40-44. Zhong Fan was at the 5th stage heaven opening realm and had a strong foundation. When the sword formation was broken, he was also seriously injured, but it was not as serious as Qiu Qingyun's. If he had escaped in advance, he might have had a chance to survive, but for some reason, he stayed here and watched as the disciples of Thunder Light Sect and Sword Pavilion were destroyed one after another. When Yang Kai came in front of him and looked down at him, Zhong Fan snorted coldly, "Junior, don't be so arrogant. You have committed a heinous crime. Once you leave the great cosmological abyss, you will die." Yang Kai frowned. He vaguely felt that Zhong Fan was implying something, but he was too lazy to ask. He snorted coldly, "I like a tough bone like you. It's interesting to pinch you." As he said so, he slapped Zhong Fan with his palm. He was going to kill him mercilessly. Zhong Fan's expression was indifferent. When the big hand was only 3 feet away from him, his eyes suddenly burst with light, and a slit appeared between his eyebrows. From that slit, Tao connotation flowed, and a sword chi slashed through the air. In this moment of life or death, Yang Kai had no choice but to push the power of his Tao seal outwards to defend against the enemy. Just like when Yang Kai fought the great demon god in the star boundary, cutting off all means of retreat. To a cultivator, a Tao seal was like the inner core of a monster beast. It contained the entire person's essence, chi, spirit, and comprehension of one's own Tao. It would not be used easily, but if released it would have a shocking power. However, in this way the risk was also extremely high. If the Tao seal was damaged, it would result in death. Therefore, no one would do this unless they were in a desperate situation. Even a monster beast would not release its inner core easily. Zhong Fan was also forced to do this. Yang Kai had formed the Golden Crow casting Sun Dharma form, and held a shocking killing weapon like the Origin Magnetic Divine Gourd. Apart from this, he had no other hope. In a desperate fight, success or failure depended on the will of the heavens. He had cultivated the sword all his life and focused on killing. His Dao seal had turned into a 3-inch small sword with the power of yin and yang and 5 elements flowing on it. It was sharp and seemed to be indestructible. "I knew you would do this." Yang Kai coldly snorted as he stretched out his hand and grabbed the Dao seal sword in his hand. But soon he frowned. When he lowered his head, he saw a dazzling sword light piercing out from his palm, heading straight for his forehead. In the end, he had still underestimated the power of a 5th-stage heaven splitter. Even with his tyrannical dragon form body, he was still unable to resist the power of this small Dao seal sword. A bloody hole was directly pierced through his palm, and within the wound sword chi circulated. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's entire body seemed to have expanded. His chest and abdomen swelled up as he breathed out the golden crow primordial flame from his mouth, burning the small sword seal. Flames raged, distorting the void. As far as the eye could see, a 3-inch long sword was swimming against the current of the golden crow primordial fire like a small fish swimming against the current. However, it was constantly being washed away by the golden crow primordial fire. Zhong Fan's eyes were about to split open. As he roared, he fully activated the power of his Dao seal, determined to kill Yang Kai here and now. Inch by inch, the small sword seal kept approaching Yang Kai's forehead. Its speed was extremely slow, making people deeply feel the threat of death. Yang Kai, however, remained motionless. The golden crow primordial fire continued to surge out. On the small sword, light shone brightly and it shook violently. After 10 breaths, when the 3-inch long sword arrived in front of him, it could not hold on any longer and collapsed with a loud bang. Zhong Fan spat out a mouthful of boiling hot blood. His aura suddenly quieted down. His originally muscular body seemed to have all of its essence, chi, and spirit taken away in an instant, turning into a bag of bones. The wind blew and his hair fluttered in the wind. The Dao seal was destroyed, and Zhong Fan's cultivation was crippled. In the star market, countless people were shocked. Many heaven splitters could not help but feel a sense of sympathy. Although they had long heard that once the Dao seal was destroyed, the cultivator would die, it was the first time that 90% of the people had seen it with their own eyes. The change in Zhong Fan was shocking. Yang Kai took a step forward and floated past Zhong Fan. Yang Kai was not interested in attacking a person who was bound to die. In a few steps he arrived in front of Lu Shui. He reached out and pulled her up by the collar. He looked down at her indifferently. "Where is the headquarters of the Sword Pavilion?" Behind him, after Zhong Fan heard this, his head drooped deeply, and his aura quickly dissipated. Fresh blood kept gushing out of Lu Shui's mouth, boiling non-stop, mixed with fragments of her internal organs. Her skin was abnormally red, like a steamed crab. Before the battle, Yang Kai had planted the golden crow true fire in her, so she did not participate in the entire battle. Zhong Fan helped her suppress the disaster in her body first. After Zhong Fan left, she could not resist the burning of the golden crow true fire with her own strength. She could only bitterly hold on and slowly wait for death. Fortunately, the foundation of a 4th-stage heaven splitter was not too bad. Yang Kai's battle with the Sword Pavilion's Lei Guang was not long, so until now she was still alive but only half dead. If he left her alone, she would die in less than an incense stick's worth of time. Seeing Yang Kai walking toward her, Lu Shui's delicate body trembled violently. She had never thought that she would be so afraid of the Emperor realm one day. Outside the great cosmological abyss, how could an existence like the Emperor realm enter her eyes? It was an existence that she would not even look at. But today, what Yang Kai had done in the Emperor realm had deeply shocked her. He had single-handedly broken the Sword Pavilion's sword formation, and single-handedly destroyed Lei Guang. Who could match such a magnificent feat? At this moment she was held in Yang Kai's hand like a little chick. She was trembling in fear, and her heart was covered with a layer of shadow. Even the light of her Dao seal had dimmed a lot. The person in front of her had become her inner demon. Even if she could leave the great cosmological abyss alive, if she met Yang Kai outside in the future, she was afraid that she would not be able to have the thought of being hostile to him. Unless she could break through this layer of mental barrier, she would be reborn. Hearing Yang Kai's question, how could Lu Shui not know what he wanted to do? He was going to wipe out the Sword Pavilion's main altar. Could he do it? With this question in mind, Lu Shui gave an affirmative answer. The Sword Pavilion had only sent 300 people this time, which was only a small number. There were nearly 1,000 disciples at the main altar, 2 middle-stage heaven splitters, and a 6th-stage heaven splitter expert like the pavilion master. But judging from the means that Yang Kai had just shown, the Sword Pavilion could not resist him at all. Not to mention other things, just the Origin Magnet Divine Gourd was enough to restrain the Sword Pavilion. The reason why the Sword Pavilion had always been above the Thunder Light Sect and the Crimson Star Sect was because of the sword formation. But once the Origin Magnet Divine Gourd came out, how could the disciples form a formation? At that time they would be in a state of disunity. Without the power of the sword formation, they would not be Yang Kai's opponent at all. Except for the pavilion master, who could barely contend with this person, no one else could survive in his hands. Looking at the hellish man in front of her, Lu Shui was so frightened that she could not speak. "Take me there and I'll spare your life." As Yang Kai said so, he stretched out his other hand and patted Lu Shui's abdomen. With a thought, the golden crow primordial fire that had invaded Lu Shui's body and caused her to suffer a fate worse than death was directly taken back. Lu Shui coughed softly. Although Yuan Qi was seriously injured, without the golden crow primordial fire in her body, at least there was no danger to her life. After this, as long as she recuperated well, there would be a day when she would recover. "If you dare say no, I'll send you to see your companions now." Yang Kai was a little impatient when he did not hear Lu Shui's response for a long time. "I'll take you there." Lu Shui nodded gently. Yang Kai nodded, lifted Lu Shui, and soared into the sky, instantly turning into a stream of light and disappearing from everyone's sight. He did not deliberately suppress his voice when he spoke to Lu Shui just now. The small slope was not too far from Star City, so anyone with a little strength in Star City could hear it clearly. Seeing Kai Yang leave like this, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Was he going to kill them all? Sword Pavilion had lost 300 disciples this time, including 2 mid-rank Kai Tian masters. Yuan Qi was already seriously injured, but now Yang Kai was going to attack their headquarters. How cruel was this? Moreover, he had just experienced a great battle, and even his divine technique manifestation had been scattered. Didn't he need a good rest to recover? Yuhi could not help showing a worried look, but at this moment it was too late to chase after him. Yang Kai cultivated the space principles, so with her strength she could not catch up with him. The world was quiet, and only the thick smell of blood filled the air. Outside Red Star City, blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere, like an azure purgatory. In the distance, a little fatty stared at this scene and sighed slightly. What a sin! After all, the divine magnetic gourd was made by him, so he was responsible for half of the people who died. After sighing, his figure dissipated and disappeared. In Yang Kai's residence, Meng Hong and the others had been watching with their mouths wide open. As the chief disciple of Great Moon Province, Meng Hong's aptitude was not bad. Previously, he had been suffering from a lack of resources, so he had no choice but to condense the power of the 3rd grade, hoping to reach the 3rd grade in the future. After encountering such a great change in the great cosmological realm, he made up his mind to break through and rebuild, condensing the 5th grade true sun fire. He thought that his future would be bright, and his ambition was surging in his heart. But after seeing Yang Kai's actions today, he realized that even if he could really reach the 5th grade, he was afraid that he would not be as good as Yang Kai. He was somewhat shocked, but then he thought about it. Others had their own abilities and opportunities, and he had his own. As long as he did his best, there was no need to compare himself with others. In this world, there were always some people who defied the heavens. The great Peng spread its wings and soared into the sky. The wood Dao that reached the clouds was high. Thinking of this, his mind was clear and his spirit was refreshed. Since you have nothing to do, go clean up the battlefield. Yuhi's voice came from beside him. So many people died. There must be some good things. Yes. Meng Hong hurriedly replied and led his 2 junior brothers to fly out. Even Chan Yu followed closely behind, and she had a slightly complicated expression as she looked at Meng Hong's back. In Star City, dozens of people led by Guizian hurried forward to help when they saw this. Although they looked miserable at this moment, all of them were high-spirited and proud. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.